Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes through gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm still getting used to this new intro. Exactly when does it stop? Because I sometimes I have no clue. It's just so. Hang on, sorry. Just need to reply to this one and 9 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, so that was our new intro. Still getting used to it. Oh, sound is horrible. Am I underwater again? Uh, oh, hang on. 1 second. I'm gonna put music on. Um,
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work.
do I sound any better? Or do I sound still the same? Or do I still sound like a robot? I need to turn on the other computer because I might have to restart. Do I still am I better? Awesome. Okay, I think I know what it was. I was playing with something this morning on a computer, nothing else. Don't know. And might have left the soundboard that I had on and not disconnected at all. So my bad. 1 second. I just need to turn off the other computer. But hey, yeah, the music is gone because I did turn off the music. Don't worry, I'll put music on, Paula. I know you like listening to me better than the music. Um, yeah, I was playing with my soundboard. I had way too much fun with it. I know what you mean. But hey, we have a new avatar as well. Thank you. That was just pointing out. Thank you very much. So what we're gonna do is I changed. Not gonna change the channel a lot. We are gonna still carry on being crazy. You're still gonna be seeing me, but there's gonna be some days that I'm not gonna have the camera on, so I thought you're gonna miss my beautiful face. I'll put my avatar there. I'm joking. Good morning, Benny. Hello, nice to see you. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, Paula. Hi, Lois. I changed my name, aka I vamos buenos dias, my friend. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We are starting a new trial today, and I'm really hoping that this trial, right, it is good. I mean, it is going to be good. I'm not saying it's not going to be good, but the sound is good. Because obviously, the last time we were in this courtroom, it was with this the co-defendant of our of our defendant. So let me share. Wow, I have so many tabs open because with being a new trial, I have like several feeds open, and then I'll go and um. Okay, garden bot, I won't touch your chair, love. Sorry, garden bot is just behind me. That's why you're saying that. So this is our new defendant. Her name is Meagan Jackson. Spelling, I have to figure it out because some people spell Maegan, some people spell Meagan. I need to figure it out how the court spells. But so her co-defendant Dontrell, he took a plea at the time when he was supposed to go in at the trial, but the sound was horrible, was absolutely horrible. And I, yeah, everyone bail. RA was streaming this channel, this trial. I was trying to stream, and the sound was absolutely horrible. So I'm hoping that either this one or any other feed has a good sound, or just this one. I am absolutely having my fingers crossed that this courtroom has a good sound. But before I give you a review of the case, because obviously we're gonna need a review of the case of what we are talking about and what is the trial about, even though openings are for that, but we like to know what's gonna happen because you guys like to hear me talk for some reason. I just wanted to say today is Portugal Day. Today is the day in Portugal that we celebrate our nationality, blah blah blah, and because the 10th of June 10th in Portugal is celebrated as Portugal Day, also known as Dia de Portugal of Camões. Camões was like a poet that was a very high poet in Portugal. He made a lot of contributions of Portuguese culture, and basically who we are as Portuguese people marks that celebration of our culture, our liberty achievement, and how the Portuguese community worldwide has come together. So today is Portugal Day. So that's why what I mean about Portuguese days. Hey, good morning, Stephanie. Hi, good morning, William. Good morning. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone is good. Hey, our cases we follow. Hi, you okay? Pixie, how are you, my friend? Hi, I'm waving behind the camera to you, but I am waving. So, uh, we're hoping that this new trial is starting today and the sound is good. Bear the sound. If the sound is not great, we'll see what we can do about it and if we can even survive with it. But and let's give you a bit of a refresher or a course of this case. So this case happened in 2020. Oh, I'm so glad that you good. I'm so glad to see you here. Hi, my friend. So if you haven't followed, I'll drop the link there. If you go on Reddit often, I do go quite often. Our Cases We Follow has a subreddit that is exactly called Our Cases We Follow, and she has a lot of stuff, basically like as the gavel drops, but on Reddit, which is amazing. I'll drop a link in a minute. So the trial that we are gonna go, it's happening in Conway, South Carolina. It reads that nearly 4 years ago, well, now five, after the body of Gregory Rice, so that's our victim, Gregory Rice, was found wrapped in a tarp and dumped in a South Carolina river. His girlfriend, who reported him missing, is set to stand trial for his murder. So Meagan Jackson, 40, a former body transporter and the mother of Rice's four children, is accusing of plotting to unalive Gregory with then her lover, Christopher Dontel, which is pending sentencing on this case as well because he pled out, and is one of his things that he has to do is to testify against Megan. And then after Megan gets convicted, he's gonna get sentenced. So sorry, I can't wait to show you all. Oh no, I can't wait to see that follower as well. So yeah, I cannot wait to see it. Of course, Spinny, that's what we're here for. We're here to help each other out. So, um, Christopher Dontel was a former Horry County deputy coroner. That's why I'm calling the coroner murder trial. The two were having so Megan and Christopher were having an affair at the time of Rice's death. and both were initially charged with the red rum, conspiracy to commit red rum, and kidnapping. Rice was last seen on October 2nd, 2020. According to court records, Jackson reported him missing 3 days later, and his body was discovered by fishermen on November 8th, 2020, in the Little PD River in Marion County, wrapped in a tarp, secured with zip ties, and weighed down by a cinder block. An autopsy revealed that he had been pew-pewed at 5 times. So, and then it just talks about how the case came about, but I think we're gonna see that throughout the trial. So, basically, that is the review of the case that we are gonna follow. Um, Yes, hello, good morning. Hi. Yes, absolutely, Robert. Good morning, my friend. Long time no see. So we are just waiting on the feed to come on. To for us to start our new trial. Hope if you haven't, you press the like button. It does help the channel a lot. My apologies for no camera today, but you get to see my picture on screen, so that's a positive thing. And it is a little bit of a break from our Laurie Dingbell and for the Karen Reed trial. I don't know how long this trial is supposed to be. I'm going almost in my ear for a few weeks. 4 weeks. um I don't know how long this case is supposed to be because I could not get into the court schedule thing to see how long it's supposed to take. Maybe a week, maybe two. I know it's not going to be probably a long case like Karen Reed, which I hope it is not. So we here for the right. And I mean, for first time, I haven't. I don't. Clearly, you don't have your glasses on, Rob. I'm joking, my friends. So yeah, so we'll see what happens. And as always, I'm gonna be in chat with y'all when card starts. I am just checking if there is any other feed that we can use apart from obviously the usual individuals. Uh, but yeah, well, we are just hanging on. Oh, 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 and I forgot to tell you. I may have done something. I may have ordered a new phone and a new watch. And I, oops. But this because my phone contract was coming up, right? And on my because the same company that I work for has a mobile network, and us as an employees we can get discounts. And the phone was coming to an end. Garden Bot's phone was coming to an end, so I convinced them, and I actually have to do something for him so I could get it. But I got that the phone and the phone and the watch is going to be like 30 quid, 30 pounds, $30 a month. So it's not going to be that bad. It's not very bad. And it's the iPhone 16 Pro Max. So I'm very excited. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's coming tomorrow. So I'm so excited. I love having a new phone. And the new iOS just came out. Well, did not come out yesterday, but the preview of it came out yesterday. The WWDC was yesterday, the Apple event. I'm an Apple person. I'm sorry. It might not be your cup of tea, which is fair enough, but for me, it is. I'm absolutely hooked on them. But uh, yeah, that's what we are gonna do. Hang on. I was just gonna say something. Oh no, it's not. I thought that was just like crazy. It's not live. Sorry, I thought the feed was live and it was not showing up to me, but it's not live. Never mind. It's just they were rewatching something from another trial where the sound is as bad as I told you, which I'm hoping that today it is not going to be as bad. So yeah, uh, I was talking, yeah, or getting the new phone. I'm so excited for that. So I'm still waiting for the confirmation email that says definitely gonna come out tomorrow. Um, which I will be stuck in at the window just because, I've complained about a lot here about how the delivery people never find where my house is, and I'm gonna carry on complaining. So feed is still not up yet. It might have been running late. I do not know. I am trying to see if anyone else with feed does have this on. Otherwise, I don't. Well, we're just gonna wait until it comes on. I can carry on rumbling about it. Um, checking X or Twitter or what's going on to see if there is any news. I mean, our Zizi would be perfect for this because she's absolutely well, she is in the area. She probably knows something about this case. But oh, hang on. Oh, I thought there was an update, but no, there isn't. Um, so yeah, we are just waiting on here. What else has happened since Garden bought his home today? Because it was raining in the morning and it was very wet, and he took a day off because he deserves it. He deserves a day off, which is absolutely amazing. And I am not complaining that Garden bought stayed home today. Um, I actually prefer he stays home. I wish he could stay home more often, but we all have to work sometimes, and yeah, and just yeah, be like that. It's life. But how's everyone today? It's Tuesday. I forgot to say the day, didn't I? I think with my crazy. Oh, oh my days! There was a wow. That is crazy. I just saw on the news. I'm scrolling to YouTube. I know adulting's definitely not fun. Even though this morning we did everything apart from adulting, but it's definitely not fun. But I was just looking on YouTube on breaking news. There was a school, you know, pew pewing incident in Austria. Wow, nothing ever happens in Austria. That's crazy. They said, oof, 10 people were unalived. Oh my days. That is so sad. That is just crazy. Yeah, the word adulting in itself, it is not fun. Absolutely. So we're still in the lobby on that. I think they might be a little bit behind on starting this trial. Fit is not up yet either. So hopefully I don't think she can, but I'm hoping that she's not taking a plea deal at the last minute or pleading or changing her a guilty, because yesterday on X, when I was looking for for more information and more updates on the trial, um there was an update that she was writing something on her arm. So let me see if I can open that back up again. I'm probably gonna have to log in again. Oh, this is so annoying. Every single time I close X on my laptop, it asks me to log in every single time again. And it is annoying. I can do it rather quickly, but it's still very annoying every single time that I have to um, log in. But that helps me keep memory of the password and definitely will not forget. Let me see. Yes. Oh my days. I have to put now a number and gone. Why is computer so crazy all the time? And just let me go in. I know the password. Would sorry, I'm having a rant. Um, let's see, make a spell like that. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's the thing. There's another person that is main. Several creators do the same trial sometimes, and he has her name spelled like I had spelled before I changed it, before I saw other person that was writing in there. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Let me find that video that I was looking for, because it was Kathy Russo on X that posted that she was writing something on her arm and gun. Let me put that up on there and show this instead. So see, that's our defendant, right? This was after the jury selection, so she's writing something on her arm, which is very weird. It's like before she was let out. uh, See, did you see that? I'm gonna replay that, hang on. And then she'd say something, but I don't think we hear. Hang on, let me pause. Yeah, it has sound, so I don't think we hear anything. Let me put my other headphone. So see, she's grabbing a pen, writing something on her arm, and I don't know what it is. So yeah, but that's our defendant. That's gonna be our defendant for the trial. She looks pretty. I'm not gonna lie. I know it does sound very good. I just hope she doesn't take a plea deal at last minute or or changes a plea or anything, because that would really, because the other guy did literally. I think they had a jury, or they were literally about to start the trial, and the guy changed his mind at last minute and pled, well, he pled guilty with the deal that he got offered. I think it was a reduced sentence, and he has to testify against her in the trial, and then after that he gets his part of the deal. So um that's why we are waiting for. They still, the feed has not come through. None of the other feeds that I have up has come through, which it doesn't sound too good to me. But Ingan, oh, I need to go to the other website. So yeah, but anyway, there's also another hearing today that if we are on break, because I don't know what is the times of this courtroom, I don't know when we're gonna go for lunch in this trial. I don't know. If we are on lunch, we'll catch the hearing live, and hopefully the hearing is not too long, that longer than the lunch break. We might catch live for Sean Higgins, the NHL Red Rum, the brothers, the hockey players. So we might follow that either live, or we might have. I am gonna record that on Gardenbot's computer, and then we're gonna watch it at a later time. We'll see what happens. We'll go with the flow, and then yeah. So oh no, your dear hubby is taking a few weeks off. He's driving me nuts, guy. He talks during cross. Who does that? I sent him to the hardware store to get sandwich on Father's Day. He'll be busy. Oh no, Stephanie. I mean, I'm sorry, he's having time off on the wrong week. He could have had time off last week when you had a court case to go into court, and then he could not talk then. You could have had the time off last week. That would have been more handy. No, I'm joking. But I get that. Like, I think sometimes I love spending time with Garden Bot. Do not get me wrong, I love it. I absolutely would take that over anything. But sometimes we do had but heads if we spend too much time together. But yeah, I mean, you could have taken the last week off, but I do not speak English. I am not going to be speaking English anymore. Um, so yeah, so still court still hasn't. Uh... Oh, that is awesome! Hang on, I'm getting notifications, but it's not X. But oh, hang on. Huh? I don't know. Sorry, I'll check. I'll check it a bit later. So oh, still nothing. I'm looking at chat of the feed. There's nothing. No one has said anything. That if she's taking the plea, she is not. Should be up. So our cases we follow is that Core TV or LNC? Hey, good morning, Nancy. Welcome in. Um, yeah, no, they're starting the trial. The opening should be today, um, because they chose the jury yesterday. A jury was seated yesterday on this case. So I am trying. No, that's not. Should be starting. Should be up the feed. It says still upcoming. Still. Oh, Core TV. Oh, is Core TV doing in that style of Core TV does? Are you kidding me? Core TV sometimes does in the style that Core TV does. That is the gets a lot of interruptions on. But we'll have a look. Hang on, we might have to endure that for a little bit until we get something. Okay, I've got it live, but it's not showing. Our cases we follow. Have you got the link? Because if you got the link, I probably will have that, please, if you don't mind. Hang on. Yeah, that's the article one that you sent me. Uh, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. I'm doing the hard thingy, um, for you, but I appreciate it. I am checking as well and refreshing every so often, but still nothing. And let me check the chat. Nothing. Thank you very much. Our cases we follow the for that. Appreciate you, my friend. So yeah, sorry. See. This is what I thought I was gonna go live like close to the start of of time, because you never know with this new trial. Sometimes they are late. They take pleas the last time, and then you never know what is happening. But um and today is actually planned out, because definitely if we would have come even more earlier, would have already have run out of things um to say. Even though, oh, we could see the launch thing. Oh, that would be cool, but I probably will get done for it if not. um I know. I hope no plea, because it's like I need something. Not saying anything, but I need something that is different than Laurie Vallow and Garen Reid. I love. I I don't love Laurie. I love the spiciness that Laurie brings, but the lateness of her, absolutely no. Um, and the thing is, like I've been saying, and I've said this a long time before, and a lot of time. I only want to watch Laurie for the spiciness that she brings. I'm not really interested in the rest of the trial. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest, and you guys know that I'm very honest and I speak my mind. And you guys sometimes agree with me, and sometimes we don't, and that's absolutely fine. We get along just fine. But Laurie's boring. Her case is not that interesting. It's a conspiracy to run a life in this one, and the other one was the Red Rum of Follow. That was a bit more interesting. You know, it doesn't appeal me that much. Sorry. I just like to see the spiciness. Karen Reid is too polarized. Karen Reid, if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna get unalived in the public road, without even people hearing of what you're saying. So I like a new Red Rum, and I'm grateful that we have the possibility, the opportunity of it. And if she takes a plea, I'm gonna be very angry. I'm gonna be very sad, and then I will get over it, and we'll find something else. I'm sure we'll find something else. I mean, I've already seen one that has started today. Where is it gone? Oh my days, I cannot find that. Lose that one. Hang on. There's another one already that says it's people versus something. Oh, please don't. I cannot lose that one, because we might go to that one. Hang on, where is it gone? Heart doctor. Uh, oh man, I did lose it. Let me refresh just to see if it comes back again while we wait. I'm still keeping an eye on our new trial. Don't worry. Oh, why is it? Oh, yeah, Tuesday. Tuesday's Landlord Day. Sorry, it's because I was looking at Judge Simpson's what he's doing, but it's landlord stuff. Oh, here, found it. So there is a one that started today in Huron County, 52nd Circuit Court of Michigan. It's day one openings. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Arcases. We follow. That is the feed that I have. Lauren Crum is supposed to be following it too. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that very much. That is the feed that we are waiting for to come by and see if what happens. Let me have a go on Twitter to see what happens. I had Twitter open on my phone on my computer, but I am a dum dum and I turned it off. I and clicked it to go bye bye, and I don't want to have to log in again. So yeah. Oh, I can tell you, Portugal won, and Portugal and USA are playing today in soccer. Uh, yeah, I know. The LNC are always good, and normally they are on time. So something must be happening, or they are, um, you know, um, they're probably behind or dealing with other stuff before court starts, and we'll see what happens. I'm keeping an eye on the feed anyway to see what happens, and until then we can talk about it. But I was telling in talking news today, USA and Portugal are playing together today. It actually starts in under an hour. I'm probably gonna have the game on the background, and I'll be telling what's happening if I can. But yeah, Portugal is playing USA, so I hope Portugal wins. Sorry, but I'm Portuguese through and through. I'm gonna have to support my country. But you know, it's gonna be fun. It's a UEFA Friendship League, or what was it calling on? Let me go see. What was it called? Oh man, where is it? Uh, yeah, UEFA Friendship Cup. It's the final, so it's the first and the second place game, basically the final to see who's the winner. And Portugal and USA are there, so that means that we must be friendly. Oh, Jeremy 340. So I worked with Megan, probably one of her last jobs before she was put back in jail. Oh, so this is not the first time she's been to jail. Oh wow. When she was fired, she accused me. Oh. That's rather interesting, Jeremy. Thank you very much for sharing that. But okay, that gives us a little bit of an insight of our defendant. Not sure if that's going to be brought in court, but that is rather interesting, though. That kind of shows a little bit of a character and so on. Thank you very much for sharing that, Jeremy, and welcome in as well. And we are just hoping that the trial does go advance and we get some justice for Gregory. I mean, it's a dad that got kids that lost four their parents, basically their parents, because Megan is, yeah, well, put back in Jag one's husband was oh, what so she was, like I said, I can't access court records in South Carolina for some reason. um so yeah, I couldn't see if she was on bond on for this trial, and then she got revoked and got thrown again in jail. Whoa. Wow, that is crazy. um wow, thank you very much again. I mean, to explain that and share that information. But that's, again, I can't access the court records in South Carolina for some reason, so I'm going in blind. Oh, give me just a moment, I'm just getting a phone call. 1 second. Sorry about that. Just a short phone call. That apparently by my dum-dums, I left the house keys in the house door. And yeah. So morning, good morning, Norma. Hi, good morning, Norma. No, no. Nice to see you. Sorry, words. What are those? Very nice to see you. I just read that they were both on bond and violated the no contact order, so they were revoked and went to jail. What? Oh my days, those are two dum dums. Wow, those are two not very smart people. Well, yeah, she was writing on her arm yesterday something, so this should be an interesting case. I am looking forward to it. And like, we just wanted to start. um couldn't stay away from each other, I mean, but even Laurie and Dum Dum, but did not get bond, but wow, that is crazy. She seems like a piece of work. She was on a house arrest, which she broke multiple times. She was only supposed to go to work and go home, not allowed to go to bars and something else. I forget, but she was, oh wow. She seems like definitely a piece of work. I mean, her mugshot does look like something else. Look at that. That is, oh, out my foot. She does definitely look like something else. You know, Dontel took a plea last minute and he's supposed to testify. Yes, that's her, like, part in crime conspiracy one. Yes, he took, it was literally, we were ready to set trial. I think we're on let me have a look again. Without losing everything that I have open, let me see if I can find the Dontrell thing. Dontrell coroner. There you go. You can go. Literally, we were into day two because they had a day one for some reason, but we, because I think they, from what I remember, they had day one, but then they were a lot of sidebars and a lot of things. Then they went to day two. So yeah, I hate when they do that. Oh, Sissy. Oh, Sissy. Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, my friend. How are you? That is so cool. Good morning, Sissy. Nice to see you. Good morning. We are doing fine. I'm good. Day is going good. I was actually on the jury pool at this court last week and was anticipating having to get excused from this trial. Well, yeah, being that related and friends in working with her and everything, yeah, I would imagine that. Tell me, do you know how the sound, if the sound on this courtroom has been worked since his trial, like 6 months ago? Because last time we were in the courthouse, right? Sound was absolutely horrible. Um, it was. Oh, they have Fox News Carolina. Hang on, they might be doing it. The trial as well. I did not know that Fox Carolina. No, they're not. Ugh, okay, fair enough. I tried. Um, yeah, they sure would have excused. Yeah, she does sound like a case and a half. I am so looking forward for this case, and I hope they really hurry up and she is not taking, um, a deal or pleading guilty. And I want to know what she wrote on her arm. Just wish someone on a chat would say something, but we don't. There's nothing on there, and I'm still keeping an eye on X and everything. Honestly, okay. Fair enough. Thank you anyway. I appreciate you all the information you're giving us today, Jeremy. I really, really do appreciate it. Um, yeah. So just waiting. Probably maybe it's the rain that is in South Carolina that is delaying the whole trial. Can you imagine if it's actually that? I mean, just saying. Zizi, we should report from court. You should go to court. No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. I'm just trying to keep an eye on X to see if there's any information um or anything happening. Because I did find the WebEx for this courtroom for the judge of this trial, but he's not live. So oh, it's not raining in that part. Oh, see, um. So see, I think Zizi needs to move to your part of South Carolina, so it's not raining there. Um, come on. The thing is, oh well, wait, we can. Oh, I was gonna say, is it working? No, it is not working. We could probably have a look at what kind of river. What was the name of the river that got the body got found? Because we probably could check that out. Oh, Bedford County storming. Oh no, you keep safe. Sorry, I thought I heard something on my headphones, but no, I didn't. Um, I need to find what was the river, and we can find. We can look at the Google Maps to see where was the river where the body was found, and have a bit of a nosy at the area. Just maybe just to kill a little bit sometime. So dumped in the South Carolina River. I need to know which one. Oh, PD River. That's it. That's the one I want. Okay, thank you very much. Now I need yet another PD. Sorry, I might say. So let's go to Google Maps, and we'll have a look at the area where the body was found until a feed comes up, something happens. Um, oh, little, is that a difference? Okay, little. Why did they not go for the big one? No, I'm joking. I'm just um. Okay, I went closer. Oh wow, it's not little at all. It's massive. Thank God. So let me put that. So, hey, good morning, Cindy from South Sunny South Florida. Every single time. Every single time I get it wrong. But good morning, my friend. Hello. We are hoping the trial starts rather soon than later, in hopes that we can get our court day started. So yeah. Oh no, again. I'm so sorry. I know you did lose power again. Power yesterday. I'm so sorry. Hey, Cindy, thank you very much for that. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Welcome to Rookies. Welcome to the Green Gang. I appreciate your support, my friend. Love you lots. Thank you very much for that. You so appreciate it. Oh, that is awesome. So the body was found off the highway 378. Okay, let's find where that is. Is that this one? Hang on, sorry. Trying to see the number, but the number gets smaller and smaller every time I go up. Um, oh, it did. But thank you very much for renewing it. I do appreciate it a lot. You doing that? I do appreciate it so much. Sorry, I need to keep an eye on the feed if it comes up. But the sound is on, so if anything happens, so where's the highway? Maybe I'll put highway 70. Highway 378. See if that's 378 Myrtle. Is that Myrtle Beach? If that's the same thing? No, it is not. Definitely it's not. Oops, my bad. See, this is why I shouldn't use Google Maps because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to see like around the area where the body was done, but that mouse. What? Sandy, thank you so much. Oh my days. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you. I think YouTube is trying to find people to give it to, but thank you very much. Oh, wow. Hey, oh, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh my, thank you. Make sure that you have your gifts on because we have a lot of generous peeps in the in chat and they are amazing. Every single one of you. Cindy, thank you so much for that. I hope everyone enjoys being part of the rookie gang in the channel. But I so appreciate that. I know. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, I love all the pink and the red hearts, William. Thank you. You want thank you. And you know, this awesome Pittslandy Conway SC. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for that. I am gonna copy that if I can because I am lazy. And copying and pasting it's quicker. Let me have a look. If no fit isn't coming, no news. Oh man, I just hope that she's not pleading guilty. At least if she's pleading guilty, let us watch, you know. Oh, okay. So, oh wow. So was it here? Wow. Um, I know I'm gonna be crying in the second, Norma. I'm trying not to, cause I promised myself that I was not gonna try to cry again. But that might be hard to keep. Oh, hang on. I think they just went live. Yep, they just went live, so we'll change. So to them, that's an interesting picture there on the thing. That is, anyone knows? Any background? I might probably able to Google. But if anyone knows, that would be awesome. That will save me from googling. But hey, they went live. Oh, on the reveneer there. Oh, okay. So I'll show again on. I'll keep it for the break, and then we can try to have another look on it. And yeah, I'll keep that trial there just in case this one decides to plead. Oh yeah, it does looks like a judge, but let me have a look because Google has this feature, right? That you can reverse search an image and it can tell you exactly if there is anything on Google from that image. And I am obsessed with it. And I use it almost every single day for just random things because, you know, it's easier than describing the image. So on a Google Lens, probably will tell me what it is. Yeah, I know it's a judicial probe, but I want the person. I know persons are harder to find. Yeah, I know. Results for people are, yeah. I do not want to buy a judge rope. Thank you very much. I'm fine. Wrapped in a trap, zip tied, yes, and weighed down by a cinder block. Found him, yes, Mr. Rice, and pew pewed 5 times. So, yeah, that sounds. But the thing is, apparently, she was the one that did it. The other guys don't trail was only a helping hand, because I think that's what E says, at least, that E did not do the actual unaliving, but it only did the helping her dispose of the body and everything else. That's what E says, and we'll see what she was pregnant. Sorry, I'm shocked. What? She was pregnant. Where did I miss? How did I miss it? Oh no! I wonder where did she lie that she was pregnant? Because she doesn't look like she. What? We already have drama in this trial. I just hope that first she's not taking a deal, and second that the courtroom sound is a good sound. I'm just hoping all for all those. I am not hoping for much more. It's great. Oh, hang on. Are we actually on trial now? Oh.
All right. Now, before we get started, the jury has selected juror number 348, Jeffrey Roberts. All right. We'll mark this as the sheet that was sent out. And what that's course exhibit 2.
Yes, sir.
All right, exhibit 2. All right. Next, I have taken the defendant's motion for certification of witnesses pursuant to Giglio under advisement. I read the case. I don't know that it requires them to deny the motion because it doesn't require them to make any specific certification. However, under Brady, they have the affirmative duty to notify you of any deals or agreements with witnesses or anything of that nature. So if they don't comply with that, that's a Brady violation. But I don't know that I can make them go down each individual witness and say we don't have an agreement or we have an agreement. This is it. If there is an agreement, they have an affirmative duty to notify the defendant of that.
Your Honor, I can state that none of the law enforcement witnesses have any Giglio issues. None of the civilians, most of them do not have any record whatsoever. One witness has a DUI from, I think, 30 years ago, so nothing that would be relevant to any sort of impeachment.
All right. And also, the motion to exclude the physical evidence per Giglio, I didn't see that that was applicable, so I'm denying the defendant's motion in that regard. Now, as to review of the transcript.
There are no material errors in the transcript of the audio portion of the interview.
All right. What is your position on allowing the defendant to use the transcript
for impeachment purposes, but not to enter as an exhibit?
All right, we'll go with that then. All right.
Your Honor, the question of the letter, Detective Susi did bring the original letter with him this morning, the handwritten statement from Mr. Dontel.
Oh, okay.
I showed it to Mr. Preston Britton. I made another copy of it and also copied the bottom of the pages that he said were cut off. So I believe that we are fine on that.
Your Honor. All right.
And then, I'm sorry, one other issue, Your Honor.
That's fine.
There were several stipulations by and between counsel to chain witnesses. I have signed stipulations that were filed with the clerk of court. What the state would propose is that when it comes time, sort of in our order of witnesses, that stipulation would be appropriate, that I be allowed to read it into the record.
Uh-oh. I did not press any buttons. It wasn't me. Come on, law and crime. Like,
It's been filed, so I'll sort of leave
it's
that
coming
to your
back and gone.
discretion.
I'll leave it up. Well, first, is there any objections, one way or the other on that?
I think we would oppose that, Your Honor. I don't think we want any evidence.
And that's fine, I think, as I'm
As
thinking
long as
that
it's on the
through.
record.
It's on the record, and Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Anything further from the state?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir. Under Rule 615, we'd like to question the witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor, I do have a statutory victim in the courtroom. The other civilians are not testifying. Detective Susie is our law enforcement lead, and we would ask for reciprocal sequestration of any defense witnesses.
All right, so, all right, who's the lead investigator?
Detective Susie, Soucy.
SOU.
CY, like saucy but with an O.
All right, and any victims?
Yes, Your Honor. Savannah Rice is present in the courtroom. She is the victim's daughter, oldest daughter.
All right, so Detective Susie, Savannah Rice, and the defendant will be allowed in the courtroom. All of the witnesses are sequestered. I'm leaving it up to the attorneys to make sure you do not have a witness in the courtroom, because I can't identify all of them, I don't know. So if there is a witness who's in the courtroom outside of these three, they're not going to be allowed to testify if they're in the courtroom, okay?
Yes, sir. And Your Honor, we would also need, given that it's being televised, an order from the court instructing those who've been sequestered not to be watching this elsewhere.
Yeah, what we need to do to make sure there's, where the where the witnesses are going to be awaiting their testimony, don't allow any electronics or anything.
We could go in there and
Yeah, we'll have courthouse security monitor, make sure there's no electronics in there.
Okay, I'll tell you, we have a couple witnesses in the state anteroom right there, and I'll have our helpers, our assistants just advise witnesses not to watch the news or anything.
Well, no, I mean, I want to, because I've had this come up in past trials, no electronics, no phones, no computers, no TV sets, nothing in the witness waiting area, okay?
That's fine.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right. Anything else from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. There was one motion that we think we failed to mention yesterday, if the court would hear it, just related to some physical evidence and picture evidence of guns, Your Honor. I think that would be improper in this case. They don't have a murder weapon in this case, Your Honor. The defendant did own guns, but any effort to put those into evidence we think is improper. I think it's improper effort to try to characterize the witness in a manner that is violates your constitutional rights to own guns.
All right, what's the next?
It's a shooting death, and the guns that we intend to introduce are the same caliber as the bullets that killed Mr. Rice. They were submitted to SLED for examination. They are certainly relevant. We did not bring in every gun that the defendant owns. And quite frankly, our information is that we don't have a murder weapon because she threw it in the intracoastal waterway. So the two guns that we have, that we intend to introduce, are the same caliber as the bullets that were recovered from Mr. Rice's body.
But what does the ballistics show? Were they the guns that fired the bullets?
No.
What is the relevance?
To show that it's still part of the investigation because they saw guns that match the caliber. They're submitted to SLED to determine whether or not they're the murder weapon, and they are not.
Well, then, what if it was a bazooka? You own a bazooka, but the bazooka wasn't used to kill the defendant because it's the same caliber. If it has been excluded as a murder weapon, then what is the relevancy of putting the picture into evidence if for no other reason than to tell the juror?
Okay, so it seems that this trial is going to be a trouble trial. Hello? There's apparently some technical difficulties from the feed, so let me try to reload to see what's happening. and it is not there. So I think we having some difficulties. Hang on, I think it's coming back. Just bear with me, because well, it's not really my. I can. There's sadly nothing I can do about it. But I know. I hope that this is not like this whole fire.
So you're saying that every person that owns that caliber of gun would be a suspect?
Not unless they have the same motive that this defendant did.
Okay. Now, if you've got a picture of a gun that your testing has shown is not the murder weapon,
We have the actual gun is because the SLED examiner needs to look at that and say, he cannot testify that it's excluded unless he sees the actual gun and says, yes, I recognize this firearm. Here's the SLED lab number. Here are my initials. Here's the SLED item number. I looked. This is not the murder weapon. I don't see how that's prejudicial if we're saying it's not the murder weapon.
well, if I have a gun, it's not prejudicial for you to put it in, but it's not relevant either.
You're not the defendant.
I know, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I don't see the relevancy of putting in a picture of a firearm that is not involved in the crime.
So it's not relevant that we were able to exclude 2 guns as a murder weapon.
Why do you want the jury, are you going to put in every weapon that was excluded?
There were only 2 that were excluded because there were only 2 that were the same caliber. As I said, they did not seize every weapon that Ms. Jackson had. They only seized the weapons, and the only weapons that were submitted to SLED were ones that possibly could have been the murder weapon.
But
That is
ultimately were not.
right, but that's part of the investigation.
Well, you can say that it's
But
part
the
of
SLED
the,
analyst will not testify unless he sees the guns. They can't do it because they can't definitively say, this is the gun that I tested.
well, they can testify that they did not test any guns that proved to be the murder weapon without putting a photograph of the gun in.
It's the actual gun. I have a photograph of the person who recovers it, but we have the actual guns. The SLED analyst doesn't look at a photograph and say, no, that's not the weapon. They look at the actual weapon. They test fire those weapons, and then they...
But you have the actual gun that is not.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to grant the motion to exclude the pictures of the guns. I don't see the relevancy. There has to be a relevance, and you have a firearm that is not part of the crime.
Well, Your Honor, you are substantially crippling the SLED witness's ability to testify.
That, why can't he testify, I tested the guns provided by police and none of them were the murder weapon?
Because that's not how, SLED has very exacting standards of how they testify. He needs to be able to say, yes, this is the weapon that I examined. And if you're excluding photos, that's fine, but as I have said, we have the actual weapons that he test-fired and compared against the bullets.
Well, the basic premise is that evidence must be relevant to the case. And I don't see where a firearm that was excluded and is not part of the murder weapon, it's not part of the crime, it's not in any way associated with the death of the victim, is relevant in this case, other than to show that the defendant owned firearms.
No, it's to show that the investigators conducted a thorough investigation.
Well, you can do that without putting the gun in and saying, yes, we recovered guns, yes, we found guns, we had them all tested, none of them were the murder weapon.
And that is somehow less prejudicial than showing a photo and the actual 2 guns that were tested and excluded.
Yeah.
So I can have an investigator say that they found 20 guns in her closet, they recovered 2, and those were not the murder weapons.
Exactly.
Okay, I was trying to limit
You were trying to get in a physical thing to show to the jury that said this defendant owns guns. This is the same caliber as the one that killed the victim, so therefore the defendant must have killed the victim.
No, that's actually not what I was doing, Your Honor. Part of a thorough presentation, especially with SLED witnesses, is that we present them with everything that they examined. I have done this in innumerable trials, and there are plenty of times when it is not the murder weapon. I did it in the Samantha Rabin trial where we had a gun that was recovered and it was not the murder weapon. It is part of the investigation. It's part of the risk gesti of the investigation. And so essentially you are crippling the SLED analyst's ability to testify because he needs to see what he actually examined.
I think he can testify without saying that whatever Horry County law enforcement brought to SLED for testing was not a murder weapon.
Okay, but if I understand Your Honor's ruling correctly, I can have my witnesses, which I was not going to, but now I will, testify that there were X number of guns in the defendant's home. They seized 2. Well, they seized 3, but they submitted 2 to SLED.
Right.
And those were not the murder weapon. So the state is not precluded from saying how many guns she actually had.
I don't know that
I'm
there's still a relevancy issue.
That's right.
I mean, what you're trying to do is paint the defendant's guilt based upon the fact that she owned the guns.
I'm
And
not,
that
Your
the
Honor.
defendant was murdered
No, it's,
by shooting.
Your Honor.
I understand your argument. I made your number of investment on the photograph, does not cut it.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
And that's also the physical evidence of guns as well, Your Honor.
Do what?
The physical, that's also, your ruling also extends to the physical.
I don't see the relevancy of a firearm that's not involved in the crime being relevant to the case. If it was not the murder weapon, it was not fired, it was not used to kill the victim, and the defendant is on trial for murdering the victim. I don't see the relevancy of any firearm or any weapon that is not the murder weapon being used.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
I have had a chance to look at Detective Marcus's, presentation or report. If we'd like, I can hold off and make this argument later, so we can get started. If you'd like to hear from me, we discussed it yesterday. They provided me a report
It's a
of
presentation.
his presentation for his Cellbrite presentation.
All right, let me hear from you on that.
Okay, so Your Honor, this is, now that I've had a chance to review this, it's an attempt to summarize the testimony and essentially present a closing statement through a witness. They're going to offer him as a digital forensics expert, is my understanding, and I can challenge those qualifications at a later time. But even if you accept the principle that he is a digital forensics expert, they have included in here things such as surveillance still shots from a restaurant. That has nothing to do with cell hawk data. That has nothing to do with GPS location data. That is a picture of a witness and a co-defendant's eating dinner. They've added into this license plate readers. Well, Detective Marcus isn't an expert on license plate readers. It is a summation of the entire case in a packaged form, stamped with the name expert on it, to be presented to the jury. And it's just
So what
not.
are you asking?
I'm asking you to suppress or prevent her from showing demonstrative evidence that is outside the area of his expertise and could confuse and mislead the jury.
All right, what's the state's position?
Well, Your Honor, I don't believe it's stamped with expert, but what Sergeant Marcus does is he uses other items of evidence, which will already be in evidence, to validate the fact that, say, cell hawk, based on the longitude and latitude contained in the defendant's cell phone records, they say she was at point A. In order to validate that, so I am not just willy-nilly saying defendant was in point A, here is an LPR tag reader saying she passed by this area. Therefore, that helps validate that she was here. There's a picture of the defendant in umbrellas on her phone. There is geolocation data that shows that her phone is in that location, so it's going to validate the data that was provided to the defense long ago. Because I guarantee you that if we just had someone coming up and saying, cell phone data, how's her there? Well, how do you know? This is a way to validate the very records that we have provided.
All right, anything in reply?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Again, that's what makes it even extra dangerous. Because if it was just GPS, maybe I could understand that. But this is cell hawk data, which requires someone to testify who is an expert about how wide those ranges are. So on the one hand, they're saying that they're going to present evidence that shows a cone, the conical shape of where a person could be based on that cell phone data. And then they're going to show a picture to say, oh, look, they're together. And so that can mislead the jury to think every time there's a cell hawk ping, that means the two of them are in close proximity. But a wide range, Your Honor. So that makes it even more dangerous and more misleading to the jury.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion. I think the expert report is.
Your Honor, just real quick, this goes to my point, which is, this isn't something I've had before. This is something I got yesterday. I do believe it is a report.
I've made my ruling. Now, that's the first thing I need to lay the groundwork. When the court makes a ruling, that's the end of the arguments. Don't keep arguing your position.
Yes, sir, Your
All
Honor.
right? Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right?
Oh, wait.
All right, let's bring the jury.
So while the jury enters, there is an issue. There's
Hold
no.
for a second. Tell me, hold up.
Luke, stand up.
I think we got enough time. Let's go ahead and get them to bring them in here. Got a request for the jurors wanting to take notes, so I'm going to allow them to take notes, but I give them some instructions on note taking.
Right, I think apparently we're gonna have a bit of a break. I don't know. I did not understand that. I need to pay attention to this one because the accent is a little bit hard for me. But hopefully we'll be alright. So yeah, no BS judge. He's already denied a motion and granted a motion to the defense, which kind of shows something, which I like. The image sound issue is being worked on at the moment. I've tweeted at Kathy Russon on X or Twitter, and she says there's been look at the courthouse is not a great courthouse, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I am liking this judge. I am not liking this prosecutor. She seems like a very strong woman, and I love that for her. But she's gonna push her boundaries. I think that she seems those kinds of prosecutors that she's gonna push a lot. It might not end up well for her, but I do like it. Oh, the issue is that what they are saying doesn't match their mouth. So if you are looking at the screen, some people have that, like there's that issue. I can see it because I'm looking at the screens, obviously, because I'm doing the stream myself. But if that's why it's happening, it's not me. It's a known issue. That's what's happening. You can still hear it, but if you would look at the screen, it will not match how their lips are reading, if you know what I mean. So now we're just having our first break for the day. Exactly. There is that definitely, and I think she is on the verge of the difference and in between of the difference because she's being very pushy. The judge was like ruling like no, it's not coming in, and she was carrying on going, which can make or break sometimes a case. We'll see. I don't know. I have not much information about this trial, so I'm coming with I don't know about the verdict. Some cases I normally go in, yeah, he's definitely guilty. Like I went with Maxwell Anderson, but this one I do not know. I know I want to find out as well, Norma, because I want to Google her. I need to like kind of do a background check on her. She has been in a case exactly with the same suit on the Dontrell case. She was wearing exactly the same suit. She was wearing. So I no, she is the prosecutor, Paula. The one that's wearing the red suit is the prosecutor for this case. Yeah, exactly. I don't guess by the syncing up. Yeah, exactly. Definitely.
Welcome back.
Oh, here we go.
Hope everybody had a good evening. I appreciate your promptness this morning. That's great assistance to the court. I want to thank you for being on time, and I apologize for keeping you in the jury room for so long. Now, we are getting ready to start the trial of the case of the state of South Carolina versus Maegan Marie Jackson. I've got some preliminary charges I need to give you before we get started on that case. I understand, Mr. Roberts, you have been selected as foreperson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for serving in that capacity. If you'd always occupy the seat where you now sit, alternates, if you would always occupy the alternate seats unless you become a part of the 12-pound jury. As I told the rest of you, you're at liberty to sit in whatever seat you like, whether you alternate seats, use the same seat, or whatever makes you feel more comfortable. All right. As I also told you during jury qualifications and during voir dire, jurors, just like witnesses, are constantly taking notes. So I'll need all members of the jury to please stand and raise your right hand while the clerk administers the oath for you to serve as jurors on this case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will well and truly try the issues joined in this case and a true verdict rendered according to the law and evidence, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Is there any member of the jury that did not respond to the oath by saying I do or yes? If so, please stand. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're getting ready to start the trial of the case of the state of South Carolina versus Maegan Marie Jackson. Now, I know from watching TV shows, movies, reading books, things for entertainment, trials are usually full of a lot of suspense, a lot of action. While that might be the case in this trial, it probably won't be. I think what you're going to find is that trials are often slow, repetitive processes, the exact opposite of what you might be accustomed to when you read about trials or watch trials for entertainment purposes. But I hope you do find the trial entertaining. I hope you find it educational, and I want to thank you from the outset for serving as jurors on this case. Now, the attorneys appearing before you are advocates for the parties they represent, but first and foremost, they are officers of the court. They're sworn to uphold the integrity and the fairness of our judicial system and to help you in the search for the truth. You should expect them to be professional, competent, and ethical in the representation of their clients' interests. What I now say to you is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial of this case. These remarks are not a charge on the law of this case. I'll instruct you on the law applicable to this case at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we will follow in the trial of this case so that you can better understand what might be happening. Now, the defendant is charged by two indictments, one charging the defendant with murder and one charging the defendant with criminal conspiracy to commit murder. Now, I'll explain the elements of those crimes to you at a later time. What you need to know now, though, is that these indictments are simply the charges by which this case is brought into this court. They are not, in any sense, evidence of any of the allegations contained in them. The defendant has pled not guilty to these indictments, and therefore the state has the burden of proving each element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. It will be your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether or not the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts of this case. You're the sole judge of the facts of this case. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts of this case, you must disregard my comments. You are to determine the facts of this case from the testimony that you hear in any other evidence that is introduced during the trial of this case. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may properly be drawn from that evidence. It is especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of the facts by a jury. On the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same law that makes you the judge of the facts in this case makes me the judge of the law. The law is given to you by the court is the only law that you may consider. You must accept and follow the law as I give it to you, even though you may disagree with it. Just as I cannot tell you what the facts of this case are, you cannot disagree with me about the law to be applied in this case. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts as you find those facts to be from the testimony of witnesses and any other evidence that is introduced during this trial. After doing that, you will then render your verdict, a true and just verdict under the solemn oath that you just took as jurors. Now, until I advise you to begin your deliberations, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Don't discuss it with any friends, family members, or anyone involved in the case. After the case is submitted to you, you can then discuss it, but only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. The attorneys and parties in this case have been advised that they're not to talk to you at all, so they're not being rude. They're just following the instructions of the court. During the trial, you're not to read or listen to or watch any news reports about the case. This includes anything that may be in the newspaper or on the internet, the radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether that be before or during the trial of this case. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in this case until all of the evidence has been presented to you. The parties have made their closing arguments, and I've instructed you on the law to be applied in this case. It is your solemn responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence as it is presented to you in this trial and on the law, as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. Now, in just a moment, the solicitor will make what is called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues in this case, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues in this case are. The attorney for the defendant may also make an opening statement, although he is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during their opening statements is not evidence in this case. It is only their contention as to what the issues in this case are. The evidence in this case will be presented to you by testimony of sworn witnesses from the witness stand and any other exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. Now, in determining what the true facts are in this case, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible at all or not. But once testimony is admitted into evidence, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of any witness, the bias of any witness, the prejudice of any witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen the matters and things about which the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have the right to consider anything that is in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means that it is your duty to pay close attention to these witnesses, to observe the witnesses, to listen to the witnesses, and pay close attention to the attorneys and to the court. Don't let your thoughts wander, but give strict attention to the testimony in this case, so that at the end of all of the testimony, after the arguments of counsel and a charge on the law by the court, you will then be in a position to determine what the true facts are and apply the law to those facts, and thus render a true and just verdict. Now, I understand that some of you have asked to take notes during the trial of this case. I will allow you to take notes. However, I must give you some instructions on note-taking. First of all, your notes are personal to you and cannot be shared with anyone. So the clerk of court is going to provide you with a pad and either a pencil or a pen or writing instrument. The first thing you need to do is to write your name on the first sheet of that pad. And make sure you use your pad every time and you don't share it with anyone. When you leave the courtroom, take a break or whatever, you will need to leave your pads in the jury box. When you return to the courtroom, make sure you have your pad and no one else's pad. Next, don't try to write down everything that is stated by a witness. You're going to miss some testimony. The purpose of note-taking is to jot down a note to refresh your memory as to a matter that you think is important. If you try to write everything a witness says down, number one, you're not going to observe the witness. And number two, you're not going to be able to keep up with the entire testimony. But if a witness testifies to something or an exhibit is introduced into evidence and you want to make sure you remember that at a later time, just jot a quick note to refresh your memory. And then finally, note-taking is not required. Some people are better note-takers than others. Some people can recall testimony and evidence without taking notes. So do not feel that you are required to take notes. You're not. It's up to you. It's a personal decision for you to make. All right, I'm going to go ahead and have the clerk of court hand out the pads, the writing utensils, write your name on the first page, and as I said, if you choose to take notes, just use it to refresh your memory. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the trial of this case with the opening statements, and as I told you in the opening charges, these statements are not evidence in this case. It is simply the attorney's contentions as to what they think the issues in this case are. Ms. Walter, Ms. Waller, who wishes to make a statement?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This week, you're going to hear facts and evidence in this case. And those facts and evidence are going to tell a story. And it's going to be a familiar story because it's a tale that's old as time. It's the story of an affair, a pregnancy, and a murder. And the victim of that murder is Gregory Rice, the defendant's the father of 4 of her children. And when you look at the facts and evidence and events that you're going to hear about this week, there's one person who connects all of those things. There's one person at the center of everything you're going to hear. And that person is Maegan Jackson. She's sitting right over there. Now, when you look at Maegan Jackson, you may think, she looks meek, mild, she's a small woman. But looks can be deceiving. And this defendant is certainly deceiving. She deceived Greg Rice. She deceived her co-defendant, Christopher Dontel. She deceived Christopher Dontel's wife, Erica Dontel. And she deceived law enforcement. So as you're watching this, make no mistake. The defendant may look like a victim or portray herself that way. She may look meek and mild, but she is a master manipulator. And that's what she did in this case. And not only is she a master manipulator, she was literally in the business of death. Her job back in 2020 when this occurred was as a body transport person, a body mover. So what she would do, she worked for a company that whenever someone died of natural causes, or if it was a homicide or even a gruesome accident, she would respond in her van and she would pick up the body and she would take it wherever it needed to go. So that's what she did. And in the course of that job and that employment, she met a man named Christopher Dontel. Christopher Dontel was also in the business of death. Before she got the job as the body transport business person, that's what he did. And he trained her. And then he became a deputy coroner, and it was his job, much like Maegan, to respond to these scenes of death and to fill out paperwork and to perform the duties of the coroner. In the course of that employment, Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel saw one another very often, and they became close. Now, Christopher Dontel at the time he had a pretty good life, a pretty normal, I would say, everyday life. He worked as a deputy coroner. He was married to a school teacher. Community. And at the same time, Maegan Jackson had been in a relationship with Gregory Rice, the victim in this case. They shared 4 kids. About approximately a year before this murder occurred, she and Gregory Rice broke up. They were no longer together, but they were kind of always connected because they shared these 4 kids. You know, if you share kids, you're going to always have to talk to someone. They would speak about the kids, they would text and call, and that's really what their communications were about. So after Maegan broke up with Greg, she pretty quickly moved on to Christopher Dontel. She set her sights on him, and she basically infiltrated his life. She literally bought a house in the same neighborhood right down the street from him. She befriended his wife. She befriended his kids. She started buying the family expensive gifts with an inheritance she had gotten and made promises of more. She spent her days hanging out with his wife and Christopher Dontel. She became, in a large part, a third party in their marriage. And because Christopher Dontel and Meagan Jackson were kind of dealing in death, they were doing this job where they were transporting bodies and responding to these scenes, they had a reason to be out at all hours of the day or night without anyone raising any suspicions with anyone. They could be together, they could be out all night, they could spend the night, he could spend the night at her house, and no one thought anything. She actually started an affair with Dontel and conducted that affair right under his wife's nose. She was hiding in plain sight, and she was deceiving everyone. So around, I'll say September 2020, a couple of things happened that kind of changed things. The first thing that happened is Meagan Jackson got pregnant with Christopher Dontel's child. At the same time, someone anonymously began exposing the affair between Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontel to Erica Dontel, his wife, through texts and emails that kind of had pictures and statements about what had been going on. That was done anonymously, but Meagan Jackson represented to Dontel that Greg Rice was responsible for those things. Now, the judge said that you're the judge of the facts, and I'm going to ask you, as you're watching the facts and evidence that's presented in this courtroom, ask yourself, who had the biggest motive to blow up Christopher Dontel's marriage? Ask yourself that question. So that was going on, and then on October 2nd, 2020, Gregory Rice disappeared. A Friday night, he just disappeared. And Meagan Jackson began acting very quickly to divert suspicion away from herself. That weekend, she had an officer do a welfare check on Gregory Rice. She showed up at his house when normally she would make him come pick up the kids. That Monday morning, she showed up at the police department, filed a missing persons report, and in the course of filing that report, she tried to portray Greg as some degenerate drug user, which was the furthest thing from the truth. He basically went to work, took care of his kids, and stayed home. He was a homebody. So she was trying to divert suspicion. But police began looking for Gregory Rice. And they do what police do. They start looking first at people closest to him. So they look at Meagan Jackson. They just say quickly that she's having an affair with Christopher Dontel. The other thing that police start doing when they're looking for someone is they start looking at cell phone records. I'm sure, although I know you're not allowed to have them now, that almost everyone here has a cell phone, and you pretty much take it with you everywhere you go. I know I do. And when your cell phone, when you make a call, or you get a text, or sometimes when your phone's just running an app in the background or doing something, it connects to the cellular network and it hits these towers that are located around the county. There's one pretty close to the courthouse you may have seen. And based on those kind of cell phone records, police can identify the approximate location of people, where they are. They can kind of track movements that way. So police began looking at Gregory Rice's cell phone records. And one of the most striking things they noticed is the last person that he spoke to the night he disappeared, October 2nd, 2020, was Meagan Jackson. Police also start looking to see where Greg was. So once they realize that Meagan Jackson's having this affair, that she's the last person to speak to Greg Rice on the phone, or it looks like that's the last phone call he can, suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dontel pretty quickly. The last phone call he can. Suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dontel pretty quickly. But Nobody knows where Greg Rice is. So they haven't found him. Now, police know the longer Greg is missing, the less likely they are to find him alive. So as time passes, police begin to suspect strongly that Greg Rice is dead. And lo and behold, about a month after he goes missing, Donna Sue Souls was setting catfish lines in the Little PD River. For those of you who don't know, that's the geographical border between Horry and Marion County. They were setting catfish lines in the middle of the night. They happened upon the body of Greg Rice. Greg had been shot. He had been wrapped in a tarp that was zip tied. Someone had taken ratchet straps and wrapped around it and weighted it down with cinder blocks to try to, and dumped him in the river. So that's a big break in the case for police. It also gives them a new lead to follow. That lead is they start looking at the tarp and the cinder blocks and all these items that Greg's wrapped in, and they start going to stores around Horry County to see if any store sells those items in particular, because those items have tags on them. So they end up going to Lowe's Home Improvement, which is a national chain, I'm sure you all know, and they speak to the security officer, and he starts looking at receipts. And he finds a receipt from October 3rd, the day after the murder, where a person bought all of those items together and I think a Pepsi Zero. So he goes and he says, that's a rather suspicious shopping list. It's basically a murder dump kit. So he goes and looks at surveillance footage, and he finds Christopher Dontel pushing a shopping cart through the Lowe's checkout line with a cart with a tarp, zip ties, cinder blocks, and ratchet straps. And that leads police. They start looking for surveillance video. They know the body was dumped in the Little PD River. So they start looking for routes you would take to get there from kind of this area, the beach area where Christopher Dontel lived. And they find surveillance footage from a convenience store, Little PD Exchange, showing Christopher Dontel going back and forth to the dump site in his county vehicle. At the same time, of course, suspicion has already fallen on Christopher Dontel and Maegan Jackson, but at that time, police start looking a little closer. And they start looking at cell phone records, any surveillance they can get. They look at license plate readers. And for those of you who don't know, license plate readers are cameras. A lot of municipalities have them, and the Myrtle Beach has some out on the highways that the cameras capture the license plate of your car as you pass by. So you can tell where cars are on the highway sometimes by looking at these license plate readers. So police start looking at cell phone records, surveillance, and license plate reader to track the movements of Maegan Jackson, Christopher Dontel, and Gregory Rice. And what do they discover? Well, the most striking and obvious thing police discover is that Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel were together the entire night of October 2nd, the night that Greg went missing. They left, they met up about 6:30 in the evening at the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve. That's just a wildlife management area where you can go, you can see endangered plant species or walk around and look at nature. But what they were there for, police found out later, was target practice. They were actually shooting guns. Maegan liked to shoot, so that's what they were there doing that day that Greg was murdered. They left there, they went to Abuelo's, which is a restaurant, Coastal Grand Mall, you may have seen it. They're on surveillance camera there eating for about an hour. They leave around 8, and then they come back. Christopher Dontel comes back about an hour later, about 9 o'clock, to use the bathroom. He tells police that in that hour they were driving around conducting their affair, that he was receiving oral sex from Maegan, that that's what they did when they were together. They eventually end up at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now, Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is a funeral home. It's on the bypass over near Market Common. You probably know where that is. It's basically a crematorium. Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel had access to that funeral home because of their jobs. The county sometimes would store bodies in the coolers there if there were just not enough room at the coroner's office. So they were there, and their cell phone records put them there. Around 9:45, Maegan Jackson calls Greg Rice. And these are approximate times. Around 10 o'clock, she calls him a second time. At the same time, her body transport van, the one that she uses for work when she's doing her job as a body mover, is seen entering the homeowners associations, entering the gate of Arrowhead community where Greg lived. It captured on the homeowners association's license plate reader. She goes in there, or her van goes in there. It stays 6 or 7 minutes and then out. At the same time, from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock that night, Greg Rice's phone is hitting off the tower near his apartment right there at Arrowhead at Flint Lake Apartments. So it doesn't look like he's moving, it looks like he's home. But around 10, the same time Meagan Jackson's van shows up in his neighborhood, his phone starts moving. And what his phone does is it travels to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. At the same time it's traveling, Meagan Jackson's van is traveling toward the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, hitting license plate readers along the highway, the major highways in Myrtle Beach. So Greg's phone and Meagan's van go back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now Greg's phone stays there a little while and makes some data connections. So I told you before, whenever you use your phone, sometimes you're making calls or texts, and that's a user-initiated action that causes your phone to connect. But sometimes your phone connects without you doing anything. It can have something running in the background or some app that uses cellular data, and it'll connect without the user actually doing anything. So just because Greg's phone is connecting does not mean that he's alive. It just means that his phone is there. So eventually, Christopher Dontel and Meagan Jackson, you can see from phone records and LPR, start traveling towards the Lowe's Food on International Drive. That's an important location for them. That's where they would go to leave cars so that they could conduct their affair, so that they would there was just a place to leave the car, essentially. It's kind of close to the neighborhood. It's right by the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, where they were going for target practice. And around 11 o'clock at night, a computer store in that shopping center captures Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontel on camera. Christopher Dontel has a bag, Meagan Jackson's there. Importantly, at the same time, Greg Rice's phone makes a data connection to a tower that would put him in the same vicinity, around 11 o'clock, a little after 11 o'clock that night. That's the last time Greg's phone ever made any connection with the tower. After that, it's just gone. So that's the last time Greg Rice's phone makes a connection. After that, Meagan Jackson, we learned later that Greg Rice was in the cooler at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, his body. After that, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontel go back to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home to get some, they were getting belongings so that she could put some of those belongings to set up this welfare check that she did the next day to make it look like he had wandered off an OD. So they went back to get that. But something else happened that's a bit unusual. When they got there, around 12:45 that night, there was a trade embalmer there. And as I said, everyone in this case is kind of in the business of death. The trade embalmer, because Myrtle Beach Funeral Home doesn't have a full-time embalmer, they mostly cremate bodies. The trade embalmer would come on a contract basis and embalm bodies, and he did that kind of whenever it's convenient for him. You'll hear from him. So he was there at 12:45 a.m. that night. He was there in the middle of the night embalming a body. So when Christopher Dontel and Meagan Jackson showed up, he saw them there. And he'll tell you that. He saw Christopher Dontel there. And they left. They stayed together, kind of, you'll see on tape, they're kind of going back and forth. And then finally, they spend the night together, and then around 8:15 the next morning, they go back to Lowe's Food, and they get in their cars and go their separate ways. So back in December of this year, that's kind of what law enforcement knew about this case. And much like we did here today, Miss Walter and I, the state of South Carolina, we called Christopher Dontel's case to trial. Just like we did today. We picked a jury, the same thing. We went through everything. And then as I was sitting in my chair, getting ready to stand up, Christopher Dontel shocked everyone by standing up himself and voluntarily pleading guilty to accessory after the fact of murder with no agreement with the state. That was also allowed law enforcement to fill in some blanks. Christopher Dontel, after he did that, agreed to speak to law enforcement to kind of fill in a lot of missing pieces of this puzzle. You're going to hear from Christopher Dontel. He's going to testify. I have no doubt that Meagan Jackson's attorneys will make a big deal out of the fact that Christopher Dontel has a motive to minimize his conduct and point the finger at Meagan Jackson. The judge has already told you. You, the jury, can decide what to believe, whether you believe some of what he says or all of it. He's going to tell you that that night, when he and Meagan Jackson went to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, she called Greg Rice because she wanted to go confront him. And that Christopher Dontel and Meagan Jackson took that body transport van into Arrowhead when it hit that license plate reader. And they went in there, and Meagan Jackson called Greg, and when he came walking up to the car, she got out and shot him and killed him. And the two of them hustled out of that van and put him on their body transport stretcher, and they threw him in the back and went back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, where they put him in the cooler while they decided what to do. All of that testimony matches what law enforcement already knew. There's nothing that he's saying to us that is not borne out by those cell phone records, surveillance records, and LPR records. You'll see then too, the next day is when he goes and buys this body dump kit and takes the body, dumps Greg Rice in the Little Petey River. So you decide what to believe in this case. You decide who you think is responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice. Gregory Rice, and you're going to hear from Christopher Dontel, you're going to see Meagan Jackson sitting over there. The only thing Christopher Dontel and Gregory Rice have in common is Meagan Jackson, who's sitting right over there. That's the only thing. The judge is going to instruct you on the law at the end of this case. He's going to tell you about conspiracy. That's just what it sounds like. It's two people getting together to commit a crime. He's going to give you the definition of murder. In South Carolina, we don't have degrees of murder. We have one definition, and that definition is it's the killing, intentional killing of another person with malice aforethought. None of you guys need that definition to know that shooting someone, wrapping them up in a tarp, and weighing them down with cinder blocks and throwing them in the river is murder. But what you do need to know about South Carolina is South Carolina has something called the hand of one is the hand of all. I'm going to read you what that means. This is the legal definition. If two or more people are together, acting together, assisting each other in committing the offense, the act of one is the act of all, or as it's sometimes said, the hand of one is the hand of all. Two people can be guilty of killing another person when only one of the two had a gun, there was only one bullet, and only one of the two fired the shot that caused the death. So what I'm asking you to do is, if at the end of this case, which I think it's pretty clear and obvious, who's responsible for the death and for the murder of Gregory Rice? And at the end of this case, if you believe that Christopher Dontel and Meagan Jackson are responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice, then there's only one verdict, and that's guilty.
All right, does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
I'll be honest with you, I thought she was going to say Dontel at the end there, because that's what it sounded like, right? That at the end of all that Dontel was the one, the hand. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Case Britton, and I don't want to talk at you guys. I really do my best not to talk at you guys. I'm here with my father, Tommy Britton. I'm here with my younger brother. He hates it when I say that, Preston Britton. I'll be taking a little personal moment here. This is the joy of my life. Probably the last time this will happen. I get to try a case with my father and my brother, but the actual brains are back at the office. I have a younger sister, and we have a new attorney too, Lauren Benton, and also a good staff of paralegals and assistants, which we couldn't be here without. That's the Britton Law Firm plug. So I want to talk about our roles here today. I'm a little different than most people, most lawyers. I like to talk with you guys, and I know y'all can't really talk back with me, but if I just don't want to seem like I'm talking at you, right? It's very tough for me to do because I'm here and y'all don't get to say anything back. But I just want to kind of talk about our roles here today. Our role, honestly, as a defense counsel, if I wanted to, I can go sit down over there. I can go sit down, I can go talk to Mr. Britton. Mr. Britton say, look, we're not going to say anything else. We don't have to say anything. We don't have that burden. We don't have to say a word. We could let the state put up a witness after witness after witness, introduce evidence, introduce evidence, introduce evidence, and we could just sit there. Not question them, not cross-examine, just let the evidence speak for itself. The evidence, and we'll talk about evidence and the types of evidence here in just a second. That's what we could do, but we'll probably engage with the witnesses that we put up, and we might put up some cases and some witnesses too. Now the state, let's go back to the state in a second. You heard the judge, and I have to be very careful when I talk about the judge because he is the rule. He's the man, he's in charge here. Solicitor and I, we may get some little arguments about something, whether it's admissible. I may not like her tone, although I very much doubt that. She may not like that tone. I probably can get that way. Sorry, I apologize if I come off gruff at sometimes or condescending. I don't mean that. But the judge is the one that tells y'all or us if we are right or wrong. Sustained, whoever made that objection, it's allowed. Overruled, can't do that. He's that guy. And then he, of course, like he said, he instructs you on the law. And he'll do that at a later date. Now, the heaviest lift in this whole entire courtroom, maybe besides y'all, the state. You've all heard these glorious things before. The burden of proof. It's heavy on the state. Innocent until proven guilty, right? Innocent until proven guilty. The state has that burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And another fun little term there, reasonable doubt, we'll get back to that as well, that my client, who is shrouded in innocence, but presumed innocent all the way until y'all say she's guilty, until the state proves that beyond reasonable doubt. That's the burden they have through all their evidence that they have. Now let's talk about the evidence they have. You have usually two types of evidence. You got direct evidence, and you've got circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence, though, is like DNA, blood, crime scene photos. That's funny, too, crime scene photos. So I'm not going to say there's not a lot of evidence. I'm not going to say there's zero evidence, zero direct evidence. But in a murder case, I'd like to see a lot more. I'd like to see a murder weapon. Don't have it. I'd like eyewitness testimony. Don't have any eyewitness testimony. I like video of the crime. I don't have video of the crime. I like audio of the crime. I don't have audio of the crime. I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that direct evidence. The stuff that a murder case should have. Should you have the weapon? Well, but let's talk about circumstantial evidence, because this case is loaded with it. Now, circumstantial evidence, I like circumstantial evidence. It gets a bad rap in like TV shows, and you heard the judge talk about that in movies. You know, it wasn't me, it was the one-armed man, you know, that kind of stuff. Those things, it's circumstance. I love it because it requires y'all to infer. It requires y'all to question. Does it prove what it says it proves? A really good example, and I have to give my brother credit for this. You walk outside, the ground's wet. You remember last night, forecaster didn't say it was going to rain. Ed didn't say it was going to rain. So you think, well, maybe it rained. Also, possibly though, did your sprinkler system turn on? So what in the world could help you figure that out? Well, you kind of look over at your neighbor's yard. Well, his ground's wet too. What does that prove? Nothing, but except both your grounds are wet, because his sprinkler system could somehow run at the same time as yours. All right, so maybe you look to your neighbor to the left. Holy cow, his lawn is wet too. Now, if I'm the person that walked out and looked right and left, I'm starting to think, okay, it rained last night, I must have missed something. Quick shower. Hey, you live in Myrtle Beach, International Waterway, rains in Conway, doesn't rain in Myrtle Beach, that happens. Right? That's plausible. It's possible. All right? And then you look across the street, and it's like the Sahara Desert. Your neighbor's got not a drop of land over there. You look to the left of his house, dry as land over there, and you look to the right of his house, sprinkler system's still going on, and there's a flood going on. What do we know? We're pretty sure it didn't rain, and we're pretty positive that Earl on the end on the right there's got a flood. He forgot to turn the sprinkler system off, right? So if the circumstance is different because the way you view it, you have to add it. You have to link those chains. You have to see that the fact that your neighbor's yard is wet, that makes it stronger connection that something happened that made the ground wet. It doesn't necessarily prove that it was rain or prove that it was sprinklers. So you look to your neighbor's yard. It does the same thing. It's wet, but it doesn't necessarily prove it. It does make the causation link stronger. But then you look across the street and you see that's not wet. It's dry. So what do you know? You know that no matter how strong this link, it doesn't matter. It doesn't prove that it came from the sprinklers. But it doesn't prove that it came from the rain. You need that other inference. You need to look at all the surroundings, everything. That's what circumstantial evidence is. Now, in this case, we got a ton of it. A ton of it. Yes, you heard Madam Solicitor talking about the phones being together. Every single thing you heard Madam Solicitor say, guess who else was in there? Dontel. Then she goes at the end there, one of my favorite parts, the hand of one is the hand of all. So are they trying to tell you that you can convict Dontel? Just go ahead and convict Maegan Jackson too? Is that what they're trying to tell you? That if you can infer from all the evidence that Dontel is the one at the beginning of this, the end of this, the middle of this, and the one that has the most to lose, the one that has the motive? Deputy coroner, wife and kids? Maegan Jackson had written Greg Rice off. She's done. 15 years. Gone. See ya. Bye. She's already done something. She didn't need to do anything with him anymore. But a deputy coroner? Don't touch me, man. I'm a deputy coroner. He's got something to lose. That's motive. Again, circumstances. I want you're going to hear all kinds of evidence, and we're going to try to cross-examine the best we can. Take each piece of evidence. Look at it. Look at the circumstances. Seriously. Most defense, when you've got a criminal defense attorney up here telling you to look at all the evidence, how many times do you hear that? How many times do you hear a criminal defense attorney say, look at this. Look at it. Look. Yeah, I know some bad things are going on here, but look. Really look at it. And if you can do all that, and I worry about it, because society's a little awful. I feel like we want the worst sometimes. Flip on the news. War, gun, who got shot today? It's a bad time out there right now. Now I'm a little different. I really am. I look for the best in people. It's probably because I guess it's why I do what I do. I'm always searching. And it's not about me, but I'm always searching for the best in people. Every single person. Every single one. You. Everyone in here too. Love them. Don't know them. We have a chance in this courtroom, these halls of justice, to show that the presumption of innocence is paramount. All right? That innocent until proven guilty, means something. Means something. It means that you don't convict somebody of a murder without a murder weapon. You don't convict somebody of a murder without any video of a crime or a shooting, any audio of a crime, of the crime they're accused of, or shooting, or any 911 calls from an apartment complex of that evening with 5 shots. No 911 calls. 0. We don't do that here. We don't convict on circumstances that don't add up. It's like baking a cake or making some soup or whatever, missing the salt. You have to have everything. You have to have everything. And I guarantee you, well, hold on a second. One of my big things I was told many times before I came up here, do not overpromise because you got to be afraid to underdeliver. Always got these little cliches. That's why I can't stand up this stuff. I just want to talk to y'all about it. I'm not trying to overpromise anything and underdeliver anything. I'm just trying to talk. We don't convict people on these kind of charges, these charges, these serious charges, with no murder weapon, no video of the crime, no audio. You just don't do it. Presumption of innocence means something to people. We just can't do it. And I guarantee you, I hope that we can take ourselves out of this negative world, look at this evidence that's going to be presented, direct as much or as little as there is, circumstantial as much as little as there is. Remember that she's innocent until proven guilty. And look at everything. Everything. And say presumption of innocence means something. It does. And we will come back with not guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the evidentiary portion, I think we're going to go ahead and take about a 10, 15-minute break, give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, whatever the case may be. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. Leave your notepads in the jury box. We'll take about a 10 or 15-minute break, and we'll come back and get started. Thank you very much.
Oh wow. My impressions on that opening, not great. You know, he talked about the case. Let's take that off in a little bit so we can chit chat like freedom here without any noise from the courtroom. He talked nothing about the case. The only thing that he said about the case was no weapon, no video, no audio. He was talking about the rain. He talked about reasonable doubt. He talked about what the judge is gonna go talk about because that is gonna get repetitive. Oh, hang on.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the bench, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 15-minute break and come back.
Right, 15-minute break to the hour. We should come back at the hour. We'll see what happens if they're actually gonna go and yeah. Oh, my eldest child has no control, so please help me, your eldest. Well, tell your eldest child that he needs to support us in the channel for you to be doing your job, Stephanie. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna try as well. If anyone catches the name, you're more free to help out as well. You don't need to be a mod. If you catch the name of the person that is talking, that would be amazing because I know I'm not gonna get because their accent is going to be interesting for me. I was struggle there for a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to set up the counter at the same time that I'm talking. So I'm kind of glad that the camera today is not on so I can do this at the same time because we need to start count on this thing because this is going to be a good trial. I think definitely I am looking forward to this trial very much. And it seems like it's going to be a good one. I mean, there is the drama, there's the intrigue, there's crazy lawyers, crazy defendants as well. So, and we're gonna have a counter. So I'm just setting up the counter. I think that looks kind of centered. Stephanie, like, see, that's a good question. How old is your oldest child, Stephanie? Tell us, tell us all. We want to know. I kind of know the information there, but I will wait for Stephanie to say because I like that. I like to create drama. So I'm creating our counter. We're gonna count the times that anyone says y'all, because apparently it's something that they say quite a lot and we'll count that. I think it's gonna be fun, and we need a little bit. You'll count with me. You'll be 60 in October, Cindy, Stephanie's oldest child. This quite. It's Stephanie is looking great for having a 60-year-old child. It is an amazing achievement. I love you guys. Sorry on my craziness.
Oh, that is not centered. I'm gonna lose my head if that's not centered. Hang on. That is not centered. So it needs to be centered. Okay. So if we tell the age of our children, it's giving our wages ages away. Well, that is true, but yeah, of course this, yeah, exactly. I know that's what it's gonna be fun, that we are gonna count how many times they do say it. Based, he's her husband, um, cheating Stephanie. It's her husband that we are talking about. That he is off from work this week, and he doesn't understand how court procedures happen. So it's bugging. Apparently, it's bugging Stephanie. So yeah, it's we need to tell Pat how it is. It is funny. So counter is up, so that means I can get rid of that thing. I can take that off out because we have a counter. Hey, we are currently on 2. I probably might do a bit bigger that counter, so we can see a little bit better that number. Sorry, just yeah, I think that's looking better. It's looking bigger. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, oh wow. So I am not gonna say anything, Nancy. That is cool that your oldest is 38. That is awesome. Still, well, yeah. Never mind. Let's carry on doing the review. I like have. Whoa, that I have 8 adult kids and 20 grandchildren. Cindy, family reunions must be amazing in your family. Like, that is awesome. Like, that is great. 8 kids, 20 grandchildren dividing by 8, so it's roughly 2 kids each. So someone must have a third one. Sorry, I'm doing math. I'm not doing this by head. I'm just doing the calculator. I am not that smart. Do not pin that on me. But that is good. That is so cool. They are frightening, but it's so cool. That is the big family. I can you know imagine like all the barbecue parties that y'all do. See, I'm saying y'all too. Oh no, it's a pandemic. Please help me. Um, I know the love, the adventure is absolutely must be so great. Oh, the youngest is 30. All girls, awesome. Were you ever wanting a boy, or you like? I am so curious about this. This is amazing. It's oh wow, this is so awesome. I hope our friend Zizzy is okay because she did lose power. Um, if I think I have her number. I might text her. Because yeah. Come from a family of 7 brothers. Got yeah. See, he knew it was like, yeah, no, let's not challenge her again and give her a boy. So definitely, that is awesome. Yeah, it is awesome. Wow, 15, Paula. Wow, you all have such great, awesome, big families. Like my mom had 3 kids, and that was it. And well, none of us have a kid apart from me. But you all knows the situation. But that is awesome. I like big families. I would like, wow, ages 2 to 14. That is cool. Cindy, if you don't mind me asking, what is the age range of your grandchildren? I know it is 20, so just put the first and the last one, and you like go in between, because, but that is awesome. I like big families. Like Garden Bot only um, three another 2 siblings as well, so it's also 3. So it's great. Oh, 8 grandbabies, Nancy, that is awesome. All girls too. um oh, two to Oh wow, 2 to 24. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, all right, fair enough, but 2 to 24. That is a great age range. You have, oh, that is awesome. That is so great to know. Yeah. Um. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't have any grandbabies, so probably will never have. Oh, 22 years to 7 months. Wow, that is awesome. 7 months. That is very recent. That is great. Oh, 7 months is just a baby. It's just a baby. Sorry, I'm not gonna quote memes on stream again. But that is so awesome. Um,
Oh, that is awesome. That is so cool. I'm hoping that I'm gonna be babysitting Annie again this week on Thursday and Friday. That would be cool. Oh, 4 boys, 4 girls. See? You balance there. And I just won 10 to 1. Oh, 10 to 1. That sounds like a probability thing, a 10 to 1, or a years range of a crime you can get. Sorry, just me being funny, trying to be funny at least, not succeeding at it. But what, your old eldest oh my days, and I have 5 princesses from, oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. You guys have, oh man, that is so awesome. I like big families. I would love to have had a big family as well. Even though, sometimes financial can be hard, but still the love is priceless. I would have loved having a big family, but I have all of you. I have a big family. I have all of you. So, at the moment, I have 20 people in my family. So, nah, but it's awesome, and I get to do this and enjoy. I still enjoy. I enjoy Anya very much. My niece, she is coming up to 7 weeks this week. Um, Oh, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, who's on the loose? Yeah, your granddaughter. I was just gonna say, but it's crazy that, like, thinking of, uh, you know, grandkids. Oh, and everyone start driving and everything. So it can be a bit crazy. But this trial, wow. So I got some more information out of the prosecution, the opening statement, than the defense. Did Are we done with the jury instructions? Are we going for the first witness, right? Um, I am TC8 nephew, oldest. Yes, exactly. You are my oldest nephew, William, 52 years old. Yeah. Well, that is a possibility because I have a friend from Portugal that he he's younger. He's an uncle, and his niece is older than her. It is crazy to think about that. It is so weird to think. Um, oh, it is so crazy to think that such a weird thing conception, because normally uncles are older than the nephews or the nieces, but in this situation is the other way around. The niece is older than the nephew. Uh, the niece is older than the uncle. Oh my days! I'm putting my hands through my throat. I do not know what I'm saying. But yeah. I have grand. Oh wow! 8 granddaughters, 7 grandsons. I think they are done, and we need to wait on the great grandkids. Oh, we never know. Sometimes there's accidents and things. But actually, Jed's grandma is still, she's still alive. She's still kicking, and she has her fourth, no, fifth grandkid, isn't it? Your grandma's grandkids is the fifth. Sorry, I'm talking to Garden Butkies. I'm asking. No, six. Six. Sorry, six. I was missing a kid. Six. So in Jed's family, there's 6 great grandkids. Um, from because his grandma actually does had like 5 daughters and a son. So she had a very big family, but then it got shrinking in size. But yeah, so she's not having kids. She says, "But well, she ain't wrong, Paul. She's not wrong. They are expensive. They are, especially with the insurance situation over there. It is a little bit can become very expensive affair. I do not blame her on that front, because kids are expensive. Sadly, I mean, such a beautiful thing that to happen, and they are so expensive, and it can get crazier. And even like just for giving birth, it's like 30,000 or something, or yeah. You mean nope, no kids. That is sad though when it goes to that, because I mean, how are you gonna populate the earth or carry on populate the earth if people don't want to have kids because of this too expensive? It's just you shouldn't. have to pay to have kids. I mean, there is countries literally that will pay you to have a kid instead of you paying them. But yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, there's those circumstances as well. You know, there's other circumstances that sometimes plays on people not wanting to have kids, and that one can be one that in the fact that you know it's oh I need oh no so see I was gonna go when I was having giving you guys an update on a soccer game that is happening, and I have bad news to report. Portugal is losing. Portugal is losing against the USA 2-1. Oh, I was gonna show it on the camera, but I forgot the camera is off today. Such a dumb. Um, but yeah, Portugal is losing. I don't think this is the main team because I think they're playing in America. Where are they playing? If I would be listening to it, I'll probably find out. But we're still not in court, so I don't think this is the main Portugal team because it doesn't look like it. But to be fair, yeah, I know. Portugal is losing. Oh, man. But see, I am still fair and I still say what's happening no matter what, even if Portugal, my country, is losing on soccer. So, um, but yet I don't think I don't think this is the main team. Like, you have like the main team and then you have a second main team. Um, oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, that is horrible, Paula. Oh my days. That is just absolutely horrible. Oh, what? Oh, like why? If you don't want to have a kid, understandable, don't have them, but then to do that, that is absolutely horrible. And still there's that guy missing from Washington that he unalived the three baby girls and is still on a manhunt nationwide happening that he hasn't been found yet. That is absolutely so sad. Honestly, court should be back in a minute now because it is uh 11 o'clock, I want to say. What time is it? Oh my days. Please, yeah, just get your time zones fixed on your yeah, it's 11 o'clock. See, I'm looking. I know the time zones. I was actually correct there. Uh, that's very, very sad. It was so sad, very traumatic for my granddaughter because the 4-year old was asking everyone to be her new mommy. Oh, that just breaks my heart. Oh, poor little one. Here's the breakdown. One has five, two. Uh, so one has five, two have four, three have two, one has one, and one has none. Oh my days! I don't know what I just read. A breakdown. So one has five kids. Okay. Two have four. Three have two, and one has no, and one has one, and one has none. Oh my days, that is still make. I think I'm getting there, but I think I'm gonna take a while to get this in there. Thank you for the breakdown. Appreciate that a lot. But the breakdown, it sounds like a nursery rhyme, counting down the numbers. Five have two, four have three. Oh, sorry, it sounds. I'm sorry, but it does sound like that. Just like the breakdown is amazing. Um, yeah, I'm trying to my brain to understand. So five kids have two kids, right? Okay, and then four of others have three. Okay, and then no, have. Oh, I'm so confused. I need the lesson on this. I need the math lesson. It is, doesn't it? It sounds like a riddle. Oh, it sounds like a riddle that I'm reading. Uh, yeah. Oh, I know. She's very annoying. That's why I can't do Karen Reed, Josh. That's why I gave up on her. I was like, I'll do closings if we get to it, but if not, just yeah, no. I'm not doing that burn pile of a trial. But I'm still reading Cindy's riddle of the breakdown. trying to understand. Okay, so oh, one, oh, that's what I was going wrong. So one has 5, 2 have 4, 3 have 2, and 1 has 1, and 1 has none. It does sound like a riddle. This sounds like a riddle, the breakdown of Cindy's grandkids. Sorry, I'm explaining to Garden Bot because he's trying to read the same thing as I am. Yeah, she is. She's very annoying. I can't do that trial no more. I'm sorry. I'll do the closings if we get to it, but yeah. Sorry, Cindy. I'm really trying. I'm trying to understand, but it sounds awesome. It sounds a full house, which is amazing. Court is a little bit delayed. Not too much. It's only been 3 minutes, but they are coming back now. Check that out.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
And jury is on his way. What Hank did? Oh, where is it? Yeah, what Hank or Spanky did yesterday in the KR trial definitely was on purpose. But I am not going to talk about that trial. I don't want to talk about that perm pile of a trial. Let's talk about something else. About like me trying to figure it out. People's riddles, which is not fun. It's fun. So we're gonna count. I need to do the count of the witnesses. So because we're gonna be counting witnesses again for our spreadsheet. Oh, I need to update that. See, I have been off, but I've been lazing around. AKA doing nothing most mornings before trial, so I haven't. And then this morning we had to we went shopping and spending money because that's what me and Garden Bot do. I will not touch buttons, I promise. I am trying not to touch any buttons. Unless it's Garden Bot's buttons. I can press those all I want. I can press Garden Bot's buttons. He doesn't mind mind about that. So if there's a y'all that they say, please let me know because I might miss. Just tell me +1 or 1 or a y'all on the thing so that I know I can work on our counter. It's something that we do just to keep a little bit lighthearted because it can be a very heavy subjects that we cover, and it makes it a little bit lighthearted, count something funny throughout the trial. And by recommendation, we're gonna count how many times do they say y'all, which is probably gonna be high because it's southern state, so they say it apparently a lot from what I've heard and from what I hear. So wow, this jury takes a long time to get in. Did I touch a button and I paused this? No, I didn't, and we are live. I did not touch any buttons that made the stream stop.
Ladies and
Nope,
gentlemen,
here we go.
welcome back. Please make sure you have your own notepads. Do not have anybody else's notepads. We're ready to begin the evidentiary portion of this trial with the state's case. The state can call you first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Savannah Rice.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give to court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Savannah Rice, RICE.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Savannah, I know you're nervous, I get it. If you can just make sure you speak into the microphone and just slow down a little bit so that the court reporter can hear what you're saying, okay? And you always have to give what we call a verbal response, so if I ask you a question that's yes or no, you just have to verbally say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
How old are you today?
I'm 19.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have 2 sisters, a half sister, and a little brother.
What are your parents' names?
Gregory Rice and Meagan Jackson.
Were they ever married?
No.
How would you describe your father?
He was a very flawed man, but we all did know he cared very much about his kids and his work, and he tried very hard for the people around him.
How would you describe your parents' relationship?
It was not great at all. There was constant fighting. They were mean to each other, they were mean to the kids. Just they weren't compatible. You didn't hear "I love you" very much throughout the house.
You said you didn't hear "I love you" very much, but did you ever hear your parents say "I love you" to each other?
No.
At some point, did your parents break up?
Yes.
Do you know about when that was?
There was twice. The first time I was probably around 9. He was cheating on her. The second time, they just needed to go their separate ways, and it was a mutual breakup.
When your parents broke up, did they begin living in separate houses?
The second time, yes.
Where did you and your brother and your 2 sisters live?
We lived mainly with my mother.
Did your brother and sisters go to stay or visit with your father from time to time?
They did almost every weekend.
What about you?
I chose to stay home.
Okay. And that's okay. Why did you choose to stay home?
He would make me nervous, but also my mom would tell me that we would go do something fun together, so she would bribe me to stay home, and I would.
Did you, despite the fact that you did not go over very often, did you still maintain contact with your father?
To the best of my ability. My phone was disabled due to my mother. I could only receive calls.
When your brother and your sisters would go to stay with your father, would he pick them up and drop them off? Would your mother pick them up and drop them off? How did that work?
My dad always came to the house to pick them up, and he would bring them back as well.
When your father would come to pick your siblings up, did you go out and talk to him at all?
Yes, I would go out and I would have a chat with him, tell him I loved him, give him a hug. That was about it. I'd tell him if I was going to come over the next week or not.
At some point after your parents began living separately, did you meet a man named Christopher Dontel?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
I met Chris because one, knew that he worked with my mom, but 2, we moved into his neighborhood and I met his family and we started to hang out with his family and him.
So when you say his family, was he married?
Yes.
Did he have children?
Yes.
How many kids did he have?
He had 2 children.
Do you know about how old they were?
I believe the son was around maybe 1 and the daughter was 6, I believe.
Yeah. And you said that you guys moved into the same neighborhood as the Dontel family?
Yes.
About how far away did you live from them?
It was like 3 minutes right down the road, just down our street and down another street and into a cul-de-sac.
So was it walking distance?
Yes.
Did your family and the Dontels spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
At some point, did you come to know that your mother was having an affair with Christopher Dontel?
Yes, but not at first.
Okay. How did you find out about the affair?
I had some friends over and it was quiet. We went downstairs and we heard them having sex in their bedroom and it just kept getting louder and louder. And the next day I asked her and she said, "I thought you knew."
Do you know about how long that was before your father went missing? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. This will sound like a silly question, but do you remember when your father went missing?
October 2nd.
What do you remember about sort of that time period?
Before or after?
Well, yeah, when you found out that he was missing. So October 2nd was a Friday night, right? What happened the next morning?
She woke up, we all got up. She got the kids ready to bring them to our dad's, which I already thought was weird because he always came to pick them up and he would come in to see me, or I'd go out to see him, which it didn't happen this morning. So she got the kids in the car and
If you just take some time to breathe, it's okay. Do you need some water?
she brought the kids to his house and she called me and she was really frantic. She said she had searched everywhere. I'm sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
She had said she had searched everywhere. She looked in his car. She couldn't see his keys or his wallet or his phone. She looked in the windows and then she said she's gonna call the police. And they came back. And that was really just...
When you say they came back, who do you mean?
Madison, Blake, Dakota, my siblings, and my mom.
Okay. So that was the morning of October 3rd. How did your life change after your father went missing?
My mom wasn't home even more often. She wasn't home due to her job most of the time, but it became a lot more when he went missing. Everybody was really emotional. We didn't go out at all. My mom did, but we didn't. We really just stayed in the house.
It's okay, take your time. Do you remember when they found your father's body?
Yes. I do.
What do you remember about that?
I was at my best friend's house, and her mom came in the room. She told me not to go onto any of my electronics, but she didn't know that one of my friends from the neighborhood had already told me. I didn't believe it, but
This is kind of like a big other. Was there anything significant about that day besides the fact that they found your father's body?
that they told us my mom had something to do with it, and that all of my siblings would have to be living somewhere else.
Well, no, I mean, November 7th or 8th. Is there anything about... When's your birthday?
November 7th.
Did your mother ever mention your father during the time between when he first went missing and when they found his body?
I gave the form.
So you can answer that. Did your mother ever say anything about your father between the time that he went missing and the time that they found his body?
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that? Take a couple deep breaths with me, but tell us about that.
She had come home drunk one night, and I was in the kitchen, and my sister she wasn't behaving, and I told my mom, and she started screaming. And my sister was upstairs, but then she looked at me, and she said, "I hope what happened to your dad happens to your sister." And I asked her, "What do you mean?" And she just wouldn't say anything.
And that was before they found your father's body? My last question for now. Did the state reach out to you and ask you to come here today, or did you reach out to us?
No, I called you guys.
And why did you do that?
Because I believe that she...
This guy calls it speculation.
I want to tell my
Okay,
truth.
I think you can't answer that question, so we'll just...
Oh.
That's okay. That's okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Mr. Britton's going to ask you some questions. If you need a break, just let us know. Okay?
Cross-examination.
No questions, Mr. Ross.
All right, you may step down. State and call your name, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Isaiah Perkins.
Raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give to court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Isaiah Perkins, last name is Perkins.
Officer Perkins, where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
6 years.
What's your current assignment at Horry County PD?
I am a patrol supervisor.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol supervisor?
I oversee the officers patrolling the precinct I'm assigned to, making sure they're doing their jobs correctly.
How long have you had that position?
2 years.
Let's turn your attention back to October 2020. What was your position back in October 2020?
I was a patrol officer in the South Precinct.
And what area does the South Precinct cover?
It covers Highway 501 south to the Georgetown County line.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back then?
To patrol the area and respond to calls for service that were called in during my shift.
Was one of your duties back then to perform what's called a welfare check?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, what is a welfare check?
A welfare check is when someone, say like a family member or a friend, hasn't spoken to someone for an extended period of time or had concern about their welfare. They would call us to go out and make sure they're okay.
So when you went out to make sure they were okay, kind of tell me what you would do, how you would do the welfare check.
So I respond out there. I would try knocking on the door, making contact with the person. If I don't make contact with that person, I usually call all the local hospitals and check the jails to make sure they're not actually missing or need help immediately.
Okay. Were you assigned to perform a welfare check for the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
I was.
Can you tell me what address you responded to?
I'm not quite sure on the exact address, but it was the Flint Lake apartment complex off of Clay Pond Road.
Okay. And did that call, how did you get that call?
It was given to me by the dispatcher.
Did any other officers respond with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do upon arrival at that Flint Lake apartment address?
When I got there, I witnessed the defendant standing outside the unit door. She told me kind of what was going on with the situation. She had dropped something off a couple of days ago prior to, and those items were still there. So she had called in a welfare check for us to check on them.
Okay. Were you familiar with Meagan Jackson before you performed the well check there that day?
I was.
Or how did you know her?
She was a transporter for the coroner's office. I often saw her on calls where someone was deceased and she would come and take possession of the body.
Did you also know Christopher Dontel?
I did.
Did you ever see Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontel together?
Often.
Was that unusual?
It was not.
What did you do to try to locate Greg Rice that day?
So that day, we actually got a hold of the property manager who had a key for the apartment. So we checked the apartment to make sure he wasn't in there. Seeing his wallet, phone, car keys in the unit at the front door, I checked local hospitals and the jails to make sure he wasn't there.
Did you actually go in the apartment personally that day?
I did not.
Did Meagan Jackson go in the apartment?
She did.
Was Greg Rice at that apartment?
He was not.
What did you do after the welfare check was over?
While walking back to my car, I had asked the defendant if she wanted me to do a report for him being a missing person. And she expressed she didn't need to at the time.
Okay, no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, officer. When you were out there at Flint Lake Apartments, did anybody approach you about having heard gunshots the night before?
No, sir.
Was it, no, sir?
No.
Okay. When you were out in Flint Lake Apartments, did you happen to see any bloodstains on any sidewalk or any area around the apartment?
No, sir.
How about you step on any shell casings from a bullet?
No, sir.
Didn't identify any shell casings, and there was no witness to come forward and tell you they heard gunshots the night before?
No, sir.
Maegan Jackson was there,
She was.
and she was, I think you understood, she was part of making the call to have someone come check on Mr. Rice, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else that you observed from any witness on the scene other than Maegan Jackson? Were any other witnesses there?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no, so nobody after, we're within 24 hours of an alleged 5 or 6 gunshots, is that correct? That's your understanding?
Objection on her basis of knowledge.
Okay. It's your understanding that the murder they're claiming occurred at Flint Lake Apartments on October 2nd. Is that your understanding, officer?
From that day,
Okay.
I wasn't aware that there was any.
Not that day, as we see here today. Do you understand that they're trying to accuse my client of murdering Greg Rice at Flint Lake Apartments on October 2nd?
I'm familiar with the charge. I'm not familiar with the case.
Okay.
I haven't looked at
Your
it.
role was specific to
Just the welfare check.
just the welfare check.
Mhm.
Okay. And so I guess I'll ask you this. Let's assume that's true. Nobody approached you to say they heard gunshots the night before.
No, sir.
Nobody was standing outside the apartment, waving their arms up and down, trying to report having seen, witnessed, or heard a crime from the night before.
No, sir.
How long were you out there about at the apartment?
I'd say approximately 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Did you think it was adequate time? Did you see anyone else, any other neighbors out there while you were there? Do you recall?
Yeah, when police officers are in a neighborhood, a lot of people come out just to be nosy, but I did see a lot of neighbors. No one approached me to say anything.
To report anything unusual?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Were you ready?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may step in.
We'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. All right, he's free to go.
Your Honor,
Yes.
State calls Jeff Elkinstein.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give to court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and spell your last name for the court.
Jeffrey Helfenstein, Helfinstine.
Mr. Huffenstein, do you work currently?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
Where did you retire from?
Horry County Police Department.
How long were you with the Horry County Police Department?
14, almost 15 years.
And prior to joining the Horry County Police Department, did you have any other experience in law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that?
I worked with the city of Myrtle Beach for approximately 8.5 years.
What about military experience?
I did an Air Force career. I was an 18-year veteran.
18 years. What was the last position you held at the Horry County Police Department?
I was the desk officer at the Central Precinct at M.L. Brown Building in Conway.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a desk officer at the M.L. Brown Building?
Answered phone calls, took reports from citizens that walked in with problems that they needed a police report taken care of, and just general administrative type duties.
And when you say the M.L. Brown Building, what is that building?
I'm sorry?
What is the M.L. Brown Building?
M.L. Brown Building is the Central Precinct. It's the main precinct in the headquarters building for the county police.
Thank you. Were you working back on October 5th, 2020?
I was.
Did you come in contact with a woman named Meagan Jackson that day?
I did.
How did that come about?
She came in to report a missing person.
Who did she report missing?
A gentleman by the name of Gregory Rice. She identified him as the father of her children.
Did she tell you when she last saw Gregory Rice?
I believe she spoke to him, if I'm not mistaken, by phone approximately 2 days before she came in, maybe 3.
And I may have asked you that. This was October 5th, 2020. Is that the date?
October 5th was when she came in, and I believe she said it was October 2nd at night when she spoke to him last on phone.
Okay. What was Meagan Jackson's demeanor like when she reported Gregory Rice missing that day?
Quite frankly, pretty unremarkable.
He can't possibly know what she's feeling.
She just said what was the demeanor. He can testify as to what he personally observed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may answer that.
Demeanor-wise, it was pretty unremarkable. There was no major emotions, enough that I would have listed it in the report had there been something to list.
Okay. What did you do as a result of your meeting with Meagan Jackson that day?
I wrote the report, entered it NCIC as a missing person, not in danger.
What do you mean by NCIC? What is that?
NCIC is the National Crime Information Center, where stolen cars, missing persons, and so forth get entered once they're reported to the police. And that way, if the person's found, say in Los Angeles, they'll notify us that they found them and they're okay.
And does that conclude your involvement in this case?
That concludes my involvement, yes, ma'am.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, you said you're retired. Thank you for your service, of course. You said she came in, had no real noticeable emotion. Is that correct?
Nothing that was worth annotating.
Marking down like shock, maybe, kind of, nothing annotating. So no emotion relays. Are we trying to say that no emotion relays something?
What I'm saying is there was nothing displayed to me that I felt worthy of putting in the report.
Okay. So there's nothing remarkable then?
Exactly.
You just, a person came in and filed a missing person report, just like they're supposed to do if a person goes missing.
Exactly.
Did you see Meagan Jackson shoot Greg Rice?
No.
Did you see Chris Donatelli shoot Greg Rice?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir, Your Honor. We ask that this witness be released from his subpoena.
Any objection? All right, you may step down and appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State your title.
Your Honor, the state calls Corporal Paul Johnson. And Your Honor, while we're waiting for Corporal Johnson to come in, I previously showed state's exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the defense, and I believe they are admitted without objection.
All right, any objection to state's exhibits 1, 2, 3, or 4?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 admitted into evidence without objection.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Would you just state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Paul Johnson, Johnsson.
And Corporal Johnson, I'm just going to ask you to turn your report over. If you need to look at it to refresh your recollection, we'll cross that bridge. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
Horry County Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
a little over 18 years.
What is your current position with the Horry County Police?
I'm a detective with the Horry County Police Department assigned to the property division of CID.
So what are some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
In this position, we investigate property crimes such as burglaries, larcenies, bank fraud, check fraud, forgeries, stuff of that nature.
How long have you had that position?
Just a few weeks.
Okay. What were you doing before that?
Before that, I have worked in CID before, investigating child crimes, sexual assaults, and also been a supervisor of environmental services in the past.
So let's talk about October of 2020. Which of your many positions were you in at that point?
I was assigned to Investigations Division, Special Victims Unit.
Is that what you were describing about crimes against children or sexual assaults, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Would missing persons also fall under special victims?
Yes, ma'am.
So what were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
Missing persons, child assaults, some cold cases, mainly sexual assaults.
But what would you actually do?
In missing person cases, they would assign a case. You would make sure the patrol entered the person in CIC. Then you would go from there.
Sort of generally speaking, as a detective, would your daily tasks include, say, interviewing people, search warrants, things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In October of 2020, did you become familiar with the missing persons case where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you know, were you assigned as the original lead investigator?
No, ma'am, I was not. I was Assistant Detective Susie.
Detective Susie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, is there, you said you follow some sort of procedure, you make sure patrol has entered the person in NCIC. What other types of things would you normally do for a missing person?
In the beginning stages, you would also send out a department email in reference to the missing person with a photo. You would also contact the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. They would do a poster on their Fusion Division, sent out statewide as a missing person.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4. Is that the flyer that was prepared and sent out?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish this to the jury.
All right.
As part of this initial protocol, would you try to get the missing person's cell phone records or bank records or anything like that? How would you attempt to locate them?
Well, we would go out to their residence, make sure they are not home. If we still can't find them, we'd talk to family. And if we can't get a hold of any family, sometimes we'll do a search warrant at their residence and try to locate any cell phones, any kind of bank information to track them, stuff like that.
In this case, were you able to speak with the defendant, Maegan Jackson?
We were.
And what, if anything, did she tell you at that point?
myself and Detective Susie interviewed Maegan at the police department. She stated she had dinner on Friday evening with the coroner. She then stated on Saturday that she went to the house. The victim was not there. She stated that she got a call for work and had to leave. She came back to the house. He still wasn't there, and that's where she contacted Dory County Police for a welfare check.
Based on that initial conversation with the defendant, did you and Detective Susie or other investigators get a search warrant for the victim's apartment?
We did.
Did you also get a search warrant for the phone records? And then I'll go back to the apartment.
I believe we did.
Okay. So let's start with the search warrant for the victim's apartment. Why would that be an investigative step that you would take?
Because we couldn't locate them. Sometimes inside people's residence, they keep bank records, debit cards, phone records, see what's in their vehicle, who they might have left with, phone records, just to try to figure out their last step before they went missing.
Did you, in fact, search the victim's apartment on October 5th, the same day you spoke with the defendant?
We did.
Did anyone assist you with that search?
Detective Susie and Sergeant Jim Chatfield.
At that point, did you have crime scene with you?
We did not.
And why not?
At that point, there was no reason to have crime scene. There was nothing out of the ordinary while we were searching that we would need crime scene for.
How did you get into the apartment?
Maintenance. The maintenance gentleman helped us in.
Can you give us just a very general description of the apartment?
It's a basic apartment complex. I mean, nothing. I do front porch, you know.
So it was a first floor unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How many bedrooms?
I think there was 2. Not 100% sure. I believe there was 2.
Was there anything? Did anything stand out to you during that search?
Nothing out of ordinary. A common apartment where someone would live.
Did you see any evidence of illegal drug use?
I did not.
And what types of things would you expect to see if someone was an illegal drug user?
Empty plastic baggies, empty pill bottles, spoons, lighters, stuff like that. We didn't witness any of that.
Okay. Did you, in fact, seize anything from the victim's apartment?
We did. We located the victim's wallet in his bedroom, on his dresser, as well as a folder containing bank information, and we located his keys. They were in between the cushions of a chair on the front porch.
So his keys were in between the cushions on an outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm I'll approach first with exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, start with exhibit 1. What is exhibit 1?
Brown, dark brown wallet.
And what's exhibit 2?
South Carolina driver's license belonging to Greg Rice.
And was this driver's license in the wallet when you originally found it?
I believe so.
Is that how you, and just make sure you're talking into the microphone, is that how you were able to identify this as the victim's wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
And then showing you exhibit 3, what do you recognize that to be?
Car keys and miscellaneous keys, keychains.
And is this the set of keys that you found stuffed between the cushions on that outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that usual or unusual that the keys were in a cushion, stuffed between the cushions in the outside chair?
Unusual?
I can't ask you a leading question, so I'm saying, was it usual or unusual?
I don't keep my keys there, but I mean, if someone was sitting there, they could have fell out of a pocket, I guess.
Did you locate the victim's car?
We did.
Was there anything suspicious about the car?
No, ma'am.
Did you Sorry, I didn't even ask the question yet, so. Did you speak with the defendant again that day?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Or did you speak with the victim that day? Excuse me, sorry about that. With the defendant that day, you obviously didn't speak with the victim.
Yes, ma'am, we did at the M.R. Brown Police Department.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to this interview?
I knew where she worked. I'm not sure if I'd ever had any dealings with her or not.
She was familiar to you?
Her job was familiar. I don't know if I'd ever actually been on the scene with her, but I knew where she worked.
Okay. At that point in the investigation, was the defendant a suspect?
She was not.
You mentioned when you first spoke with her, she said she had dinner. Who did you say she had dinner with?
Initially, she told us in the interview that she had dinner with the coroner.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was odd that she didn't say the name.
Can you describe her demeanor during your interview?
Pretty calm, in my opinion. Not too nervous. Not nervous as other people have been during interviews like that.
Your Honor,
not
I
worried.
understand that he is speaking to demeanor, but what is calm to me is very different than calm to him.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, so her demeanor seemed more calm than other people in a similar situation?
Just not worried would be my opinion.
Nothing further at this time. We could just answer any questions from Mr. Preston.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Remind me what day you were out there?
October 2nd, I believe. October 5th. Remember the exact date.
October 2nd or 5th.
Mind if I look at my notes?
You brought some notes with you? Yeah, go ahead, take a look at it.
I believe it was October 5th.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. How long were you out there?
Out at the police department or the
Out in the apartments.
apartments? No idea really. I mean,
Okay.
30 minutes, maybe an hour total. I'm not sure. It's been so long ago.
Okay. You don't remember that part? Okay. You don't remember how long you were walking around the apartments? You went inside, located items. Is that right?
Did we locate some items? Yes, sir, we did.
And you located an item. You did enough of a search to locate an item on the front porch, right?
We did.
Okay. Now, during your search around out there, 3 days after this alleged murder, did we see any bloodstains out there near the apartment?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, yes, sir.
You asking me if I saw any blood stains the day I was there?
Yes, sir. The day you were there on October 5th, 3 days after this death.
I did not see the blood stains when I was there, no, sir.
Okay. And you're an officer, detective. You saw those. That's something you'd make a note of, right?
If I saw blood stains?
Yes, sir.
I didn't see any blood stains.
Okay, listen. While you were there, did any neighbor run up to you and tell you about the gunshots they heard 3 nights ago?
I don't recall anybody telling me about gunshots.
Okay. All right. While y'all were searching around, did you come across any bullet casings, shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Did you know Mr. Chris Dontel?
Did I know Chris Dontel?
Did you know Chris Dontel?
I knew Chris where he worked, yes, sir. Not a lot of dealings with him, but I knew where he worked.
Okay. And where did he work?
The coroner's office, Horry County Coroner's office.
Okay. Chief, mind just begging your indulgence for 1 second. Anything you want to add? Those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, very briefly. When you went out to Flint Lake Apartments, did you confront? Did you confine your search to the victim's apartment and car, or did you walk the whole complex?
Car in his apartment.
Nothing further. And Your Honor, I would ask that he be released from his subpoena.
You object?
I'm not going to hold on this one, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow him to leave, but he's still subject to subpoena to come back. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time I would read 2 stipulations into the record. And there is evidence that would be admitted along with these. I can just have one moment. Your Honor, there has been an agreement by between the parties that if David Tennant were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a manager at Abuelo's restaurant located at 710 Coastal Grand Circle in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County, and that he was in that position in October of 2020. He would further testify that during October of 2020, Abuelo's had video surveillance inside of the restaurant. He is familiar with that surveillance system, and that while the date stamp on the surveillance was correct, the time was off by approximately 35 minutes. He would further testify that in October of 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020. He provided them with a copy of the footage, a copy of which is contained on State's Exhibit 14. The video footage was not altered in any way. He reviewed that exhibit and did initial it. As a copy of the surveillance video that was provided, and that was signed by myself and Mr. Case Britton. So I would ask that Exhibit 14 be admitted.
All right, is that a stipulation?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Not to the admission, you still got to prove a chain of where that is.
But the stipulation.
The stipulation is accurate, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just asking for clarification. If this is a true and correct copy of the video that was provided, I believe we've established the chain.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a stipulation as read to the court by Ms. Walter. Now, the parties have stipulated to that fact. So that is not a factual determination that you will need to make. They both agree that is the fact, as in this case. That's the way she read it. All right, she's tendered State's Exhibit 14 into evidence. Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 14 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, there has been a stipulation, an agreement by and between the parties that if Hal Cricket were to testify during the trial, he would testify that he is the owner of Just Ask Hal, located at 201 Fresh Drive, Suite D in the Lowe's Food Shopping Center in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County, and that he was the owner in 2020. He would further testify that during October 2020, Just Ask Hal had video surveillance covering the exterior of both the front and back of the store, and he is familiar with that surveillance system. He would further testify that in October 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020 into the morning hours of October 3rd of 2020. He provided them with a copy of that footage, a copy of which is contained in State's Exhibit 21. He would testify that while the date stamp on the surveillance was accurate, the time stamp on the footage was approximately 10 minutes off from real time. The video footage was not altered in any way. He has reviewed that exhibit and signed it to indicate it is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video he provided. Again, that was signed by myself and Mr. Case Britton.
All right, is that a stipulation? Is the defense agreed?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
And I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 21.
All right, any objections? State's Exhibit 21.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, so stipulated, State's Exhibit 21 is admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, may we approach just about scheduling?
All right.
Well, sorry, I lost track of what they were talking about. My apologies. I know there was two stipulations that they were talking about, but I don't know. But right now they said they wanted to approach that about scheduling to make sure what's happening. But there is a poll up to see if after this trial, after the day this trial ends for the day, we can zoom through Daybell. If you want to, well, probably I will anyway, but there's a possibility that I will cover yeah, they'll cover Daybell on a rewatch, so we can skip breaks. Hopefully, we're gonna be able to skip the lunchtime and all of that good stuff, which is awesome because I would like to see the spiciness. Because I don't know, I think our friend Denise just posted on Facebook, and I just saw that there's a possibility that this trial, the Daybell trial, might even finish this week. They have been moving quite good, and yeah. So I'm just thinking, since the end. Attorney is a state rep or whatever, do you think him being involved with this case will hurt? It might, to be fair, unless his elections is not for a while and then people tend to forget things, but it might.
Our next witness, we're moving well ahead of schedule, so I will, with the court's indulgence, read our remaining stipulations. Your Honor, there's been agreement going between the parties that if Mark Amos were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a senior special agent at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED. He would further testify he has been the Automatic License Plate Reader, ALPR, coordinator for SLED since 2018, and that in that capacity he is a custodian of records for still photos taken by ALPRs in Horry County. He would further testify that he has reviewed the relevant stills contained in State's Exhibits 23 and including 34, through and including 34, and that they are true and correct copies of records maintained by SLED. And that is a stipulation signed by myself and Mr. Caseford.
All right, Mr. Britton, that's...
Your Honor, again, let's re-ask. These stipulate to the fact that they are relevant, not to what they actually are evidence of. If
Are you what she read?
Yes, sir, that is fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So that's stipulated.
Thank you.
All right.
So then my confusion comes from if they are stipulating that Senior Agent Amos is a custodian of records for SLED and State's Exhibits 23 through and including 34 are true and accurate records kept by SLED for which he is the custodian, what is the objection to their admission?
They're saying that they agree to your stipulations and qualifications. They're just contesting that that exhibit shows what the state is saying it shows.
But that's what, that's what the stipulation is. The stipulation is that Sergeant Amos would say that these are true and accurate stills from the LPRs, that he is a custodian of records, and that he has verified that these are all true and accurate copies of LPR stills.
And Your Honor, I stipulate to that part, but I don't stipulate to anything else beyond that. I don't stipulate to what she intends to use them for. I stipulate to the fact that they are a real and accurate representation of Mr. Amos.
Which means that they're admissible.
And I'm not saying that
We're
they're
not
not.
getting into the admissibility of
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
You haven't even tendered them into evidence yet.
I just did, and the issue is,
I don't read back. Where did she say, I wish to introduce State's Exhibits 23 and through 34 into evidence? I'll get the court reporter. If I missed it, I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I don't recall you ever saying that.
If I misspoke, I apologize, but that's why I have them listed in the stipulation.
Your Honor, Yes, sir.
Call for a second.
Yes, sir.
For Shay.
And that is a stipulation signed by myself, Mr. Basinger, ours in Horry County. He would further testify that he has reviewed the relevant stills contained in the state's exhibits 23 and including 34, through and including the report, and that they are true and correct copies of records maintained by SLED. And that is a stipulation signed by myself, Mr. Basinger.
All right, Mr. President, is that fine? Stipulation? That's fine.
Okay.
I don't see where you've ever said.
Then I apologize, Your Honor. I am following the same thing for all of the stipulations. I would ask that State's Exhibits 23 through 34, which the defense has stipulated are true and accurate copies of records kept by SLED that have been verified by a custodian of records at SLED, be admitted into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor, I understand that they have to be, the expertise to be qualified, but I stipulate to the fact that they are accurate and real representations. And Mr. Amos signed off on himself, but I don't stipulate to what they go to be introduced for.
All right, State's Exhibits 23 through 34 admitted into evidence on the defendant's appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
But I apologize for misspeaking. No, I apologize. You're absolutely right. Your Honor.
All right.
Absolutely. Where's the notice for this time? Your Honor, I'll have fresh copies of those printed. Let me see if I can.
This is the awkward part that I don't know if I should talk or not. But yeah, I think I have to because she's not finding something that she wants. That is a lot of evidence because I was thinking, because they're already ahead of schedule and we barely halfway through day one. And I was going to say, okay, but they still have a massive blue box there.
There has been an agreement by and between the parties that if Brian Stewart were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is familiar with the River's Edge community in the Conway section of Horry County and that he has lived there for approximately 11 years. He would further testify that he was the president of the Homeowners Association for 3 years, including during 2020. He is aware of and familiar with the 2 entrances, exits to the community located along Highway 90, as well as the surveillance system that covers each entrance and exit. He would further testify that in October of 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested that he search the surveillance video footage looking for the vehicles they described as being driven by Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel. He provided that surveillance footage to the Horry County Police Department without editing it. That footage is contained in States Exhibits 118 and 119, and that footage has not been altered in any way. That stipulation was signed by myself and Case Britton on May 29th.
All right, Britton, is that stipulation?
Again, Your Honor, just stipulate to the fact that it's a real and accurate representation. I do not stipulate to the fact of what she intends to use it for. Having said that, Your Honor, I understand that the witnesses will be able to do that.
At this time,
Go ahead.
at this time, Your Honor, the state would ask that 118 and 119 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No further, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
You said yes.
I'm sorry. I understand the ruling from earlier, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 118, 119 are admitted into evidence without objection.
Your Honor, there's been an agreement by and between the parties that if David Owens were to testify during trial, he would testify that during October 2020, he was employed by the PD Exchange gas station convenience store located on Highway 378 and PD Highway in Horry County near the Marion County border. He would testify that during October of 2020, PD Exchange had a number of surveillance cameras on the exterior of the property. He was familiar with that surveillance system, that he was asked by the Horry County Police Department for copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 3rd into the morning of October 4th. He provided them with a copy of that footage, a copy of which is contained on State's Exhibit 64. The video footage has not been altered in any way.
All right, is that a stipulation between the state and the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
At this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 64 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 64 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Lastly, Your Honor, there has been an agreement by and between the parties that if Tom Buchanan were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a Lance Corporal with the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, commonly known as DNR. He would further testify he has been with DNR for approximately 8 years, and in that capacity, he installed a game camera at the entrance to the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, the preserve for short, located off International Drive in Horry County on September 21st, 2020. He did so because there were several instances of vandalism at that location. Sometime after October 3rd, 2020, he was asked to review still photos captured by that camera for anything that might be relevant to the murder of Greg Rice. He would testify that he saw Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel, both of whom he knew in a professional capacity, driving their respective vehicles into and out of the preserve on September 29th, September 30th, and October 2nd of 2020. He has reviewed still photos capturing those visits, identified as State's Exhibits 35 through 47, and attests that they are true and accurate copies of the photos from the game camera. Each photo bears his signature. That is a stipulation signed by myself and Case Britton on May 29th.
All right, does the defendant stipulate that?
Again, Your Honor, yes, sir.
We would ask, the state would now ask that State's Exhibits 35 through 47 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Again, Your Honor. No problem. Thank you.
All right, State's Exhibits 35 through 47 admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I can just check on my next witness. Okay. Your Honor, the next witness is walking over. He should be here any minute.
All right. We want to take a break or?
I would leave that to Your Honor. We have, do you want me to approach about scheduling or do you want?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm slow. I did not see that message. I hope, yeah. um, it is almost lunchtime in SC. Yeah, I think they might be going to lunchtime soon. I don't know, because it is lunchtime in South Carolina. It's about 12 o'clock right now. So they might be breaking. They are just doing some stipulations in the case, which it will advance the uh um advance the case a bit. We had a few stipulations, which is good, but that's why I was asking how long the trial was supposed to last. And drive safe, Nancy. I
All right,
hope
ladies
you
and
have
gentlemen, we
a
got
break.
some scheduling we need to prepare for the next witness, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We have lunch coming for you, but it's not here yet. But it should be here shortly. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case, even among yourself. It's too early for deliberations. We'll be taking probably at least an hour. I'll give you plenty of time to eat, so don't feel rushed when it gets here. So whatever time you need to eat, we'll provide that to you. But don't discuss the case. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Leave your notepads in the jury box, and we'll bring you back as soon as we're done with lunch. Okay? Thank you very much.
All right. 1 hour lunchtime. That is good. That is not an hour and a half, which is awesome, which is fantastic, which we like. Oh, I'm glad that you're okay. Oh, you're okay. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I find I sometimes even I'm not American. I'm not even English. I'm Portuguese. And I even myself use y'all, and I think everyone uses a little bit. So it's just like, yeah, something lighthearted. Yes, I am hungry too, but Garden Bot already made dinner, so I'm gonna have to snackle. um same same,
All right,
Hannah.
anything from the state before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, I would like to just approach for one thing that I just.
All right.
Oh, you don't need to approach a prosecutor. We are on lunch break. Jury's not there. You can talk. Last week we were told that they would be in the courtroom until 5:30 on trial days if we were selected. Not sure about this week. Well, that would be good. I prefer 5:30 because actually I'm not bothered because then.
Nothing on schedule, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense before we break for lunch? Yes, sir. Okay. I wish I could give you a definite time. We've ordered lunch coming in for the jurors. It's to be picked up at 12:15. So I think you're probably looking at about 12:25, 12:30 before it gets here. So you're probably looking at about 1:30 before I take advantage. Okay?
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Man, I celebrated too early. I celebrated too early. That saying there's not gonna be an hour and a half long lunch break, and now it is. Yay, fantastic! Not, I'm joking. I didn't nobody tell me about the hot law that is. We don't speak English, Pickles. Um, Pickles is taking a trip to the Eiffel Tower. When? How? What? Huh? You gonna be close to me? Close to me? Like I can literally can take a train to the Eiffel Tower, Pickles. Um yes, it is. So the attorneys are related. They are father and two sons. Oh, it was the third in window. Oh man. Do not get me like this, Pickles. Me thinking that we are gonna be close and I could meet you. And I'm not having to wait until next year. Um yeah, so the defense attorney is the father and two sons. I think the father is just there doing nothing. I don't think he's gonna do much. Because I don't know. It's might be a high profile case in the area. Might be one thing involved, because it's the face of the firm. So probably that's why he wants to. Yeah. Oh yeah. But the thing that scares me, and I was thinking about this earlier, and I don't know why, but this is giving me Nicole Rice vibes. um is Nicole Rice from North Dakota, that she was on trial for the red rum of Anita. There was a high profile case that was a cold case from 2007, and she got the not guilty one. The attorneys literally celebrated it in court. That, I don't know why, but this is giving me those vibes, you know um family style. I like it. Pickles. Literally, really, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. No, I'm joking. Me serious? Yeah, never. So we are on lunch break right now. Did they say an hour and a half? Yes, this is 5 years old, which was in 2020 that this happened. In October 2020, October, November 2010, blah, 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 2020, the time that it happened. Hang on, I need to. Uh, where's lunch break? There we go. There, we're on lunch break. Oh, about Nicole Rice. Oh, what did I do? Oh no, sorry, I pressed the button. Oh, you're reading about Megan. I have a friend that her name is Maria Jackson, and I was just saying I was gonna call the defendant that name, my friend's name. Sorry about that. Um, Megan Jackson or Nicole Rice, which one? I was just my brain just went. Well, yeah, I think my mental age is about 6 years old. Or about 5. No, 5. I think I just turned 5 years old mentally. I wish I was 5 years old. Good lives, man. But back then, we had the life. So I think they said about an hour break, right? Because I'm not 100% sure. What are we gonna do? Because what my planning is, Lori Vallow trial, right, starts in about an hour. If our trial finishes, oh, is it? Well, it works. Yeah, definitely, Jeremy. You are correct. It does work because her middle name is middle name is Marie. Yeah, Maria. Ugh, Marie is my mother-in-law. Wow, way too many coincidence names to my family. But what I was saying is, Lori Vallow trial starts in about an hour and a half, which would be by the time they're coming back from the afternoon. So we literally could do the whole morning, right? We can literally do Daybell and probably finish by around the same time that they would. Because if we listen to Laurie at 1.25 or 1.3, we will catch up quick. And then we can skip the morning breaks, all the sidebars that they have, that hour and a half lunch break that they have in a Laurie Daybell trial, and then we can catch up. Because Denise, our friend and our verdict expert, she was saying, and I'll read it to you from her post. Where is it? Let me just go grab it. One second. Where is she? She's here. Denise. Right. She says that her predictions, and I agree with her predictions about the Lori Vallow case, that the prosecution will rest before the wink is out. Laurie's not gonna have any case to present or evidence. She thinks that we're gonna have a verdict by Friday afternoon, probably their time, the Arizona time, and she will be on her way back to Idaho by Sunday. And I think she is right. You know, um, the thing is, I think she on Domino. Why is Domino's on verdict? Did they do a bad pizza? No, I'm joking. I know you're talking about. Is there a verdict for him? I will play the verdict for him. Is there a verdict for him? When do they restart it? Yeah, should be. I mean, if I'm online when it comes in, yes, I can play it. Absolutely, we can make a break from our trial and play a verdict. It's fine. I love verdicts. I like verdicts and see the reaction. Let me know when the court starts again, the deliberation starts again, and then we'll might have a look. That yeah, absolutely, we can definitely be on the lookout. It's like oh, okay, so you guys too early. Yeah, it's too early. And I was thinking that on the Daybell trial, we can even just skip the prosecution's questions and just do Lori Vallow, just watch her banana slip around. So I think, because I don't know, it's like I said, I've always said this, and I'm gonna carry on saying this. That I'm more interested in Laurie is because of her craziness. Oh, I lied. It's 9:17 a.m.
Oh, so they should be started now, the deliberations, right? Hang on, let me go have a look of if I can find it. The deliberations. Oh no, not in this account. Oh, this account has way too many subscriptions. She looks guilty, scared she did this. This defendant, absolutely. I absolutely agree. Oh, let me see how the Portugal game is. Oh, Portugal is tied with USA right now. Whoop, whoop. Someone has to win this game. It's a final. So yeah, that's gonna be good. Like, hang on, let me look for the Carlos Dominguez thingamajiga. A verdict watch. Uh Carlos Dominguez. No, that's Glory and this Ding Bell. Well, I did not know, but Court TV is doing this trial as well, but they are a little bit behind. Probably just today, but we'll see tomorrow. So we have two big possibilities of a feed for this case, which is very good, very good. So let me see. The Carlos Dominguez. No, it is not there. Where did I see? Where was Carlos Dominguez trial being on? They were doing it, right? Huh? Oh yeah. Did they get to a verdict? Because I think this one was just verdict watch, wasn't it? Yeah, they haven't. Huh? This is crazy. Where's the Carlos Dominguez trial? Gone. Hannah, help! Help, Hannah! No, I'm joking. I need help. Somebody help me. Um. Hmm. This is weird. Hang on. Let me type Carlos Dominguez. That is the weirdest thing. I can't find anything um on this trial for some reason. Some protection 13 hours ago, 15 hours ago, 3 days ago, closing arguments 3 days ago. Huh? Live closing arguments for the Davis trial. Closing trial was 3:15 p.m. That was 3 days ago. They were not on doing deliberations yesterday. On this, did you check as the cover drops? Yes, I did check. Oh my days. I'm all confused. I'm all confused because I don't see anything from like the only thing that I see is like 3 days ago, which it is absolutely insane. Calls the mix. No, that's Karen Reed. We don't want to go into that one. Um, KCRA. What's next in the fate is on a yeah KCRA. I think that's the best place is the where I am, but there's nothing. Oh well, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it anyway for it just in case that something happens. Gotta run, be back. Okay, all right, no worries. See you very soon, Stephanie. Drive safe or be safe wherever you're doing and how you're doing. Be safe, my friend. We love you lots, and see you very very soon. Um, yeah. So it's just weird. What we could do actually throughout this hour, throughout this hour break that we have, or a little bit of our break is we can watch some parole hearings while on lunch and then see if the court is an hour and a half. We will probably have time to watch the Sean Higgins hearing uh, here, and I don't have to record on Garden Bot's computer, but I need to open the link for that stream as well, so we can keep an eye. It's only a quarter past of the hour of 1 p.m. So a quarter past 1 p.m. Eastern, that's the time of the hearing. So yes, no, it's 1:30, so we might not catch it because it's 1:30 and not. Well, we'll see. We'll keep an eye out, and if we can, we can. If we can't, we'll go back to court and I'll record on Garden Bot's computer. But like I was saying, there was a parole hearing this morning, and I was thinking we probably during lunch we could listen and watch this together, so we can do something over lunch, and then we'll resume court when court starts. So there's some verifications hearings and some stuff that we can do and listen together, and then discuss and see what is the track, because apparently we have 7 lineup. It's 7 today. We have in Jefferson Parish, Vermilion, Livingston Parish, and Bayou. That is the first 4 ones. So 3 are revocations, 1 is parole. So you sent me a link, Hannah. Oh, you did send me a link, indeed. Oh yeah, but I can't use that one, but it's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Hannah. Let's see. So let's see put where this starts, so then I can investigate the Carlos Domingos trial. Where does it start? Hang on. There you go.
Waters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like to get the staff here. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Francis Avenue.
Right, thank you. And our first remote location is in Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. Good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself for the record? You're still on mute.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. I have Michael Collins with me today.
All right, Mr. Collins, sir. Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Good morning.
Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Michael Collins, 597330.
And you have counsel here with you on Zoom today. Sir, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Max Keck, representing Michael Collins.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Collins, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Barra, seated to my left, so I'm just going to turn it over to him to start the interview with you.
All right, it's alleged that you have violated condition number 4. That on February 25th, you were arrested by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with cruelty to a juvenile. And at the preliminary hearing, you pled not guilty. How do you plead to that today?
Not guilty.
Okay. I see at the preliminary hearing, Agent Tiffany Jones offered a copy of the arrest report. The arrest report indicated that on January 11th, you were on a FaceTime call with Ms. Casey O'Neill while Collins was caring for Caston Collins, the 4-month-old juvenile victim. And during the FaceTime call, became very irate due to Caston crying. Mr. Collins screamed at Caston to shut up. Ms. O'Neill witnessed Mr. Collins grab Caston, lift him up into the air, and strike Caston multiple times on the buttocks and back of the thigh. Ms. O'Neill left work, went to the residence, her and Mr. Collins share, and left. Mrs. O'Neill went to a friend's house shortly after, changed Caston's diaper, and observed the red mark, swelling, and bruising on the buttocks and left thigh. She then took Caston to the hospital and reported the crime to the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. Deputies also observed the bruising on Caston's buttocks and also observed the lower back of the leg bruising. Children's Hospital attending Dr. Maegan advised Caston sustained bruising on his leg, buttocks, and lower back. An arrest warrant was issued for cruelty to juveniles, and you were arrested by the Marshal's Task Force. Do you have any response to that?
Well, Your Honor, or members of the board, I'll respectfully respond for Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins vehemently denies these accusations and vehemently disputes any allegation of wrongdoing. I submitted proof that the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office that was screening the matter refused the matter. Jefferson Parish is known in defense circles as being a very thorough district attorney's office, and some could argue that they probably accept more cases, some cases that they probably shouldn't have. A I believe they made their determination. We agree with it, that there was no case, and he's been exonerated from it.
Anything else y'all want to add for condition number 4?
No.
Condition number 10, that you're in arrears of $745 and your last payment was November 17th, 2024. How do you plead to that one?
I believe Mr. Collins pleads guilty to that one. And I would respectfully request that the board take note that the balance is either zero or it's one payment he's owing, but I believe that's current right now. So he's made significant strides to remedy the deficiency.
I don't have any questions. Any further questions?
Mr. Collins, why don't you tell us what happened that day while you're on the phone?
Okay, Casey and I had a disagreement which led to a shouting match.
Oh, Chow Yun Kat, thank you so much for that. Thank you very much for the gifted membership. I really, really appreciate it. It's so nice to see you, my friend. We are currently on lunch break of our trial. So we were just watching some parole hearings before the trial resumes in about an hour. Thank you very much for the support. It's so great, so great of you, my lovely. Thank you, and congratulations to the winner. Hope he enjoys. And yeah, welcome to the Green Guy. Thank you very much, Chow Yun Kat. I really, really appreciate it.
She immediately left work. From that point, she had custody of Cashman. As far as I'm concerned, he didn't have any bruises. I didn't bruise him. I would not. I would never do so. There's no greater satisfaction than I get from fathering my son. And I dispute these charges and maintain my innocence.
And what is your current relationship with Miss? Is it Kate?
Yes, this is my girlfriend.
And where is she today?
I'm not sure.
You were coming up for a hearing today?
With the charges being dropped a couple months ago, with no contact, I've been just keeping it clear, level-headed, clear-minded.
Okay, so you haven't had any contact since then, since the charges were dropped?
No.
I don't have any other questions. I would ask the lawyer, Mr. Keck, is there anything else you'd like to say to us?
Just I would like to illustrate the fact that my understanding, and I'm kind of new to this parole thing. It hasn't come to my practice, it's coming more and more as I get older. But my understanding is Mr. Collins has had no infractions as a parolee. He was gainfully employed as a tax preparer. He was doing very good. He was doing good this whole time until this allegation happened. I think Mr. Collins has he's got a lot of potential. I think he loves his son. He wants to be there for his son. He's just doing everything right in life. He had, the initial charge out of St. Bernard Parish where he served his time and everything. I think that was a big learning experience for him. All of my communications with him have been that, he's somebody that's on the right track. I believe, he should have his parole reinstated, and I have no concern in my mind that he's not going to do good and be a contributing member of society.
Okay, thank you.
I got another question. Why do you think she reported you for doing that? With y'all having some kind of problems in y'all relationship?
We had a disagreement. We had a disagreement where her voice got loud, my voice got loud. So it's just pretty much a couple, day-to-day couple relationship with differences in the relationship.
But now you haven't talked to her in months, so pretty much that relationship's over.
No, sir, I don't believe, sir. She confessed, and I would also like to regain our relationship and take care of our son.
All right, then to my question. I'd like to call an executive session.
We have a motion by Mr. Barra for executive session, second by Mrs. Stapleton. So without objection, we'll be in executive session for a few moments, Mr. Collins and Mr. Keck, to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back with you. Stand by.
Thank you.
Yes.
Alpha?
Yes.
Barra?
Yes.
All right, stand by. We'll be right back.
So we got to skip this executive session, so we can just go and make them decide their decision.
Objection will be back in regular session, Mr. Collins, and I think we're prepared to vote. I'll ask Mr. Barra for his vote.
All right, Mr. Collins, we reviewed the videos and pictures, and not quite sure why they didn't prosecute you on this charge, but we're gonna go ahead and not revoke. I'm not gonna vote to not revoke you today, but I'm to add a condition that you attend domestic violence class and that you have no contact with Casey O'Neill and that you have supervised visits only with Cassidy. That's the three conditions under what I would vote to let you continue your supervision.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur, Mr. Barra.
Mr. Collins, and I too do agree with Mr. Barra's recommendation. My vote today is do not revoke and add those special conditions. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
No contact with Casey O'Neill, enroll and complete the domestic violence prevention class, and only supervised visits with Cashin. All right, good luck to you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Keck. We appreciate your participation today.
Thank you, board. Have a great day.
I'm gonna come back with some paperwork.
All right, so there you go. Is do not revoke one. So we got very lucky. So now next one, we're gonna go to Vermilion PJ. It's Robert's time for another revocation. So we shall see what happens with Robert.
Parish Law Center. And is that Mr. Senegal there?
Yes, ma'am.
You, sir, introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Robert Francis Senegal. My DOC number is 499121.
Right. And you have appointed counsel this morning on Zoom. Would you introduce yourself, please, ma'am?
Good morning.
Oh, you went back on mute.
Let's try again. Good morning. My name is Giovanna Charles Young. I'm from the 15th JDC Public Defender's Office, appointed to represent Mr. Senegal.
Very much. And so, Mr. Senegal, your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which we're going to limit it to you enter a plea of guilty or not, and then we'll talk about it, okay? And at the end, we'll ask your attorney, well, your attorney can jump in anytime she sees the need, but we'll ask her to wrap it up for us at the end.
I have put together something that I would like to introduce to the parole board that I have a record of everything, and you know, it's really certain. I really would like the board to really understand what's going on here. And I have everything on record.
Have that in our record, but let me first do the allegations, okay? Let's
Yes,
go
ma'am.
to charges and tell us what you'd like.
Yes,
So the
ma'am.
first, it's alleged you violated condition number 2, and that says you have not reported to your parole officer since your last office visit, February 14th, 2014. How do you plead to violating that condition?
All right,
Just, you can say guilty or not guilty, and then I'm gonna ask you about it in a minute.
All right.
But I just need you to enter the plea.
guilty, guilty.
You say guilty, and that date was February 14th, 2024.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
ma'am.
The next one is condition number 3. And that one says, you moved from your last recorded address without obtaining permission from your parole officer before doing so. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay, the next one is, and we have several instances that are condition number 4. The first is, you were involved in criminal conduct by committing the following offenses: attempted second-degree murder and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon on or about June 14, 2024. Those charges were billed under Vermilion Docket 71750, and on February 25th of this year, those charges were not crossed. So how do you plead to violating that instance of condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, next we have you were involved in criminal conduct by committing the following offenses: armed robbery and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon on or about June 11, 2024. Those charges were billed under Vermilion Docket 71772, and on February 25th, those charges were not crossed. So there's another instance of condition number 4. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
Okay. And then the last part of number 4 is you were involved by criminal conduct by committing the following offenses: theft and extortion on or about November 17, 2024. The Vermilion Parish District Attorney advised that the theft and extortion were refused on March 28, 2025. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
And last is about your condition number 5 with regard to a weapon. You failed to refrain from possessing or having control of any firearms or dangerous weapon as evidence of your offense committed on or about June 14, 2024. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
All right. So what is it that you wanted to tell us? Or maybe let me ask your lawyer if there's something she'd like to say before we get started.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure what Mr. Senegal would like to share, but I think the crux of it is that Mr. Senegal was overcharged and possibly even misidentified, which led to the dismissal of these charges. I'm not sure what else Mr. Senegal would like to share with you all, though.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Senegal, what is it you want to share? We do have a lot of documents. You wrote us several letters. We have all that in our record.
Well, ma'am, I was in college. I was running my business. I was in prison, all right? I did 8 years, and I'm not gonna talk about the conviction, but there's a lot of things about that conviction but I took that. I did 8 years in jail. I studied. I learned Wall Street. I learned technology. I found different role models in my life, and I got out of jail. I opened my company, and I wanted to be somebody. I got involved in college, which I have the documents. I have my documents of me being as registered with the state of Delaware for my company, Massimos Investments.
We got all that.
All right. Here is virtual agreements to run operations in Texas offices across in different states. I was doing good. All right. And my parole officer told me that I could do this. And she told me that as long as I didn't get in trouble, so that's why I missed a few days, because at the time, you know, if anything would have came about of it, it would have just been a tech for me for just missing. I missed a few days because I got locked up in August. My last day of visiting was in February, so I did miss 5 visits. All right, missed 5 visits. I can't lie about that, but she told me that, you know, I told her I was working on something big because I'm operating a finance company, and finance is already hard on me because I'm a convicted felon, and no bank really wants to give me a shot. So I'm working in day and night trying to put this together, and here it is, a cop then falsely arrested me, and now I got parole holds. I gotta redo this stuff all over again. My company's going bankrupt. I'm facing termination. I failed this semester. Like, I mean, you know, like we get another chance in life. I rehabilitate myself, but then I get a false arrest, and it's just like it was stacked against me. I feel unjust, man. I can't lie about that.
Right. So let me just tell you this. We have a video of your conversation with the officer, you know, during which I think you actually, you know, had a cup of coffee and couldn't find the sugar. But anyway, during that conversation, you admitted your love for a certain female, and y'all were riding around in the car, and somehow or another Trenton was in the car, and that you admitted to that officer that you did have a firearm, and you did admit that you fired it at Trenton.
No, I didn't, ma'am. I didn't. Look, ma'am, the first time I met with the officer, I told the officer that Trent chased me with a hammer. I didn't do nothing to him, and I told him that because I was trying to get out. I was trying to get out of jail. So when he still charged me, and I read the paperwork when 1418, 1419, and 1420 says I have a right to defend myself under the court of law, and 1418 says that it is not felony possession for a convicted felon that life is in danger. When his life is in danger, if he see a weapon, he could pick up a weapon and defend himself. That's a law, state law. The state legislation, the lawmakers has said that on the 14 Louisiana RS 1420. All right.
I hear you, but I'm still going with what I have in the recorded interview with the officer. So I appreciate what you're saying. And I can understand you were working hard on your business called Mansa Investments, I believe, that you started. You were working on that, but I have a problem with the firearm. So I'm going to kick back and listen to my colleagues to see if they have any other questions.
Ma'am, miss, I just want to say something. Like 1418, the state law.
I'm not going to debate the law with you, sir.
I know that, ma'am, but I didn't have no firearm.
Well,
if I had a firearm, why?
The officer something different during your interview. Yeah,
ma'am.
All right, Mr. Senegal, what else would you like us to know?
I mean, my company is going down. I was desperate, ma'am. I told him first that I never had nothing to do with it. That he didn't think that didn't free me. So I told him, all right, well, look, if I did, the man admitted to kidnap me. He admitted to trying to kill me with a hammer. I say, so if my life was in danger, I have a right to defend myself. So I came back and told him something else, and I told him 3 different things to say, and none of that freed me. I wanted to get out of jail, man. But all in all, the charge has been dismissed.
The different stories is not going to help you today. I understand those charges, as your attorney has said, were dropped, but the fact that you admitted to having a firearm, I find you guilty to violating that condition, number 5. So my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole for that reason. Mr. Byron?
I concur with Mr. Renata for the same reason.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Ms. Renata for the same reason.
All right, Mr. Senegal, today your parole's being revoked for violating condition number 5 with regard to a firearm.
Can I request something?
What is it?
Ma'am, my company is facing termination because of unreporting to the state. Can I be given some type of treatment or some type of class where I can do something so my company don't die? My company is under the state.
I can see where it's been recommended that you need a therapist, so I'll make that recommendation for you, sir. And that concludes our business in Vermillion this morning. It's 9:24. We're going to sign off.
And he talked too much. He literally talked too much. He talked is way inside of the prison. He's like, guy, like, you talking too much. Like, keep it to a minimum. Plead guilty or not guilty. Say what happened. Say what didn't happen. Say what you could have done better. What you gonna go do better. And shut up. Do not go into crazies. Do not raise it. Never mind. Carry on. We're gonna go now to Madison Cortez. She is, or I think is she or he. They are in Livingston Parish, and it's another revocation. So, yeah. So we're gonna see. So we have one that's gonna go out, that's not gonna get revoked, and another one that is gonna go be revoked. So we are 1 for 1. Gonna carry on, and I think I'm just gonna be mothered it because Garden Bot went for a nap and he just came out outside of the bedroom. So I think I'm gonna get mothered back. No, I'm joking. I'm not.
All right. Good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We are now at Livingston Parish Detention Center. Today is June 10th, 2025. It's 9:28 p.m. And that is that Cortez?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so with the officer in the room with Mr. Cortez, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Sergeant Jennifer Gomez of Livingston Parish Detention Center Classifications Department.
All right, thanks, Sergeant Gomez, for accommodating today. Mr. Cortez, introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Madison Cortez, and my DOC number is 780-512.
Shoot. All right. I can't see Ms. Cortez. There you are. We have somebody else on the phone, and we have joining us by Zoom is Kenneth Self, and he wants to speak on your behalf, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time. So first of all, Ms. Cortez, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
No, ma'am.
And we're going to put it up on the screen for you to look at and verify. You see that form? Is that your signature? That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Based on your answers to those questions, Ms. Cortez, you were not eligible for appointed counsel today. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton because your case has been assigned to her. She'll read the allegation and do the interview.
Okay.
Morning. Let's see, I'm gonna read it from here. I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month. This is number 2, violation number 2. Until I complete my supervision, I will also report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. In that you failed to report to your supervising officer for the month of March and absconded supervision. It says here that you plead guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me be quick up a bit here. You provided your supervising officer an invalid address for your residence in an effort to evade supervision. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, so not guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and then later we'll get a statement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 6, you failed to provide proof of employment to your supervising officer. And you had pled guilty. What do you plead now?
Guilty. I didn't have a job.
Okay. All right. Right. Number 9, you absconded supervision and failed to provide a valid address for your residence, making visits to your residence impossible. You had pled not guilty with a statement at the time. What do you plead now?
Not guilty. With a statement. I said not guilty with a statement.
Okay. And number 10, you have failed to make a payment towards your supervision fees and are $567 in arrears. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay. Number 3, you provided your supervising officer with an invalid address for your residence in an effort to evade supervision. You said you wanted to make a statement. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The address that I gave her, the 906 Bernie Avenue, that's my address. That's when I got out. That's where I paroled to. That's where I've been living. I've been staying there ever since I got out of prison on May 19th. I never been able to get in contact with my parole officer because I would text her, I would call her, and she would not respond to me. I have multiple texts in my phone that I have texted her, and she never responded to me. So I wasn't able to, tell her anything about me moving 2 weeks prior to my arrest because I could never get in contact with her.
Okay. All right, and I have that written down here because you gave that statement at the preliminary hearing also.
Yes,
right, and,
Yes.
number 9, you absconded and failed to provide a valid address for your residents, making visits to your residents impossible. And that's also not guilty with a statement.
Yes, ma'am, because I never met my parole officer. I was on parole for 10 months and I never personally met her. I always seen Mr. Duffy. I never personally met her until the night I got arrested. So when she came and arrested me in my house, I was like, I don't know what's going on because I just talked to my parole officer 2 days ago and she was like, I am your probation officer. And I was like, I don't know you because I never met you before. So I never knew her. So I didn't know who to contact. Like, I don't know her personally. I didn't know, she never seen me or none of that. So I didn't really know.
But you spoke to her over the phone. Who were you speaking to, this person over the phone or another person?
I was in contact with Mr. Duffy. He the one that came to my house. He the one that came to see me. That's the person that I always seen when I went to go check in on the first Thursday of every month. I always checked in with Mr. Duffy. He was always the one at the sheriff's office. And I met her for the first time on the night I got arrested on March 25th.
Mr. Duffy was with the sheriff's office, you said?
No, he's with probation and parole.
Okay,
But
right.
he was always the one that was there on the first Thursday of every month. That's the one I always went and reported to. And, they ask you 3 questions, and then that's who the one I always talk to.
Okay, and you haven't been able to make a payment because you didn't have a job. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
Yes, ma'am.
job. Okay, I'm gonna go into executive session.
Can we hear first from Mr. Self?
Yes.
Mr. Self, what would you like us to know, sir?
Can y'all hear me?
Can.
It might have noise. I'm in the hospital right now. I'm trying to speak on her behalf. Like, I'm saying she don't get in no trouble. That was just a mistake that missed court and missed meeting with her probation officer. But she's been calling her, been texting her, and she never even got in contact with her. The probation officer never made contact. I'm sorry, they never made her. She never made it her place to make contact with Maddie, and Maddie was trying to contact her. She called a meat probation officer, then she called Covington probation officer. That's when they told her about the lady that she have now. And and she was, when she moved from 906 Burner Avenue, it's not even a mile away. You can walk 2 minutes. It's right there, like next door to my mom. She wasn't never trying to hide. It was just, she was just moving too fast. She was just moving too fast. That's all she was doing. And I was like that from begging y'all, can y'all please let her go? I'm being a daddy and a mother now, and it's hard on me. And I'm trying to work. I'll be trying to work and do everything, and I don't have no babysitters. Nobody help me with the kids. I did this the first year, and I'm doing it again, and I don't have no help. She don't get in no trouble. She really don't. It was a big mistake. That's all.
What's your relationship to her? You're the
father. I'm her.
You're the father of
Yeah,
y'all's
boyfriend.
child. Okay, and y'all are together?
Yes, ma'am.
You at work today?
No, I'm in ICU. I'm in the ICU at the hospital with my grandfather.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thanks for taking the time to step out and speak to us. We appreciate it. All right.
No, and I was telling, I have a job now. I work in the plant, so I can pay whatever she behind, I can pay that now. Whatever she behind, I can pay it.
Okay. Well, stand by.
All right, thank you. Sam, yeah, to go into executive session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Barrows,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Yes. So, Ms. Cortez will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Just stand by.
Okay.
all right, place your bets right now. What is gonna happen to her? Is she gonna? I think she's gonna get revoked. Too many excuses. I think she's gonna go stay there for a little bit longer to just cover the good thing about rewatching the parole hearing is we can skip this part. Even though I'm talking a little bit, I'm trying something new. Do not blame me. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so here we
I'll
go.
make the motion to return to regular session. It's 9:39. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we're back in regular session, and we are prepared to vote. Ms. Cortez and Stapleton will be voting first.
Ms. Cortez, today, I'm going to give you a break on all of this. You had a new probation officer, but it is not your probation officer's job to get in touch with you or be available for you. If they're not there the day you go, then you need to go the next day. That needs to be your priority. Is that something you understand now?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you don't want to come back here again. I mean, you have a baby, you have a life, and you haven't gotten into any trouble other than this. You have the responsibility to contact your probation officer. And so today I'm not going to revoke you.
Mr. Barra?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to concur with Ms. Stapleton and vote to not revoke you for the same reason. But you got to get that parole officer. If you come back for not reporting, sorry.
Yeah, my vote also did not revoke. So today you're not being revoked. You're going to be returned to supervision. Good luck.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's so nice. They're giving her a chance. So that is good. I mean, even though I did say I wouldn't, but it's not me. So moving along now, the next one that we are going to be covering is a parole hearing, Troy Weber, and from Bayou. So let's see what is happening with Troy. Oh, they do change. I think we have more. Hang on. Yeah, they do go down on the paper. So then we have another parole. Oh, the next three are paroles. I know he was excited, wasn't he, William? He was very, very happy that he was paroled. So oh yeah, yeah, be careful with Robust puppies, not to bite it now. She ain't. And hello, beginner crafter. Nice to see you here today. We are just watching some parole hearings and the revocation hearings while we are on break from trial. Shortly, we will be going back whenever it starts.
Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Bayou Dorcheat Correctional Center. With the staff there at the facility, please introduce yourself for the record. Mr. Weber, do you have any staff there with you?
I'm getting it. I'm Troy Weber's mother.
Right. I see that we have you're Brandy Hall. We also have Fallon Weber and Mr. Troy Weber Sr. I'm trying to get the folks at Bayou Dorcheat to turn the camera on and introduce themselves for the record. Just stand by. We're having some technical issues. We're going to call the facility. There you are. We're having trouble seeing you. Would you introduce yourself for the record at Bayou Dorcheat, please?
Good morning. My name is D'Angela Bunn at Bayou Correctional.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Troy Weber is our case there today. Sir, would you come on in? You can go ahead and, I guess, can he have a seat? Or just staying there? I can see you well right there. Perfect. Would you, for the record, sir, introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
Troy Weber, my DOC number 784056.
All right, and I acknowledged you have some folks here who want to speak on your behalf. Your mother, Brandy Hall, your sister, Fallon Weber, and your father, Mr. Troy Weber, seniors here, and they want to speak for you, and we'll ask them to do so in a minute. Also joining us by Zoom, representing the victim, we have the victim's mother and father, and Mr. David Miller will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask for his comments. First, let me read some identifying information into the record, Troy. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 6-year sentence. You were sentenced in Webster Parish, November 27, 2023 for molestation of a juvenile. Your parole eligibility date, June 10th, 2025. You don't earn good time. And your full term date is July 20th, 2028. Is all that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to take the lead and just ask you first to tell us, how did you find yourself in jail? What did you do? Why do you think we should grant your parole today?
And I messed up. I know I did, but I've been working on myself mentally and everything and taking the little classes we had on the tablet when I was in the normal dorm. But I'm also a trustee and I work in the kitchen and help provide and do what I can do for everybody here.
So what's the programs you've been? You say you're taking some programs. What programs?
I was doing the anger management. I was started on parenting and I took in one and passed it for mental health.
Did you complete, what was the last one you mentioned?
Mental health. It was called I think Art for Anxiety and Mental Health.
Did you finish that one?
Yes, ma'am.
All?
Ma'am?
Finished all of those?
I finished the last one. I didn't have time to finish the other ones.
So you finished the mental health one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, before we continue with our interview, I'd like to hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. So first, could we hear from Ms. Brandy Hall, please?
I'm his mom. I've been there a lot for him throughout all of this. When he needs someone to vent to, talk to, call, I'm the one he calls. I help him work through a lot of his situations, like when he's stressed and just things like that, dealing with what he's dealing with right now. I've been kind of myself, his dad, brother, sister, we've all been there for him. We've helped find him a job for him to start when he comes home. It's just he has a little girl he hasn't got to meet. She was born in December. She'll be 3 this December. He's seen pictures of her and video chatted, but that's really the extent of him actually getting to know his daughter. Like, me and him have always been really, really close. Like, any problems, issues, I'm the first person he's always came to ask, like, what I think, how he should handle this or that, or like if he thinks he can't handle something, he'll come to me and just like, this is what's going on. What am I supposed to do? Like, how do I handle this? Like, or ask me like, if certain things are happening, like, how do I tell somebody this without upset number? How do I handle these types of things? And it's hard on all of us with him not being home. Like, he was always like there, like I'm his person and he was mine and my daughter's person. He's her best friend, like her best friend. And it's been really, really, really hard on her. Really hard. It's
Okay.
just like,
From her, Fallon, is that you?
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you like to say?
I would like to say that I've always been here for him and that, like, I always looked up for him, that he was always basically I'm gonna say, how do you put it? How do you put that word?
Which word, baby girl?
Basically, I looked up like
Mentor type.
yeah,
Like,
mentor. Is that how you say it?
yeah.
Mentor type of person. I always looked up to him and he was always there for me, and brother and sister always there for each other 24/7.
Well, thanks for speaking with us today. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. And I think we have Mr. Troy Sr. Could we hear from you, sir?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Troy, what would you like us to know?
I mean, I try to be there as much as I can for him. I mean, he's my son. I love him. Him and his mother are real close. I've always been a very busy man working out of state and trying to support my family and everything. And, him and his mother are really close. Me and him do discuss and talk about things. I know about a lot of his anger issues and, his mental issues and things like that. And, I try to guide him and comfort him and, show him the right and wrong ways to go about things and actions to take and stuff. But it's just, everybody being human make bad decisions and wrong decisions. It's just part of life, something that somebody needs to experience, to learn, and to grow from. And I feel that, he is growing mentally and physical. And I feel that, he has opportunity and chance to better himself and become a decent person.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you. Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from the victim's family. Mr. Miller, we'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yes, ma'am. This is David Miller with my wife, Candace. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak in opposition to Weber's release. I will not take much of your time. I've been under the impression that Mr. Weber would not be eligible for release until my girls were out of high school, as this is what the DA and I spoke of. And that would be around June 28, I believe, what was quoted by him. Weber did not just make an oopsie, make a mistake, if you will. He's attracted to children. When he violated my daughter, he was twice her age, 24, and she was 12. Make no mistake, he's a predator. He uses employment to find targets, a bowling alley where children were abundant. He secretly lived on a military installation where he had many children living around him, to include my children. I agree with Mr. Weber in one way. He's got time to improve and get better, but he's not reached that time yet. He needs to sit still where he's at.
I'm sorry, I need to pause this. Are the family of this dude that is trying to get parole, are they seriously laughing right now? Look at this. Like, the guy's giving a very emotional statement, right?
Yes, ma'am. This
And
is
they're
David Miller
laughing.
with my wife, Candace. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak in opposition to Weber's release. I will not take much of your time. Not be eligible for release until my girls were, and that would be around June 28th, I believe, what was quoted by him. Weber, he's attracted to children. When he violated my daughter, he was twice her age,
Now
24, and she was 12. Make no mistake, he's a predator. He uses employment to find targets, a bowling alley where children were abundant. He secretly lived on a military installation where he had many children living around him, to include my children.
Look, are they seriously?
I agree with Mr. Weber in one way. He's got time to improve and get better, but he's not reached that time yet. He needs to sit still where he's at for a number more years. And I don't know that he can get better, but letting him out now doesn't help he or me and my children's situation. I had a daughter that was full of life. Now she doesn't come out of her bedroom except to go to school. To date, we seek many hours of treatment for this. Pending your questions or my wife's comments, I'm set.
Yes, sir. Miss Candace, is there anything you want to say?
I agree with my husband 100%. I don't think he's ready to come out. It has ruined my family, and it has ruined my daughter, my 12-year-old daughter, who was on every sports team. She ran multiple events in track, softball, homecoming court, wanted to stay, hang out with friends. She doesn't leave her room. She's scared to stay the night with people anymore. It is ruined her. And I plead with y'all to let him stay in there.
Thank you both for sharing those feelings with us. So, Troy, how long? Your sentence was 10 years, is that right? And all but 6 were suspended. So, how long have you been in jail?
I've been in jail for 3 years. I was 22 when I got incarcerated. I'm 25 now.
You've been there the whole time?
No, ma'am. I got shipped here last year and became trustee and started working.
So, you were at Bayou Dorcheat. You're now at Bayou Correctional, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm at Bayou Correctional.
Sex treatment?
Ma'am?
Do you do any sex offender treatment?
They put me in the classes when I was in Dorcheat, but they shipped me over here.
Did you do any awareness classes?
I wasn't able to do any of them because they shipped me over here.
And they don't have it there?
We're limited to classes over here. And the dorm I'm in the work release and trustee dorm. I can't get on the classes part of the tablet no more. So I just work from 6 in the morning to 9 at night.
The kitchen, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't have any other questions. I think that both your family and the Miller family gave you some good information, and the record is quite extensive on the crime itself. I won't go into those details. So I'll ask my colleagues any questions.
I don't have any.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Weber, so we're prepared to vote. I'll be voting first, and I agree with the Millers. We haven't had appropriate treatment, in my opinion, to give you the tools not to reoffend in this way. My vote today is going to be to deny you parole today. Mr. Byron.
I also am going to vote to deny parole based on the victim opposition, the age of the victim, and a strong law enforcement opposition.
Mrs. State.
I concur with both Mr. Barra and Mr.
So today it's a unanimous vote, Mr. Weber, that your parole has been denied. Good luck to you, sir. I want to thank the folks at Bayou for helping us out today. We're going to sign off at 10:02.
All right.
All right, there we go. Denied. Yes, it's denied. I know you can't believe it, but he's gonna stay there until the end of his sentence, if not more. Sorry, I am absolutely very happy that they denied. I mean, did you see there? They were absolutely laughing and making faces and shaking their heads like he did not do what he did. No, do not come for that. Troy Weber, you better stay there for the rest of the days. I know it's not so funny anymore. Our court is still not back, they're still on break. I think we are taking until at the past. Higgins has not started yet. No, I am keeping an eye on it as well. So there's a lot going on. So, but yeah, I mean, she was 12, he was 24. That's yeah, exactly. Definitely, but not nah. People like that, Stephanie, don't get it. Sorry, don't get a second chance. I'm sorry, but it's just my opinion as well. Next up, we have Frederick Williams for parole out of Cadwell Parish. We'll see what happens with him. Hopefully, we can see the whole thing with him. Oh, that is a long debate they do. Let's go and yeah.
Caldwell Correctional Center. It's June 10th, 2025 at 10:14 a.m. And we have before us Mr. Williams. Good morning. Yep, your device is on mute. Can you get them to unmute it for us? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Oh, now I can hear you. So we'd like the staff there to enter their name into the record, please. Any staff that's there with us.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Lieutenant Tatum. I'm over transportation.
And I'm Debbie Weatherford. I'm the DOC Transition Specialist for Caldwell Correctional.
All right. Thank you both for accommodating us today. We really appreciate it. Mr. Williams, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Richard Williams, 371650.
All right, Mr. Williams, let me acknowledge some folks who are here on your behalf today. On Zoom, we have your sister, Eureka Black, with Yashanet Black, and Yolanda Black, your mother. So both two of your sisters and your mom want to speak, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, you're classified as a third felony offender, currently serving. You have a 30-year sentence. You have various sentencing dates: May 18, 2006 in Ouachita Parish, armed robbery, in also Ouachita Parish, theft in 2004. Caddo sentencing date in originally 1996, possession of cocaine. You were revoked twice on that. Also in Caddo Parish in 1997, armed robbery. You were released and also revoked. Webster Parish in January of 2005, armed robbery. Also Webster Parish in August of 2004, simple escape. So all those sentences combined or concurrent is a total of 30 years. You have a parole eligibility date, August 5th, 2024. You do not earn good time, and you have a full term date, August 5th, 2034. Does all that sound accurate?
No, ma'am, the armed robbery that the date is in '05, I was incarcerated during that time. There was a resentencing date. That's why it says '05, but I was incarcerated since 2002.
Okay. Well, thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, sir, you've been in jail quite some time. Why are you there? What's all the criminal activity, and why do you think we should parole you today?
And I was young and I committed an armed robbery, really not thinking, trying to be down with friends. And I've been incarcerated a long time and I've learned a lot. I've become a man actually since I've been here, and I found Christ. And I'm motivated to go out into society and show society that I can be productive. That's what really motivates me. And I apologize to the victim and their families for the hurt that I've caused them. I understand that I was wrong. It actually took a long time for me to actually see this. And I'm grateful that I have seen this. That's all I have to say, man.
Well, before we start the interview, we'd like to hear from your family. So your sisters, I think, are together. Are y'all all together? All three of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So if you would just take turns one at a time, introduce yourself, tell us what you'd like us to know.
Okay, I'm Yolanda Black. I'm his mother. And I would like to say that I feel as though that my son is ready to come home. He tells me this all the time. I mean, he regrets what he did to society and hurting people and things. And when he did those things, he really we're a good family. He comes from a good family. He didn't have it to do, but he was young and he got with the wrong crowd. And I'm just asking, Lord, I'm praying and hoping that you all will open up your hearts today and grant my son parole. I have health issues and I haven't seen or touched or hugged my son other than see him over video in over 20 some years. And really, I know he's ready and we're ready for him to come home. And he has plenty of support. He has a job waiting on him. He has plenty of family support.
All right, well, ma'am, thanks for your remarks, all right?
All right, thank you.
Up next.
It's your Rickney. I'm his sister. And I haven't seen him since I was 3. The last I remember was him sitting me on his lap and telling me to take care of mama. But now I got him. I want him here so he can help me take care of mama. Mama done got old now. She was young. She was young then, but she got old now. So it really be appreciated if he can come and we can have him here. We can all work together and take care of mama.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
The youngest, Yoshine Black, I'm his sister. And I want to say, I feel like he's ready to be in society and also be here for his family. I'm the only one with kids. I'm a single parent. I have no help, and I would like to at least have that help and want him to be with his niece and nephew and have that opportunity to be in their lives, because I haven't seen him since I was 2.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll take the time to speak with us this morning. Mr. Williams, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions? Oh, first, excuse me, let me ask the folks at the facility, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Williams?
Ma'am, Mr. Williams been here since July of 2024. He hasn't been any problems, anything, does not have any write-ups. Basically just been quiet inmate. I mean, we didn't even know really he was scared 90% of the time because, he's not in any trouble.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Williams, I was just gonna ask about write-ups, but, they've answered that question. You haven't had any write-ups. What was your age of your first arrest? How old were you? Do you remember?
When
When you first, yeah, your first arrest.
24. I was 24.
You were 24? Okay. And so how old were you when you ended up in prison this time that you've been in jail?
Oh, no, ma'am. I thought you was asking about this time.
Okay, but prior to that, when did this start? Because you've got an extensive criminal history.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of armed robberies, theft. So it goes back, and I'm wondering, what was your age when you started?
19.
Stuff? Huh?
19.
19?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what classes have you taken since you've been there?
I haven't been able to get in any classes. I've been told that I needed to be 2 to 3 years short of my earliest release date. And I've tried to get in classes. I'm here now and I'm on a waiting list to get in classes. And I would love to get these classes because I feel that these classes will help me in society.
Right. I see that it looks like you've taken Cage Your Wage. Have you taken that one? It was listed. You haven't had that either?
Oh.
Did you write an accountability letter to your victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, we got that down. Just to mention, there was one instance where it was an armed robbery with a gun, obviously, and you taped up the victims. Can you talk about that?
Yes, ma'am. No one was taped up, but there was duct tape found, but no one was taped up. We was in the process of committing this armed robbery, and the off-duty officer walked in on the robbery, which halted everything. Just doing some, we weren't even doing irrational thinking at that time. Oh.
So let me ask you, if you were in a victim awareness class, what do you think? Because your victim was young, at least one of them was a teenager. Do you think they feared for their life? It was real to them.
Yes, ma'am. I know they did.
Yeah. And so years later, a lot of times when something like that happens, that fear is still there, victims. So you made victims along the way with this. So your classes that you just haven't been able to take any, and you haven't gotten into any trouble.
Well, I would love to take these classes if it's possible while I'm out on parole, if you all see fit to grant me. But I would love, because I feel these classes would help me.
Okay. Well, you do need the classes. I'd love to see you be able to take them also. This is what the summary is. You're currently serving hard labor sentences for the offenses of armed robbery with the use of firearm, theft, possession of cocaine, simple escape, 2 counts of armed robbery. These offenses in 3 different parishes committed the armed robberies in Webster Parish and Washita Parish within a 1-week time frame. Williams was on parole for armed robbery and possession of cocaine when he committed additional offenses of armed robbery and theft. So your record is really bad. And you should know that you have opposition from all the law enforcement and the Attorney General. So, and you were revoked several times already when you were on parole. But I'll turn it over to anybody else that has a question.
I see it says that one of these armed robbery shots were fired. What was going on with the shots fired?
No shots was fired in the armed robbery.
Ever?
No, sir.
No gun discharge. I'm talking about even by partners, not just you.
No, sir.
But ever fired a shot?
No, sir.
And then, what about the escape from Bayou Dorset? What was that about? How did that go?
I did escape from Biden, Georgia,
And how long you was on the run?
64 days.
I don't have any more questions.
So what do you do there at the facility?
I'm confined in the dormitory, and I just read books and lay in my bed and watch TV. There's nothing else for me to do. I've written the staff to try to get in classes, and I'm on the waiting list. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, which classes have you specifically asked for?
Whatever classes that I can take, ma'am. I've just written and asked, can I be placed in classes? It wasn't a specific class. I've asked for thinking for a change, but other than that, I haven't been able to get anything. And
How much time, right? Because of the amount of time you got?
ma'am, yes, ma'am.
His risk level is low. So he would be at the bottom of the
Right.
hole as far as programming. I would like to see if you do grant him that he is referred to a day center for all of the programming that he needs in substance abuse.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right, Mr. Williams, I don't see any other questions. You prepared to vote?
I am. Mr. Williams, I'm going to deny your request for parole today based upon extreme law enforcement opposition and your extensive criminal history and your record of revocations. That's why I'm denying you today.
Mr. Bonner?
I concur with Ms. Stapleton for the same reason.
Mr. Williams, I would like to see you take the programs. I'd like to see them made available to you. I mean, I know it's because you are a low risk score and they try to make those programs available to those with a higher risk to have a greater impact. But my vote today would be to grant you parole and require you to report to a day reporting center so you could take advantage of those program opportunities like Thinking for Change and what have you. As you know, though, Mr. Williams, it does require unanimous vote today. So you've got one vote in your favor, two that were not. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your parole is being revoked. And we'll send you, well, this is not your first parole hearing, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll send you some information about when you can reapply. You're eligible to reapply. And I'll try to make a recommendation that you be moved to a facility that gives you some programs. Good luck to you, sir.
Is it possible that you all can make that a part of stipulation that I can be moved to like Steve Hall program where I can get these programs?
I'm going to make that recommendation. I will.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, I'm kind of sad. I'm sorry, but I am a little bit sad about that one. It kind of broke my heart seeing the family, the wife, I think, or girlfriend and the daughter or something. It did it kind of broke me down a little bit. I mean, it would make me sad. It doesn't make his crime any better or any worse. But yeah. Anyway, our trial is back. Let's listen and enjoy the trial.
Riley has made it so counsel doesn't have to join the WebEx meeting. If Your Honor wants the witness to be able to see you, you would join the meeting. I believe she sent you an invite. If so, she would ask that you turn off your speakers and your microphone.
Okay, my speaker's off. I mean, the volume's off. How do I don't see where I've got anything. Where do I go?
It should be a calendar invite on it. Do you have?
I mean, I know how to get to my virtual courtroom through the calendar.
So like on our Outlook, we have a calendar that shows everything we've got scheduled for that day. Do you have that on your Outlook email?
I don't have anything on.
Like if I email you,
yeah.
It comes up on Outlook, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's Outlook right there.
Okay, and then do you mind if I? Riley, I don't see it on this calendar.
She said, when she sent it directly to Maegan, it went to this Vermont.
That's my administrative assistant. She's not in.
Sorry, I don't know if I should be talking or not, because I'm typing and I'm trying to see if this hearing for Hagen starts, but they are late as always. This court is always late. The Salem one in New Jersey. Oh, the defense attorney. Why is it with the like? What is wrong with these attorneys and their inappropriate dress code for court? Honestly, it's just crazy how some attorneys think that it's acceptable to go to man, it's a very powerful color. It's a very powerful red indeed. But it's like it definitely jumps on an eye that red color is like bang, that color red. So wow, there's so much going on. Oh, tomorrow we have an Donna Alderson hearing. I actually do need to talk with Robert about it. Yeah, Robert, because it's I don't know. I'll talk to her to see what she believes because Robert is covering the trial tomorrow because it's date night tomorrow. I'm so excited. I still don't know what the Garden Bot has planned, but this week is his turn to plan. So why did he took like huh? That water jug was so heavy. Oh, did he pour it for her again? Really? I don't understand why is the attorneys do that to the defendants. You just find it weird. Yay! Yeah, she will be here tomorrow because normally on Wednesdays, what's happening is like because I'm in the UK and it's nighttime and we've been always having our date night on Wednesday night, and we decided to keep that. Robert, our friend in chat, with the lovely meat dog picture, that is her dog Meat, covers for me on Wednesday, so I'm able to still keep doing that. So we'll still stream. But our lovely Robert does it for me, and I love her so much for that, and many other things. You are my substitute Wednesday now. You are my co-host on Wednesday. So you're not my substitute. You are substituting, but you are my co-host, as we are both equal. What exactly are we waiting for? Because I was looking at the hearing thing to try to find the Higgins hearing, and I missed what I missed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure it out. What they are working on. Is it schedule issues? Are we waiting for witness? Are we waiting for jurors? Oh, what's happening? I do not know. Sorry. Of course you moved up. You always moved up there, Rubber. You always been up there, and you've never been anywhere else. But up there. But I don't know what we're missing, what we are waiting for. Maybe someone is late from their break. Well, it is a good thing that we are up ahead schedule apparently. So that means that we probably. Oh, here we go. Now it's just the jury entering. So. What?
Actually, no. Taylor, when you swear tonight, can you come up, if you stand over here, we'll be able to hear you. Was it ready? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Your Honor.
Yes.
With the court's permission, based on where this camera is, I'm going to stand over there in your examination. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be fine. I thought it was going to be published where they would be able to see it without having to move.
We've tried a couple of different things, and we cannot sort of project this screen up to there.
Yeah, but that's what I was telling you, that we're going to have it set up.
And we got muted because they are talking logistics of the whole thing. So we are waiting still for the jury to come in. Apparently, we're gonna have a witness on Zoom, and that's why we are waiting on it because the judge. Oh, okay. It couldn't. Oh wow, that is crazy. Oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, that is so awesome. I think Robert did send me a screenshot, which was amazing, and I saw it this morning when I woke up. But yeah, I think it was a Bellis. She's amazing. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I know it's 2025. Just call the IT person, get the IP person to sort out. But I am glad that they did sort out the sound issue that they had from the trial, because the other trial of the Dortel that wasn't a trial. He ended up taking a plea. So the sound was absolutely horrible. We can't even understand the prosecutor was exactly the same, and I think she was wearing the same suit. I'm not gonna lie. I think she was. It's yeah, the sound was horrible, and today it's much better, which I am very happy about. So the judge is learning technology on the job. He's a bit, yeah, it is. There's so much things change in terms of the court proceedings that they do need to adapt, and one of them is technology. Technology is always changing, so even changed from yesterday to today. So I had one Zoom call. I needed my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Up everyone had good lunch. We're ready to resume the trial of the case. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. State and call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Keith Yan, who will be testifying via WebEx.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next witness will be testifying virtually. Now, you are to judge this witness's credibility and the testimony the same way you would any other witness if the witness were present in person testifying in the stand.
Keith, can you turn on your camera? There you go. And the clerk's going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Keith, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Keith, John, Y-A-H-N.
And where do you work?
I work for NDI Recognition Systems in Winter Springs, Florida.
What should your company do?
We develop, produce, and sell license plate recognition to law enforcement and homeland security.
How long have you worked at NDI Recognition Systems?
22 years.
And what is your current position?
Chief Operating Officer.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Responsible for the general day-to-day operations of the business, from sales to support to production, installations, all of our operationals throughout the country.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a license plate reader does?
Sure. A license plate reader is a system devised of a camera connected to a computer that typically sits on the side of the road. The camera takes pictures of every vehicle that passes by and digitizes that picture and sends it to the computer that's attached. The computer then looks for the license plate in the picture, and it actually reads the text on the license plate and then sends that immediately via cellular modem to a server based at the state in the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. That all takes place sub-second, so it's almost instantaneous. And then it stores that data in the server, where it can be used for either historical analysis or to match immediately against hot lists that are also stored in the server.
What do you mean by hot list?
A hot list is a list that's typically created by the FBI, the state, or a local law enforcement agency, and it's a list of license plate numbers and why they may be wanted for some purpose, whether that be a stolen vehicle, a stolen license plate, expired insurance, wanted person, something like that.
How long have license plate readers been in use?
They were actually developed in the mid-90s. They've been in use ever since.
Do you have knowledge of license plate readers in Horry County?
I do, yes.
And specifically, do Myrtle Beach and the city of Conway use LPR systems provided by your company?
Yes, both do.
Can you explain how an LPR system obtains the date and time? Well, let me back up. If a still is created from the LPR system, does that contain a date and time and location?
It does, I'm sorry. When that data is sent from the roadside computer to the server, it does include a color overview picture of the vehicle, a zoomed in black and white picture of just the license plate, along with the location, the camera name, the date, the time, and the GPS coordinates.
How does the LPR system get the date and time that it uses on those stills?
The date and time from those stills comes from the computer that's on the roadside, which is a Windows-based processor. So it uses Windows time synchronization, which means every 9 hours, every 9.1 hours actually, that system will go out through the internet to a time server, which is pool.ntp.org, which is run by Microsoft, and it will synchronize the time. So the time is synchronized through the web every 9.1 hours.
Did you get the first part of that website, or do you need that? Yeah. Can you just spell out that first part of the website that you just said that it goes to?
Sure. It's not an actual website you have to visit. It's just for time synchronization. But the name of it is pool, P-O-O-L, .ntp, as in network time protocol, .org.
Thank you very much. Have you been working with license plate readers since their inception, basically?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on your experience with the system, are the date and time included on LPR stills or reads accurate?
They are. They're such an important and integral part of the system that it's really important that we maintain accuracy there, which is why it's updated and synchronized every 9.1 hours.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Who's question?
Big coach is always just one argument, the co-counsel.
In a moment, I'm going to have you answer questions from one of the Britons on the cross-examination.
Okay.
Hey, sir. How are you today?
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you about, do you know how many, as you see here today, how many LPR cameras there are in Horry County?
In Horry County, I believe there's right about 40 that are operated by our company, and then they have some operated by some competitors as well.
Okay. And how about any in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? How many do you have in Myrtle Beach area?
Myrtle Beach, I believe, has 28.
And how many do you have in the Sockasty area?
I'm unfamiliar with that area, I'm sorry.
Okay. How about with Conway area?
In Conway, I believe there's right about 10.
Okay. All right. How about in Aner? Do you happen to know about Aner?
Objection relevance?
Cross-examination.
Do you happen to know how many there are in Aner, sir?
I don't know anything about Aner.
Okay. Were you asked to look at any specific areas, or did you do a general search for this license plate?
I don't do any searches for license plates.
Okay. So what was your involvement in this case?
We developed and sold the system to the law enforcement agencies, and the systems are operated with those within those jurisdictions.
Okay. So if there was a need to pull those LPRs in areas other than the ones that are in this case, would they have come to you to help pull those?
No, sir. They would have. Those are all contained in the server at SLED.
Okay.
So they would have gone to SLED.
Okay. And so if we wanted to know and see where these vehicles were at other times, you're not the guy for that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. But based on what you've told us, there are many cameras throughout both the city and the county. Is that correct?
Sure.
Do you have any information at all about the facts of this case?
No, I don't. I have no idea about this case at all.
Okay. Big reports and doings.
All right.
No further questions?
All right, read right.
No, Your Honor, but I would ask
Thank you, sir.
that Mr. Yan be allowed to return to work.
All right, any objection?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you
Thank
very much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Keith.
Thank you.
All right, Stay and call your next witness.
Going to the state calls Jonathan Kelly.
Oh man, don't tell me that this is another witness that's going to be through WebEx. Okay, that is still recording. Sorry, I'm checking on the other computer because if you guys would see me, I have the main computer where I'm streaming. I have the second computer that I have the counter on, and I'm using Garden Bot's computer to record a hearing for Sean Higgins. I'm busy, y'all. Oh no, it's a live witness. You know what I meant. It's a person that is live in court witness. Yes, he's number 6. Stephanie, well done.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sergeant Jonathan Kelly, last name is spelled Kelly.
Sergeant Kelly, where do you work?
Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked
A little over 15 years.
What's your current position at Horry County PD?
Currently, I work for the Office of Professional Standards. Most people might refer to it as Internal Affairs.
How long have you worked with Internal Affairs?
7 months.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant in Internal Affairs?
Mostly, we conduct investigations related to policy violations. Additionally, we might respond to subpoenas and FOIA requests, things like that.
What was your assignment back in October 2020?
I was assigned as a detective to the Homicide Division.
What were your duties as a detective assigned to the Homicide Division?
To investigate death investigations or violent assaults, robbery, and anything else, any other types of crimes that I was asked to do. Also assist other officers in whatever crimes they were investigating.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation into the murder of Gregory Rice on October 2nd, 2020?
I was.
How did you become involved?
On, I believe it was October 13th, I was asked to go to Abuelos near Coastal Grand Mall in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County. And I was asked to obtain surveillance to see if there was, if the defendant and co-defendant were on surveillance.
Okay. And were you able to get surveillance footage from Abuelos?
I was. We got footage from roughly 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And could you see the defendant on that footage?
I did.
Did you verify when you were out there that the date and time on the footage was correct?
Not the first day. So when we obtained surveillance on the 13th, we obtained, like I said, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. And I then took that footage back to the office and reviewed it. I remembered after reviewing it that we hadn't verified the timestamp with current time. So the next day on the 14th, I went back to the location, verified that the timestamp was 35 minutes fast. So you'd have to subtract 35 minutes from the timestamp on the video to get real time. I also noticed during that time that we missed an angle the first time. When we were downloading the footage, we were trying to just get footage where patrons would be. So we didn't download the portions related to like back of house, like the chef's cook's area. Okay. So I observed a different angle as I was verifying the timestamp. So I also got additional footage that day as well on the 14th.
You said you verified the date and time. How did you do that?
I looked at what it was displayed on the live feed, and then I looked at my cell phone and just compared the two.
So you found out, I believe you said it was 35 minutes ahead?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. May I approach, Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
So State's Exhibit 14, it's already been admitted in evidence. Did you get a copy of the video from Abuelos?
Yes.
Did you provide a copy of that to the solicitor's office?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that flash drive?
I have.
And is that a copy, a true accurate copy of what we provided?
It is.
Okay?
And I can tell that because it has my signature on it.
You signed it, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14A and 14C. Let's start with 14A. Have you reviewed that disc? You can take it out.
I don't see my signature on this one.
Have you reviewed?
But it does say clips from Abuelo's video, which is the footage that I collected.
So have you reviewed clips from Abuelo's footage?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 14C. Same question. Is that also a disc with clips? Is clips from 14?
Yes. Again, I don't see specifically my signature on this one, but it is also, the disc states that it's clips from Abuelos, which would be the footage that I obtained.
Okay, and have you reviewed clips from Abuelos?
Yes.
And are those clips fair and accurate representations of what's contained on exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit 14A and 14C as evidence and publish to the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. That we instructed the witness that he's not able to establish the proper chain of custody for it. There's no signature on those documents, on those discs to identify that he's the person that handled them. Don't have any way to know whether or not they've been tampered or if those are in fact the ones that were procured for that day.
Your Honor, do you want me to respond?
Well, no, he says he's just basing it upon what's written on there.
Well, he said that he's reviewed the clips. The clips
But earlier on, he said
well,
he didn't know what it was, but he was reading as to what it is.
Your Honor, he's reviewed the clips. The solicitor's office just burns them to a disc from our system.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
So we'll use Exhibit 14.
Well, exhibit 14 is voluminous.
Well, and I understand that,
We can,
but he did not properly authenticate 14A and 14C.
Your Honor, if it's okay with the court, we'll move on to a different witness. We'll have him review those, just so we don't have the jury sitting there watching a voluminous amount of material.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
So for right now, I am sustaining the defendant's objections to 14A and 14C as they have not been properly authenticated.
Okay, we'll have him review them, Your Honor, and get back to it.
All right.
So I can step down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we were trying to pause this witness and recall him in a few minutes. Well, I guess we'll have to play the video then, I'm sorry. What we'll do is try to, Your Honor, let's just like,
Wow. Oh my days. What is actually happening? This is getting spicy and I'm loving it. So they want to get in evidences, objection. They have to enter the whole thing, which is voluminous. And now they want to positivity of the witness, but the judge doesn't want to. Oh, and they want, oh wow. That is great. Yeah, I know. This is absolutely insane. I love this. I love some drama. So they are discussing now in the sidebar. Judge is getting very hot and heavy. Very heavy. Not happy. And back at sidebar because the other attorney's still living there. And now we live. I think we should count sidebars next.
All right, they want you to review that video.
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, Your Honor.
Defense counsel wants to go over there while they review it.
Oh, sure, yes, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, is the jury going to watch him review the video?
No, it's not in evidence. It cannot be seen by the jury at this juncture.
Thank you.
They won't be able to see it. Make sure that you project it. Well, you're gonna make some important questions.
You get that.
Oh, this one does have my signature on the bottom already, actually.
That's just asking. I have one first.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just making sure.
All right, that's no testimony. All right, we continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Okay, let's try this again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you just step off the stand and watch State's Exhibit 14A?
I did.
Is that a copy of clips from the video surveillance you obtained from the boilers?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the actual footage you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to admit 14A in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Not to be difficult, Your Honor, but we still haven't established a chain of custody with this particular disc, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the chain of custody is not required for this disc.
Let me make the, okay, you don't need to continue arguing, you tendered it into evidence, they've raised their objection, now I've got to rule on their objection, all right? All right, State's Exhibit 14A is admitted into evidence over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you 14C. Have you also reviewed 14C?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the video footage you actually obtained that day?
It is.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce 14C in evidence and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 14C admitted into evidence without objection.
All right. Detective, I'm sorry, Sergeant Kelly.
Yes, ma'am.
We just watched State's Exhibit 14C. Could you identify anyone that you could see on that video?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chris Dontel and Meagan Jackson were exiting the location. And again,
And were you familiar with Chris Dontel and Maegan Jackson prior to obtaining this video?
yes.
How did you know who they were?
Chris Dontel was a deputy coroner, so he had been on several death investigations that I had been on, so just working relationship, had known him. And same with Meagan Jackson, she was a transport driver for the coroner's office, so, or for a contracted company, I guess. But I knew her.
Did you recognize them by sight?
Yes.
You know what they look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I played them out of order. Let's play 14A. So that one, I believe you just said was them leaving.
Correct.
Can you tell me if you can still see it, the date and time stamp on there?
That says October 2nd, 2020 at 19:57, which is military time is actually 7:57. But again, that's 35 minutes fast. So it should be maybe 7:22, if I'm subtracting that right.
Exactly. Athlete must run student. Okay, let's see. Let's play 14A. Okay, we just watched 14A. Can you tell me what you viewed on that video?
That was Chris and Megan arriving at Abuelos about 50 minutes earlier than the previous video.
Okay, so they're out of order, but one is arriving and one's leaving.
Correct.
And what's the date on both of those?
October 2nd, 2020.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14B. Can you tell me what this is?
This is one of the other angles. This is a screenshot of Chris and Megan sitting at the bar at Abuelos on the same date, and the timestamp on that is 7:09.
Okay, and is that a still from the video, State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to introduce 14B in evidence.
Any objection? Yes, sir, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 14B admitted in evidence without objection.
Oh, Your Honor, we publish this to the jury.
All right.
Okay, Sergeant Kelly, there's a red circle on here. Who do you see sitting at the bar?
That's Chris and Megan.
And again, what time was that?
The timestamp on there is 1909, which would be 7:09. And again, you have to subtract 35 minutes to get the right time, I believe.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 15, 16, and 17. And are these also stills from the video we literally just watched?
Yes, the time on this, or the number 17 is Chris and Megan leaving. Number 16 is Chris and Megan arriving, as is number 15. Those are just a few seconds apart.
And are those fair and accurate representations of video stills from State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to admit 15, 16, and 17 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection? Yes, sir, Your Honor. All right, State's Exhibits 15, 16, and 17 admitted in evidence without objection.
So I believe you just kind of told us what they show, but just for the purpose of, flip it. Okay, just now that the jury can actually see the picture, I know we've seen the video, but just tell me what this Exhibit 15 shows.
This is Chris and Megan arriving, and as I'm looking at this, I also realized the timestamp on the actual footage there is that was 7:41 on the timestamp, but the time that was showing on the video clip was covering that timestamp, so that's actually the accurate time.
Okay.
So the time that was showing on the videos that we watched was accurate timing. This is when I watched the video on the actual footage. That's the timestamp that's on there.
So there's the original time and a corrected time. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
So that timestamp at the bottom center of the photo is the timestamp that the footage shows from the surveillance system. That time that's noted on the right is the corrected time when you subtract the 35 minutes.
And I believe you testified that you verified that night that the correct time was the time in real life.
Yes.
Okay, let's have 16. Okay, so in this photo, who do you see in this photo?
That's Chris Dontel and Meagan Jackson again.
And can you tell from this photo what Christopher Dontel is wearing?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's like a blue long sleeve shirt and some dark colored pants with brown shoes.
What's the date and timestamp on this one?
This is October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, let's have exhibit 17, please. Okay, and once again, what do you see in this video?
Again, this is when Chris Dontel and Meagan Jackson are leaving Abuelos.
What's the date and time stamp on this one?
That is October 2nd, 2020.
What's the accurate time?
The accurate time is 7:57 p.m.
Okay. Did you, after going to Abuelos and locating this surveillance footage, did you try to check any other businesses in the area to see if any additional surveillance footage could be located?
I did. I checked.
Go ahead.
I checked Coastal Grand Mall and some of the other businesses on the exterior of Coastal Grand Mall and the exterior perimeter road around Coastal Grand Mall, and I didn't find anything of interest.
You said you found nothing else.
Yeah, nothing of interest.
Did you and another detective check for video at or near the Lowe's Food Plaza on International Drive?
Yes.
Why were you asked to do that?
There was information that Greg Rice's phone tracked to that area. One of its last pings was in that area, so we were just checking businesses around that area for surveillance footage.
Okay. And what date were you looking for?
I believe October 2nd and into October 3rd, I believe.
Why was that date important?
That was the last day that his phone pinged, and that was I believe, the last time that it was reported that he was seen.
Okay. Were you able to locate any surveillance footage from that shopping center?
Yes.
Where were you able to get it from?
Howell's Computer Repair.
Okay. Where's that located?
I don't know the exact address, but if you're looking at Lowe's front door from the parking lot, it's to the left, but in the same structure, like the same plaza building.
Okay. Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And does that video have a date and time stamp?
It does.
Okay. We've learned from our stipulation that that timestamp is 10 minutes fast. I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted into evidence as states exhibit 21.
Yes.
Just to see. Is this a copy? Did you give a copy of the surveillance to the solicitor?
The copy was, I'm not sure how necessarily it was delivered, but again, my signature is not on this particular.
This one's already been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
The copy that we make copies of what you provide.
Okay, yes, so, yes, it was submitted to evidence.com and evidence the way that we would normally submit it, correct?
Okay. So when you say you submitted to evidence.com, is that uploading it to a computer software system?
Yes,
So you're not, I'm just clarifying, you're not actually delivering flash drives to the solicitor's office?
correct.
All right. Did you also, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State Exhibit 22. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so this one, I believe has your initials, so let's look and see.
Yes,
Okay, so have you reviewed that disc and verified what it is?
yes.
And what is that?
This is clips from the footage obtained from Howell's surveillance camera.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of the clips that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce exhibit 22 in evidence and published in jury.
Meaganjackson.
Mr. Young.
State Exhibit 22 admitted in evidence without objection.
So, play 22A. So pause for 1 second, just for clarification. Sergeant Kelly,
Yes, ma'am.
when you obtained this video footage, did you obtain footage other than just the defendant? That's inartfully worded. What I'm asking is, when you obtained it, did you obtain a specific time period and not just footage of the defendant?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So are what we're looking at here clips of the portions of the footage that relate to the defendant, Maegan Jackson?
Correct.
Okay. So let's play this. Okay, so first of all, just pause it. What's the date and time on this video?
October 2nd, 2020.
And can you read the timestamp?
The time says 23:17, and if I remember right, I believe that's 10 minutes fast. So it should actually really be, in layman's terms, it would be 11:07 p.m.
Okay, and as we watch the video, can you tell us what you see in the video?
As we watch it,
Yep,
Okay.
as it happens, try to narrate.
All right.
We can pause it when we need to.
so there's a silver Ford Explorer, which I know is what Chris Dontel drives as a county vehicle, and the van that pulled in is also what I know Meagan Jackson drives for transport.
Okay.
Here we see Dontel getting out of the vehicle, and we'll see in a second his clothing is the same that he was wearing at Abuelos.
Does he have anything in his hand?
He has a
May I have an objection, if I could say it, please? All right. I don't believe it's appropriate for the witness to narrate the evidence. This is the evidence that we're presenting to the jury. The jury is able to see it. Doesn't need to be a narrator for it. And I don't think that's appropriate testimony on.
Would you like me to respond?
Please.
Your Honor, the witness is narrating the video because he's a police detective, and as part of his investigation, he reviewed this video and located the defendants and their cars and the defendants themselves on the video. This is a way the state frequently presents evidence. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I don't see anything wrong with the defendant stating what he sees on the video. He can either do it while it's playing, or I can have him do it when it's not playing.
Well, I don't think just because it's been done in the past makes it something you just can do today, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to allow the testimony, but ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you to decide factually what the video shows. If you find that the witness's account does not coincide with what you view, then you're to disregard his testimony. I'll allow him to testify as to what he says the video shows, but ultimately it's going to be your decision to decide what the video shows. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue to narrate.
so he's carrying a bag.
Okay.
At this point, he appears to open the rear hatch to the van and puts the bag in the rear area of the van. It's now roughly real-time 11:10. Chris Dontel opens and closes the rear hatch of the Explorer. And just a few seconds later, still roughly 11:10 p.m., the van drives out of the parking lot.
And you may have already said this, but did you recognize that van?
Yeah, that's what I know Maegan Jackson to drive.
In what capacity did she drive that van?
Transport van for transporting dissidents or decedents.
Let's wait a second, quick. Pull it up. Okay, pause for a second. Okay, what's the date and time on this video?
This one is October 3rd, 2020, and the timestamp shows 12:25 a.m., just after midnight, but the actual time is 12:15 a.m.
Okay. And what do you see parked there in the parking lot?
The Explorer is still there, and now a van is pulling up. It's the same make, model, appearing to be the same transport van that Maegan Jackson is known to drive. There I see, again, same outfit, Chris Dontel exiting the driver's seat, going into the rear hatch of the van, pulls out what appears to be the same bag from earlier. It was hard to see there, but in between the two vehicles, you could see a person walk from the passenger side of the van in between the vehicles, and the clothing was dark. So I assume Maegan Jackson. It's consistent with the clothing she was seen in Abuelos. Chris Dontel loads the bag back into the Ford Explorer and gets into the driver's seat. Now, real time, it is roughly 12:17 a.m. and the Explorer is driving off. And now the van is left behind.
All right, let's move on to the next group. Okay, what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 1:27 a.m. Real time would be 1:17 a.m.
And what do you see parked in the parking lot there?
Maegan Jackson's van is still parked there. There's a silver Ford Explorer arriving, which is consistent with Chris Dontel's county vehicle. Again, we see coming from the passenger side, person appearing to wear all dark clothing. That's consistent with what I saw in the Abuelo's video that Maegan Jackson was wearing. She appears to get into the passenger side of the van. Chris Dontel grabs the bag out of the Explorer again, walks to the van, pops the rear hatch. Places the bag in the van, closes the rear hatch. Then he gets into the driver's seat of the van at timestamp 1:29, but again, 10 minutes fast. That would real time would be 1:19. And then the van drives off, leaving the Explorer behind again this time.
All right, final video. Final clip. All right, so what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 8:25 a.m. It's actually 8:15 a.m.
Okay.
You can see the Explorer, Silver Explorer, is still parked in the same spot from the last video. Doesn't appear to have moved. And arriving is a minivan. Again, consistent with Maegan Jackson's van. It's a little difficult to see, but in between the palm fronds there, you can see, again, clothing matching what Chris Dontel was wearing in the Abuelo's footage. He goes into the rear hatch of the van, grabs a bag that appears to be the same bag that he's moved back and forth. Timestamp now says 8:28 a.m., which is actually 8:18. You can see the Ford Explorer that Chris Dontel drives is leaving, and then also the van is leaving behind it. And they both leave the parking lot.
Just to be clear, are those merely clips of the entire surveillance video that you retrieved?
That's correct.
So if the jury wanted to watch, could they watch the entire?
They could.
And all those videos that we just saw, were the two vehicles that you pointed out, the Silver Explorer and the van, consistent throughout?
Yes.
And I believe, you said you recognize those?
Yes. They both appear to be consistent with what Chris Dontel or Maegan Jackson would use at work.
Let's move on to, did you respond to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes.
And where's that located?
I don't recall the address, but it's just south of Faro Parkway and Highway 17 bypass in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
Okay. And were you able to determine whether Myrtle Beach Funeral Home had an alarm system?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was functioning at the time of this murder?
It was functional, but the owner had kept it disabled because he was getting too many false alarms. So he didn't want to pay the false alarm fines.
So
there was an active system, but it was not being utilized.
what about surveillance footage? Were you able to get any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
No. It did have surveillance system at one time, but the information that we obtained was that it had been rendered non-functional during another review for a different instance.
So were you able to obtain any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
No, it was not functional at that time.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn about who has access to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
We asked the funeral director and learned that
Defense has asked a number of witnesses if they had, a number of law enforcement witnesses, if there were any reports of shots fired the night Greg Rice was killed. In your experience, are there always calls when shots are fired in Horry County?
not always.
No further questions for this witness, Brian.
All right, cross-examination.
Course is over.
All right.
Was that the extent of your involvement, sir?
In relation to the death investigation, yes. I believe I obtained a search warrant for maybe some GPS locations related to a possible bond violation.
Okay.
But I'd have to check my notes to remember the exact details.
Did you, it was the other day, do you have a general understanding of what's been alleged to have happened?
Yes.
Do you understand that there's an allegation that Ms. Jackson and Chris Dontel were having an affair?
Correct.
They're having an affair, right? And
Bless you.
bless you are. And as part of that, some of what we've seen here in terms of Lowe's, you notice every time they left Lowe's and they were going towards Meagan Jackson's house, what vehicle were they in?
I don't know which direction they went when they left the parking lot.
Oh, you didn't have that, that was not part of your investigation? You don't know where they left and went to?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would it make sense to you that if they were going to take their vehicle, drive to Meagan Jackson's house, where Erica Dontel, the person who is in the dark, lives nearby, that they would take Meagan Jackson's vehicle so as not to reveal the
Objection, Your
affair?
Honor. Calls for speculation.
That could make sense, yes.
Okay. And so all of the shuffling around of vehicles makes sense for people who are engaged in an affair that they are trying to hide. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
You'd also agree with me, wouldn't you, that Meagan Jackson appears to be wearing the same clothes at Roy Lowe's as she was at Lowe's?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that we don't have any audio from any of this footage?
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't know what they were discussing at Abuelo's.
Correct.
So any effort to determine what they were discussing based on the evidence you have presented would just be speculation, right?
Correct.
You likewise agree with me that people who are, again, having an affair still have to eat. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And so just being at a restaurant together in and of itself is not any kind of proof of any kind of negative or improper activity.
This is correct.
you probably also agree with me that in these times when there's no report of gunshots, that'd be a little less likely in an area where there are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 residents.
The more densely populated an area is, I would suggest the more likely somebody might call. Horry County's a rural county though, and you are allowed to hunt in the rural counties, the rural areas of Horry County. You're allowed to shoot as long as you have proper backstop and things like that. So it's not uncommon to hear gunshots in Horry County.
How about at Arrowhead, sir? Flint Lake Apartments. How many people live out there?
It's densely populated there, but there are wooded areas, and there's the intracoastal waterway right there as well.
So we can agree that Flint Lake Apartments is densely populated with people who presumably can hear.
Yeah, correct.
And not only is Flint Lake Apartments in and of itself densely populated, the area driving in and out of there is densely populated with homes.
Correct. There's also woods in that area as well, but yes, it's Myrtle Beach, so it's more metropolitan than, say, Green Sea or Aner.
Okay. Horse and buildings.
All right.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Britton asked you a question about the videos, and you see a lot of shuffling back and forth, and is that consistent with people having an affair? In your 15 years in law enforcement, is that shuffling around also consistent with people involved in a homicide?
It could be. It could be for any number of reasons. I don't know how to elaborate more. It could be for any number of reasons, but that could be also another possibility.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor, I'm saying.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, get something to drink, leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. We'll take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back in a second.
All right. We're taking a break around the same time we took earlier in the morning, a quarter to the hour. So it's quarter to 3 in the afternoon. I think they're gonna come back at 3 if I have my times wrong. Right? I mean, hang on. Where is it? Yes, quarter to 3. See, get me in. I have my. I know. What you guys want to see? The faces or what she's? I mean, we can always go back and see her faces because this girl.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, just a request. I need access to that computer after we're done today. We're just trying to figure out how I can do that without putting the bailiffs out. I don't want
What
to.
computer you talking about?
This one has the hard drive that was given to us as discovery. It's not something I can just pick up, move, take it back to the office. It's essentially my office for this case. So I just need some time, but I don't know how to go about arranging that. If you let me know, I'll come over.
You're gonna have to have a bailiff stay here with you while you go through it, or you're gonna have to take it somewhere with you, so. I mean, I'll allow you access to it, but I think those are your two choices.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't know how to give you access without having somebody here to keep the courtroom open.
Understood. Okay. And then the second request is just, since we made a decision on the guns, could we think would it be fair to have the box of the gun right here maybe removed from courtroom?
I mean, are they viewable by the jury?
No, they're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take about a 15-minute.
All right, 15-minute break about that. I'm gonna try to do it. Nancy, I'm gonna try to do a funny compilation of her faces. I might either do daily or I might do um like every couple days, and I'll do like if you guys don't mind, I'll do that as a members video. Um, I know she is. I think if you guys watched the Monica Sementelli trial, she did a lot of faces as well. They literally did. She did as many faces as or more as that this girl has done. Oh wait, we are not live. Hang on, we can skip 2 seconds. I keep forgetting we were a little bit behind because we came back later. Um, no, it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I mean, I know we are covering the Daybell on a speed watch after this trial, but in my morning, which would be your guys' night, I can work that on that one and maybe like 10 minutes or so I can get that done, so it's absolutely fine. Yeah, Monica did a lot of stupid faces. I'm sorry, but they are. Yeah, maybe in the future, you never know. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna download my video and then just cut the her faces and then just put all together as a compilation and then post that as a video on the channel. So it's take me about an hour probably to do, but her faces all throughout this trial are absolutely the best. She's has been making so many faces that is absolutely unbelievable. I can try to show some of them. Hang on, let's go put this back on. I'm gonna turn off the audio so we can you guys can hear me instead of the cord and try to find some faces of our defendant. Let's start from the beginning and then I'll just compile it better. So my like it's while he's talking, kind of like faces like this that she's doing right now, kind of just like, cut those little bits and then compile all together. And obviously, when they zoom out of her, I will cut that section. So it wouldn't, yeah, work. So, for example, now that they're panning out, I would cut there and then go to the next time where they showed her because I know they show her a lot because, they show her here again. Oh, look, she's making a bit more faces and kind of like that. So that's my idea of idea to do for the idea you guys gave me of the funny faces that she did from day one. I mean, I'm sorry, but the attorney put the attorney's legs in there too as a comic breaks. Yeah. Um I mean, I'm sorry, but this attorney, I hope tomorrow he gets in a suit that fits him better. Um because it's just too much. It's just too like I feel like it's a bit unprofessional in my opinion. The fact that he's there in court with a suit that doesn't fit him. You clearly say does you clearly see it doesn't fit him, and then it's just like sitting there like he's lounging, and I don't know. Also near the beginning before her daughter testified. Oh yes, Cindy. I'm gonna go through the whole thing again because I can just go through the whole thing. If I would not be doing Lori Follow tonight, I would do that tonight. But since we are gonna be zooming across Lori Follow, yeah, I will get that done. He thinks he's in fashion. Yeah, no. I think if the fashion people saw that, I think he would be cancelled straight away. I don't think he would even be accepted into fashion because the way he looks. So sorry, I was talking and I was looking at Garden Button. You thought I was talking about him. I'm not. I'm just talking about the attorney. So far, I think the parking lot footage, right? They were the most dumb because obviously he got reported missing. I think what was the day again that he got reported missing? Sorry, I was hearing some staticky. I think it was on the 4th or on the 5th of October. Hang on. where's Stephanie's comment? I can't find it. Stephanie, help me. What was the day again? Because I think it was on the 4th on the 5th that he got reported missing, but he actually got off on the 2nd to the 3rd, and that's why that footage we were seeing was from that day, because that's when around the time that they were doing the crime. Oh, there are some models I've just pulled out of the look, but look much. Yeah, exactly. Were they? Oh, yeah, exactly. October 5th, he was reported missing. He got found November 8th. November 8th, but the crime actually occurred on the 2nd to the 3rd of October. I keep hearing noises and I don't know where they're coming from. I think it's from court, but I'm not sure. Yeah, often off 2nd to the 3rd, exactly. That's what I was saying. So that's like at least and I think it makes sense because of the footage that we saw. But I mean, what kind of a criminal are so that dumb? Oh, you heard that too. Okay, so probably it's the courtroom because I took it out down now, so then you guys won't hear it, but I will. But that's okay. I think I can survive. I can manage that for another couple more minutes until I. So far, I mean, and these two attorneys, these two teams, they are trying to work together, but I think I'm finding that they don't like each other really. Especially the red the prosecutor that is wearing red. I don't think they like each other very much. Oh, my son-in-law does some modeling. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Cindy, that is cool that your son-in-law does that. I'm sure he does it very well. I am not gonna say anything because Garden Bot is next to me. I'm joking. But I don't think these two teams like each other and they're trying to coexist, but I don't think it's working that very well, in my opinion. But we are moving along. I think we are going to witness number 7 already, which is not too bad. I mean, 7 witnesses plus openings and jury instructions for the first day. It's actually quite good. Oh my days, I was just reading. I did some see, this is what I'm saying. I'm like I love being on camera. I love that. I like that you guys are able to see me for some reason. And not like that. But I love also not having the camera on because I have the opportunity to be talking to you guys. I've been having to do all of the stream things that I need to do. But I'm also been able to take notes, which for trial for me, it is very rare that I can do. So I was like, I'm trying to to do it all, but I do miss. But we're still gonna have the camera on some days, so some parts of the day. We'll see what happens. We'll go with the flow. Um, William, that is true. Garden bot models for Costco. Oh, I love that. That is amazing. So yeah, so they did some stipulations. That's the word. Trying stipulations. Just trying to write it down so we can have all the information. Yeah, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to be, but sometimes my confidence is not that great in terms of being on camera. I am more comfortable talking. Believe me, I am more comfortable in talking than actually being on camera. But when I started doing this, right, there was this thing, and that it was a conception that I was actually wrong about. That you don't need to have your camera on. There's a lot of content creators that don't, like for example Zio, our friend Zio. She doesn't have a camera on at all, and she can do and she does. And there's another content creators allegedly speculating this as well, that doesn't turn on her camera whatsoever, and she does content. But I knew about of the content creators that were doing the same thing, no cameras, but they were not doing any comment, and so they were technically all told that they were not altering content, so they got demonetized by YouTube, and I got scared because I was starting at that point. So that's why I forced myself to have camera on. But as long as I'm talking and taking the stuff out and like putting all the stuff that I tried to put a little bit on the screen, that's altering the content, and we've been saved. Can he got socks? Or can he get socks? At Costco? Yes, you can get socks at Costco. You can get anything at Costco, Hannah. Even what else there is? You can get literally a casket at Costco and a bassinet for a baby. So literally they have, and I'm quoting Modern Family episode, that you can get stuff from birth to death at Costco. We might get some socks there and then send them to South Carolina for that trial. If you're thinking of what you're thinking, Hannah, you might be thinking. So yeah, so that's like the reason that I turned the camera on even in the first place. But now that I'm finding out, I could live in a Costco too. By the way, by the times that I'm talking about it, that place, and the amounts of times I go there, I should live there. To be fair, if I live in a Costco, they probably would never find me because that place is so big. I could just hide inside of something, outside of a pallet, and then eat some stuffed animals, and that would be it. I mean, I would have plenty of food. Internet would not be greatest, but at least I would be warm. There's plenty of jackets and stuff there, so I could hide. I watch sometimes some stuff, even though I don't agree with it. I see content creators on YouTube and TikTok and stuff that they as a joke they lock themselves into a supermarket and like do like a 24 hours in a closed supermarket challenge type thing. Even though I don't agree with the concept because it's so defacing work in a place and it's illegal, I like to watch that too. So ABD chocolate. Uh, uh what kind of chocolate is that?
What?
I like chocolate. I want to know ABD chocolate.
Nope.
Do you not know? Nope, I do not know. I need to Google it. Where's Google? Google. What's what? ABD chocolate. Chocolate. Huh? And chocolate. To eat chocolate. Yes, typo. No, okay. Sorry, I thought it was a type of chocolate. I was like, I googled it and nothing came up, and I was like, huh? Yes, I could eat definitely a lot of chocolate while hiding in there. But I think the thing that would go more would be for crisps or chips. Where else would I go? Or pop, soda. What else would I go for? Coffee. Absolutely, but then that would be a problem. Oh no, water! I can get water from the bathroom, but I can cut off coffee. Definitely need coffee. Milk. I've never seen Long Life normal milk, but they have fresh milk, so that could be it. Like, see, I have all my problems fixed at Costco. They have alcohol. They have stuff to mix with the alcohol. They have plenty of food. They have ovens, but it's not on. Oh, they have restaurants, so I could just go to the restaurant. Um, oh, Costco chicken salad. Yes, yes, Cindy, absolutely yes. So see, we are coming up with an idea. If I get arrested by vandalizing a Costco, I'm gonna put y'all on the fault. Y'all as my witnesses, saying that you conspired with me to do it. I have it as evidence. I'm joking. Of course, that's not gonna happen. Court is still not up. We're still on break. It's still like looking like that. Um. So we just yeah. Still. Ooh, croissants. Yes. Put on the thingy. Hablas inglés. Innocent. I demand an attorney. See, now you're all asking for attorney. See, now you're getting your alteration. The C is for Costco. Yes, it's not. It's true Costco addict. Definitely, I am a true. Like, oh my days. I am a Costco and a true crime addict. I have issues. So let's not start on those because it's not no bueno. But it's a good addiction. Well, my wallet would say otherwise, but I'm trying to find, but I cannot find because I've purchased the phone and everything. Oh, verdict watches started for. Yeah, verdict watches continue for Carlos Dominguez. So as soon as we have anything, we'll try to follow either on this stream or on the next stream. Because don't forget that after this trial, we are gonna be doing a quick catch up on Laurie Dingbell trial. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. I'm addicted to Amazon. Yes, Cindy, I have that problem, but I'm trying to resolve my problem, so I am addicted to McDonald's. So I've got a lot of problems. Let's not talk about those problems because otherwise we would be here forever. Eu sou inocente, exijo traje. Oh, that's Brazilian, but yes, you demand the trial. Well, trial revoked. You're not straight to jail. You're not allowed a trial. You're gonna go straight to jail. Hannah, my days, I forgot people's names. I was like, names, because I'm trying not to. Well, I wasn't looking at the screen, so I was trying. Yeah, never mind. My mind, honestly, I can rumble for anything and still carry on. I am an. I think we should change the name of the channel to Amazon Addicts. A true crime and Amazon addict because we all like to shop way too much. We should change the channel name but then there will be too long of a name to say. But that could be an idea. I'm just joking. I don't know. Oh, here you go. We are coming back.
Other than there will be 3 photos shown with the next witness, State's Exhibits 49, 50, and 51. I've shown them to the defense, and I believe that they will be admitted without objection. Just to give you a heads up.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states
49, 50, and 51.
States exhibits 49, 50, and 51 are admitted into evidence without objection. All right, anything from the defense before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
And bring the jury, everybody. Here it comes. Jury's coming in for the one last time for the day. Next time that the jury goes, hopefully it will go for its home time for them. So yeah. She was saying something about witnesses, wasn't she? I don't know. I did miss that. But Paula, I like that. So we should be called Amazon Anonymous. I absolutely agree with that. That is a good idea for name. Or then we could do just Amazon looking at what is there Amazon. I need to talk about it. But to be fair, I do need to go to Amazon and I need to be careful because I need to buy a new cover for my new phone. And because I need a cover and a screen protector for the phone because I am not going to risk it because I'm very clumsy and I need definitely a cover protection for that for the phone. Oh wow, by postal services. She just outside today as we were standing outside. No packages today. That's unusual. When it's bad when the person that's delivering your mail says that. I know. I think at one point, they I think it's what is the name? It's Postmates. Yeah, Postmates and kind of like Instacart. People know when your name. It's getting bad. Yeah, I think it's just like crossing a line.
Welcome back. We're ready to resume the trial of the case. However, before we proceed, I need to let you know that over the break, State's Exhibits 49, 50, and 51 were admitted into evidence without objection. All right, State, make sure you have your own notepads, no one else's notepads. State can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Donna Sue Souls.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. You can look right there. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Just right there, watch your step. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Donna Sue Souls, Soles.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Souls. You don't have to give us your address, but do you live in Horry County in this general area?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have family in the area?
My whole family.
Are you familiar with an area called Pitt's Landing?
All my life.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 51. And just a minute on that. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Is that the Pitt's Landing area?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
And what exhibit?
51, Your Honor.
All right.
Let me shrink it a little bit. So, and it's on the same on all three screens. So is this the area that we refer to as Pitt's Landing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can just stand up and point out on that map where Pitt's Landing is. So that little kind of bare area. Okay, thank you very much. Do you recall going to that area the night of November 7th of 2020 into November 8th?
I do.
And what was it about that date that makes it, what's the first thing about that date that makes it stick out in your mind?
My grandma passed away that day, and we went to the funeral. And well, we always go catfishing down there, like since we were kids. But we left the funeral that day and up on 378 and come back. And my little brother was with me, and he asked if we want to ride down there and check it out. So we did. And then us not living far from there, we went to the house and got our boats, and we went back down there. Just kind of clear heads for today.
And when you went there, were you going to set out catfish lines?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is something that you taught me when the first time we met. So can you tell the jury, what do you do when you set catfish lines?
You set bush hooks. Like you kind of tie the lines to the tree and put whatever you're going to fish with on there. And then you go throughout the night and check them.
So are you actually in a boat on the river when you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So did something happen that night as you were setting catfish lines or checking catfish lines that brings you to court today?
Yeah, I came to the third one, and the smell. Like when we went to go to set the line, I smelled the smell.
When you say you smelled the smell,
It was an awful smell. Like you couldn't bear it. It was actually, I threw up, vomited.
okay. And what did you do once you smelled that?
Well, we knew it had to come from somewhere, and you look around and really didn't see anything. Then it was getting dark then because it was earlier, and so it kind of shined a light, and I saw it looked like a tarp, but it was like on the wood line, and where I shined it. And so we went back to the hill and we didn't mess with that one. I went back to the hill and I told Ronald, and Ronald's my little brother, and I said, there's something about that that's not right. Like, I know it's a smell I've never smelled in my life. And I've done a lot of fishing, a lot of hunting in my life, and it's any kind of animal I've ever smelled, it's nothing like it. It had no comparison. And so when we went back to check the lines, and got to the third one, I told him we needed to check and see, just see what exactly that was. And we got closer, and as we got closer, the flies, and it was the smell. We were both throwing up. And so we went on to it, got kind of close up to it, and Kaylee, which was my little brother's girlfriend, she was in the boat with us, and it was her first time catfishing. And so before we went there, my friend Jamie was on his other boat, which was my best friend's husband now. So we got Jamie to come, and Kaylee got on the boat with her before we went back over there to check out and see what it was.
So let me just stop you there for just 1 second. And Your Honor, I neglected one exhibit that I believe will be admitted without objection. It states Exhibit 48.
Objection.
I don't take stuff and it's lay my pictures on. Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, states Exhibit 48, admitted in evidence.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 48. Is that what you first saw?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that State's Exhibit 48 be admitted and it's admitted, that it be published to the jury.
All right.
So is that what
So you can see kind of from looking at it, it looks like a tarp, something of that matter, if you're on the boat out there and you were shining the light.
And then, Your Honor, I would ask that.
And the smell to go along with it, you kind of knew that's where it had to be coming from. So I told Jamie to come and let her on the boat. And then I was scared too, to be honest with you. And the water never scares me. But when I saw that and the smell, I knew it was something that couldn't have been right.
So did you guys get closer?
Yes.
Okay,
And
Your Honor, I
then
would ask that State's Exhibit 49, which has already been admitted, be published.
All right.
And is that a closer view
Yes.
of the tarp? And I think before you said that you noticed quite a bit of insect activity. Did you guys eventually go even closer to that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And what did you do once you got closer?
I have a yellow extendable paddle that I keep in the boat, and I opened it, and Ronald pulled me up to it, and he was back there driving my little boat at the time. But I got up there, I took that paddle, and I kind of, because of course I wasn't going to touch it with my hand, I didn't know, but the smell was so bad in between you getting sick and doing it, but it was so bad, I couldn't take it on. The closer we got, the more sick I got, and then he got sick too. So he was like, I don't know if I can do this, and I was like, well, we got to figure out what it is. So we did leave, and we went back to the hill, and we had a fire, because you go throughout the night checking these hooks. And Ronald, I don't drink, but Ronald does drink, and he had a couple of shots of Fireball, and I was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, and he said, sis, what is it? And I said, Ronald, you're not gonna, you've been drinking, you don't think I'm crazy if I tell you this? And I was like, something's nagging.
Objection, she's just right on about hearsay.
Okay, it's this thing, can't get into what anybody else said. Just sit here and be crossing.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was explaining that. I was telling him, and that's why we went back. And I was like, something's nagging me and telling me something ain't right about it. We need to go check it out.
So
So-
based on that, did you then get even closer?
Yes, then when we went back, I took the paddle and put to, like if you're looking at it, the left side.
Okay,
And
Your Honor, if I could publish previously admitted State's Exhibit 50.
All right.
And so did you, I'm sorry, did you get that close?
yes,
Okay. And you were talking about a yellow extendable paddle. What did you do?
I took the left-hand side of it and kind of like went to pick it up and like the water, it was slippery, like, cause you know, like it had, whatever it was had been there. And the paddle slipped and then I put it back and I tried to pick it up, but it was kind of heavy. So Ronald come up and my little brother again, and he held me. And when we did it, it was around like this part of the legs.
Okay, I'm sorry. And I just have to describe it for the record. Okay, she's pointing here, so
And-
kind of around the knees.
So yeah, like the bottom part is what it looked like. And but there was a ratchet strap around it, around like the side. But when we pulled it up more, and then so I said, I didn't know what it really was, but it looked like it could have been, you know, something. I thought a body, but then I went to the other side and like you couldn't see the round part in the water. But again, I couldn't pick it up by myself because I mean it had been there and I knew there was weight to it and it was kind of scary. And so Ronald helped me once again and we put the paddle and did it, and it was around the head. Like you could actually see the round part through the tarp.
Now, you talked about seeing a ratchet strap. Did you ever see anything attached to the ratchet?
Cinder
strap?
blocks.
A cinder block?
Mm-hmm.
In addition to kind of trying to lift up both ends, did you do anything else to determine what was inside the tarp? Did you have a knife with you?
Yes, when we saw the round part, Ronald said we need to call, and I said, yeah, we do, but you don't, if you call them and say you found a body or you didn't really know what it was, I was like, there's gonna be so many people out here. And again, it kept bothering me. I was like, we got to, you know, he's like, let's just make sure. So being that the head was on that side, or what we thought was the head by the circle part, I said, Ronald, you're gonna cut like towards the top. You could tell it was a cypress stump. Like we go fishing out there all the time. So whatever it was caught up on, it looked like part of that cypress stump. And he made the first slot, and you could, like the paddle and the light from the one I had a light on my head. You could, it kind of looked like the jeans and the maybe muscle, like. So it made me think it had been there a while, but then you couldn't exactly know for sure that's what it was.
Did you cut another spot on
Yes, on up. I said, don't cut, like, we're not going to cut like closer to the head, like, because you don't want to see that. Like, that's enough to live with. And you could see like the shirt and like the rib cage.
Nothing further at this time. I believe Mr. Case Britton will be questioning you, so just please answer any questions he has.
I'm so sorry that you had to be the one that someone pulled this out. I'm actually sorry about your funeral earlier that afternoon. You said that you were out there early evening?
Yeah, well, catfishing, you set lines like an hour before dark. Or you set the hooks, and then you go throughout and just check them, because you got to have them back up an hour before daylight.
Okay, look, I'll be honest with you. I've got no idea about
Okay.
catfishing. Last thing I know about catfishing, you stick it
Well, I
on
know
it.
you're trying to get the
like,
time.
"Oh!"
You're trying to get the timeline, you
Well, I'm
know,
trying to
like
figure
because it
out-
was later on that night.
Later on that evening.
But you go and you set them, and that's what.
Only one can talk at a time. We've got a court reporter that has to
Oh,
take
okay.
everything down, all right? So answer your question, and then allow her to answer.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you. Correct. I'm just trying to establish a roundabout timeline.
Right.
You said you were at a funeral earlier.
Yeah, my grandma.
And I apologize about that. We just lost our grandfather a couple months ago. Daytime, 2 o'clock type funeral?
Yeah, it was earlier that day.
Earlier that day, okay. So y'all are going around and, did you say your son, your stepson?
No, my little brother.
Little brother, okay, I'm sorry. Just want to go clear his head, get out on the water.
Well, we always go catfishing down there.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's like every other weekend thing. And on the way back, we was like, let's go down there and check it out and see how the water is. And then we had buried grandma, so it was like, that's the perfect time. So we ran to the house. Like I said, we don't live far from there. So we hooked to the boats and went back.
Great place to get out, clear your head on the water. Do you have firsthand knowledge how that tarp got there?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, good direct.
No, Your Honor, I would ask that Ms. Souls be released from her subpoena.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you very much. State can call you next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain Heather Wilson.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Heather Wilson, Wilson.
Sorry, I'm just trying to gather some of the exhibits, so I'm not walking back and forth quite as much. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Wilson. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
For since 2005. Sorry, it's been so long I almost forgot.
Do you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County Police Department?
Yes, I worked for Myrtle Beach for about 9 months, and prior to that, I worked in Danville, Virginia, as a police officer in Danville City Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
Currently, I am a captain, and I am assigned to the 2nd Precinct, which is also referred to as the South Precinct, and that is in the Socastee Burgess area of the county.
What was your assignment before that?
So before I was promoted to captain, I was the supervisor in the crime scene division.
Did you hold that position both as a lieutenant, since you were just promoted to captain?
Yeah, so it would probably be easier if I so I spent almost 10 years in crime scene as a detective, and then went to homicide division and worked as a detective, was promoted to sergeant, worked on patrol, and then came back to the crime scene division as a sergeant. And then ultimately I was promoted to a lieutenant in the a lieutenant in the crime scene section, where I stayed until I was promoted to captain.
Thank you. That was much better worded than my question. question. So both as the sergeant and the lieutenant in crime scene, what types of responsibilities did you have?
So ultimately, the responsibilities were the same. As far as overseeing the crime scene division, I would also go and help or assist with scenes. I would take on my own scenes. I would help with training the new crime scene investigators that would come in, reviewing reports, fingerprints, processing of evidence, ordering, and then just normal business type things that you would think in any job.
If I'm doing my math in your timeline correctly, you were working in the crime scene unit in October, November of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your rotation in the crime scene unit, did you become involved in sort of globally the missing persons that turned into a homicide of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Directing your attention specifically to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call for service regarding human remains that had been found in the Little PD River?
Yes, I did.
Did any other crime scene investigators go with you?
Yes, at that time, we had another crime scene investigator that I was training. He was brand new, and he responded as well.
Great. Were you familiar with that location prior to responding this night?
Yes.
So if we could, Your Honor, 51 has already been admitted and published. I'd just like to show that again. Is that the area to which you responded?
Yes, it is.
When you first got there, can you just describe what you saw? Were there other people there? What was sort of going on?
There were other people there. Marion County Sheriff's Office was there. And ultimately, I wasn't sure exactly where the possible remains were located. So I got in a boat with DNR to go around to view. Because as you can tell, this line, it shows a line between Horry County and Marion County. So we were trying to figure out what jurisdiction was going to be taking over the case.
Okay, so that's the line that's going through the river. That's the county boundary?
Yes, it is.
You said you got into a boat and went out.
Yeah, that's fine. I remember making it.
Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit 148 will be admitted without objection.
That's correct. All right, State's Exhibit 148, admitted in evidence.
Showing you State's Exhibit 148, is that actually a photo of you going out towards the body?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 148 be published.
All right.
And I believe, who's that in the boat?
Wearing the orange, that's me. And then the one with the mask is a DNR officer, and I don't remember what his name is.
So there were several agencies who responded out to this call.
Yes, there were.
How was it decided who would, I'm jumping ahead, was that object eventually retrieved from the cypress stump?
Yes, it was.
How was it decided who would go out there to make that retrieval?
So the Marion County deputies ended up talking to the Marion County Sheriff, who said, Horry County crime scene is already here, so will they mind go ahead and processing the scene for us? Usually smaller agencies like Marion County would call in SLED to come and work cases, or an agency around them that had the resources to assist. So ultimately, it was decided that we would assist with the processing of the evidence. And like I said, I did go out with DNR to see what we have, because again, they're trying to describe it to me, but I got to be able to see it so I know what resources to get. which then our fire department was called in to bring their boat so that we could utilize their boat to pull the victim out of the water.
Can you describe what you saw as you approached this object in the river?
So the first time when I went out, I just saw the tarp, as you can probably see in the last photo you just looked at. It looked like a gray tarp, and that's what you could see floating at the time. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I saw the very first time that I went out. And then I began to see more as I went over the second time. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the second time when I went out with DNR, I was in this little John boat, and the other investigator was in the fire department boat. And then I could see that it was a person as they were pulling the tarp and the human remains out of the water.
These have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you states exhibits 48, 49, and 50.
Yes,
Okay. And so did you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And did you get as close as the photo in States Exhibit 50?
I did, yes.
Okay. So if we could put up States Exhibit 50 again. So I believe you said that the fire department boat was used?
To retrieve? Yes, to retrieve, yes.
Were you present in that area when the body was retrieved?
Yes, the DNR officer and I were still kind of perched over at that same tree that you saw in the last photo. And that was just because there's no way that we were going to be able to pull the victim onto the little John boat without flipping that boat. So we were still there so that I could visually see and direct the new investigator on what to do.
What did you see as the fire department was pulling the body out of the river?
I could see parts of a human body. I could see additional tarp. I remember them saying it's hung on something and them trying to figure out why they couldn't load the victim onto the boat. And then ultimately they found ropes, and it was connected to cinder blocks. So they just kept pulling and pulling, and were finally able to get the cinder blocks as well on the boat.
So I'm going to just an objection to 52. Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 52 and 54. I believe that will be without objection.
All right, States Exhibits 52 and 54 admitted in evidence without objection.
So if you could look at States Exhibits 52 and 54 and tell me if that accurately reflects, before we publish it, accurately reflects what you saw.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that they be published. All right. So let's start with Exhibit 52. Can you describe what we're seeing in States Exhibit 52?
Yes, so the blue tarp, I believe that's probably one of the firefighters' arms that you're seeing. And then the blue tarp is what the firefighters use to put down on the front of the boat so that they can pull the victim up onto the boat. And the gray tarp is what the victim was in. And then you can see it's like a green tie strap is what I would refer to it as. And you should also be able to see in the corner up here. It's harder to tell in the photo, but in person you could tell that it was a human being.
And then if we can go to State's Exhibit 54.
And this is the rope that I was referring to, and the cinder block that was attached and wrapped around the victim.
After the body was brought to shore, can you give us a more full description of sort of how the body was wrapped?
Yes, so as the fire department was pulling the victim onto the boat, the victim moved a little in the wrapped tarp because of the weight of the cinder block. And they weren't prepared for a cinder block. They were just thinking that it was just somebody wrapped in a tarp. So the victim was moved a little when they pulled him up. But then when we got to shore, so the fire department boat with the victim, and then myself and the DNR officer followed behind. We got to shore, and then we were able to take photos of the victim who was wrapped in the tarp and then wrapped in a couple of blankets. He was dressed, and there were zip ties and the rope that you saw, as well as that brick.
Where before you removed the tarp, where did you see the zip ties?
On the outside of the tarp, if I remember correctly. I would have to look back.
Okay. And eventually was the tarp taken off of him?
It was.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Like for the victim?
Yes.
So the victim was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, pants, shoes. There was a pack of opened cigarettes in his pocket, a lighter in his pocket. The victim was badly decomposed, so it almost looked like he was somewhat mummified. And it was hard to tell, but there did look like there was a couple of small holes in his shirt. And, but again, if someone is in water for a long period of time, it would be difficult to see small wounds.
Was there were you able to see a lot of blood?
No.
Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't, because again, there was no gaping wound or a head laceration, or there was no large holes. So you wouldn't really see a lot of blood. Even if there was a large hole, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood if someone was submerged in water for a while.
Did you or the other crime scene investigator who was with you take photos of the tarp once the victim was removed?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit Exhibit 55, I believe it's without objection.
Just for your honor, without objection. State's Exhibit 55, admitted in evidence without objection.
Is that a photo of the tarp after the victim was removed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published.
All right.
55. So what, if anything, did you notice about the tarp, or can you just describe what we're seeing?
So the tarp was very sandy from being in the water and then also pulling them onto shore. And the zip ties are at both ends of the tarp. So you can't really see it in this photo, but at the top end, there's a zip tie. just like there is on the bottom, and you can see the extra part of the zip tie on the bottom, right next to the eyelets.
Did you or other investigators collect that tarp?
Yes, we did.
What did you do with it?
So everything that was collected right then, I'll go back. It was decided that this was going to be Marion County's case. At the time, we didn't know who the male was that was deceased. So Marion County was taking the case. We collected everything and signed it over to Marion County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, after the autopsy and we were able to determine who the victim was, we then went back and took custody of all of those items and brought them back to the Horry County Police Department.
Oh. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, sorry.
We're going to approach with State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
So the box is titled Gray Tarp from Victim on Scene. And this is my handwriting, and this is how it was ultimately packaged. Do you want to open it?
Yeah. Your Honor, with the court's permission, since it's not published yet, may I just walk around the witness stand so she can open it?
May I stand, Your Honor?
You can just, if you recognize it from there. Yes. Preston, do you want to, before I publish it, or ask that it be published?
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was 131 admitted? I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection. Sorry. And then I would ask that it be published.
No objection. So I was on student.
No, thank you.
131 admitted in evidence, without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And is the tarp wrapped in, I guess, protective plastic?
It is.
And why is that?
Due to, it's a biohazard, obviously, because someone that was deceased was inside the tarp, which is inside the biohazard bag.
Okay, so if you could just lift up the wrapped tarp and explain how you recognize that it is the tarp that was recovered that day.
So it is labeled with the case number and the description that it is a gray tarp. Every piece of evidence has a tag, which is here, this white tag. It feels like a tarp. It's my handwriting. It's sealed on the back with the evidence seal with the date and my initials. Inside the box with my handwriting, the date, and the initials.
you mentioned that there were zip ties on either end of the tarp.
There were.
Were those also recovered?
Yes.
And same thing, they went initially to Marion County and then back to Horry County?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe there's no objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 127 and 128.
Objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 127, 128, admitted into evidence.
Are those the zip ties that were removed from the tarp?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that these be published.
All right.
And then showing, I believe you said when the tarp was sort of unwrapped that the remains were wrapped in other material?
Yes. A couple of blankets.
Your Honor, I would refer admission of State's Exhibits 129 and 130 without objection, I believe.
Any objection? No, sir. State's Exhibits 129 and 130, admitted into evidence without objection.
And if you could look at those and tell me if those were the blankets or the sheets that were recovered from the victim's body.
Yes.
And again, how do you recognize that?
So they have the labels up here at the top. Like I was saying, every piece of evidence has a label. But I just recognize it from collecting it and packaging it.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibits 129 and 130 be published.
All right.
Okay, and then you also, I think my work back. You also talked about, I know, I didn't know this morning. There, a cinder block that had been secured around the victim.
Yes.
Was that seized and taken into first Marion County and then Horry County evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection.
Do you want to know?
I got a bad back.
Do you want to know?
Oh, sure, I'll come here. Okay, what number is that?
36, Your Honor.
Would you like me to hear? I know you're talking to me. You're talking to me.
Your Honor, I believe that it's being admitted without objection.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 36, admitted into evidence without objection.
And again, Your Honor, with your permission, we'll go up so that Captain Wilson can open it.
I wrapped it like a Christmas present.
Okay, now, if you can take that out and just tell me if that is the cinder block that was recovered from the victim. And if so, Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
This is.
Okay, so if you can, I'm making you carry it now, so if
Okay.
you can just kind of open up the box and show it.
Your Honor, may I walk
Oh,
back?
50, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 56. 56, not
56?
56, not 36.
State's Exhibit 56, not 36, is admitted in evidence.
Your Honor, may I walk down with it? Thank you. There you go. Is it blocked? Everyone can see that?
I'll take the whole box back. Can you put it back on that box?
And then put it
And then put it on the table, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Did your involvement in this case continue after the recovery of, well, let me back up. Were those remains eventually identified as the remains of Gregory Rice?
They were.
Did your involvement in the case continue to include a search or a processing of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, it did.
At the time that you did that search, did Horry County have any definitive information on where a crime scene might be?
No.
Do you, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know what directed attention to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
I probably did then, but I don't remember now what actually directed us in that direction.
And basically, as crime scene, you kind of go where they ask you to go and process the scene.
Correct.
So did you, on November 13th of 2020, participate in the execution of a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for there?
So ultimately, we were looking for any type of physical evidence that would suggest an assault occurred there. So like cleaned up blood, body fluids, any evidence of a shooting, investigation, just to see if something possibly occurred there. So we were looking for body fluids, blood evidence, firearm casings, projectiles, that type of stuff.
Were you ever able to definitively determine that there was a crime scene there?
No.
You said that you were aware that the remains had been identified as Greg Rice. Did you ever learn how he had been killed?
Yes, we were advised that he had been shot during autopsy. There were multiple projectiles found in the victim's body that were collected.
Were those 22 caliber bullets?
I believe so.
Okay. In your, I guess it'll be about almost 26 years of law enforcement, have you received training at each one of your departments?
Yes, I have.
Has that training included training on firearms?
Yes.
Have you in fact carried a firearm as part of your profession for the last, what did I just say, 29 years?
26.
26. Okay.
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with different types of weapons and different calibers of weapons?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with a 22 caliber firearm?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculative. I don't understand what this is. Hey, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Could you
I'll
repeat that?
Certainly. Based on your years of experience, what, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with multiple times with a 22 caliber firearm?
So a 22 caliber would leave a very small wound or a small hole regardless of what the bullet is penetrating. Therefore, it would be more difficult to see.
I'm going to have to object again now that I know where the answer is headed. She's trying to qualify her as some kind of expert, it appears, in forensics. She didn't do the autopsy, she was trying to skip around that and have her testify about bullet holes and what a bullet hole would leave. It's not her area of expertise. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue your answer. I believe you were saying that it would be smaller holes, smaller wounds.
Yes. So with over 15 years experience in crime scene, I have worked a lot of deaths, unfortunately, due to homicide and sometimes suicide. So on top of the training and the hands-on experience, I can attest that a .22 caliber firearm would leave a very small hole in regardless of what it is impacting. So that made sense to me in us not really being able to see large holes on the victim when we recovered him from the river that day. So that made sense to me. Plus, it would make sense to me for maybe someone not hearing an assault that occurred with the victim.
Object, Your Honor.
Unless she's a ballistics expert. I'll strike that last statement.
What, if I can, I'll rephrase a question.
All right.
Counsel has asked a number of other law enforcement witnesses if there were any reports of shots fired on the night that Greg Rice was killed. Does, based on your experience with different handguns or firearms, would the caliber that was used have any effect on that?
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, you said that you've processed a number of scenes, whether they're homicides or suicides, in your 20-plus year career. How many cases involving shootings have you responded to or participated in?
Hundreds.
For each one of those cases, has there always been a call from anyone regarding shots being fired?
No.
Nothing further. I'm gathering Mr. Preston Britton will be asking questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. In crime scene, that's what you are typically involved in crime scene?
I was at this time, yes.
Okay. What involvement do y'all have with 911 calls and reports? You're not getting that in part of the investigation, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not getting information about whether or not there was a call from a neighbor about hearing somebody shoot a gun 5 times. All right?
So usually when we are investigating a crime, we do what's called a roundtable. And so the crime scene investigator gets with the detective and then the supervisors, and everybody discusses the case as to how the call came in, what happened before, what the detective has, what the crime scene investigator has found, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so let's answer me this. Where is the crime scene? Where is the crime scene?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you where the crime scene is.
I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where's
What?
The address, quite frankly.
Where's the crime scene?
I can only tell you where the victim was found.
Okay. So you can't tell us, as we sit here today, in a murder trial, where the crime scene was.
Are you asking me the question again?
I am.
Okay. No, I cannot tell you exactly where the crime scene was. That is correct.
Can you tell me, Did you investigate any other potential crime scenes in this case?
In regard to this victim,
That's correct.
so we did search his residence
That's right.
and
No,
his,
I'm sorry. I didn't cut you off.
oh no, I was just saying, you, go ahead.
And that was on October 16th, right?
Yes, that is before he was found.
Okay. And that was 2 weeks, right? About 2 weeks after the date of death?
So October the 16th is when I first learned that he was reported as a missing person. And they asked us to come and search his house. When I say they, the detectives asked crime scene to come and assist.
And you did that, right?
We did.
Okay. And to do that, did you park your car in the parking lot anywhere around the apartment?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car?
Yes.
Did you walk to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you take the sidewalk?
Yes.
And when you did any of that, you seem very thorough. When you did any of that, did you find any shell casings?
No.
Did you see any blood stains?
No.
2 weeks later, did anybody approach you and say, ho, 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 we're glad you're here because we heard some gunfire on October 2nd?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Nobody approached you, though? No neighbors approached you?
No.
All of these items that have been identified in your round table, did it ever get to you? Those were all items that Chris Don Tell purchased?
Yes.
Okay. He went to Lowe's by himself and got the center block, right?
Yes.
He got the zip tie.
I don't remember everything that he purchased, but I do know that that was mentioned during our roundtable.
That's right, the round table they told you he got the center block, he got the tarp, and he got the zip tie and a Pepsi. Is that right?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what he purchased, but I do remember there being video of him at the store purchasing several items.
Okay. And when you were investigating Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, did you lift any fingerprints that were relevant to this case?
I don't recall lifting any fingerprints.
No fingerprints. Okay. How about any relevant footprints?
No.
Did you lift any? Did you do any analysis for Maegan Jackson? You involved in that? Did you see any? Did you try to lift any fingerprints for Maegan Jackson?
No, I did not.
Did you do that at Greg Rice's apartment?
For fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did not.
Did you get any footprints of Maegan Jackson at Greg Rice's apartment?
We didn't look for footprints. We did spray the apartment.
Oh, that's right. Did y'all get a sample, like a little sample for Greg Rice's DNA?
Like his hair brush and his toothbrush, yes.
Okay. And why would you collect that evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Captain Wilson is actually not the investigator who collected those items.
But if she knows why it was collected, I'll allow it.
So like I was saying, he was reported missing at the beginning of October, and then October 16th when we were doing the search of his residence. Because he had been missing for that long, we wanted to have something with his DNA to have as a standard so that we could send a sled in the event he were found.
And that was in fact done, correct?
Yes.
And when you, at one of your roundtables, did you get to hear that blood was found on the shoe of Chris Dontel? Isn't that right?
Yes.
But not Maegan Jackson.
like not her shoes?
Not anything related to Major Jackson. No article of clothing of hers had any of Greg Rice's blood on it. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know. Well, we got it on the top of Chris Dontel's shoe and the bottom. Isn't that right?
I don't remember where it was on his shoe, but yes, there was blood on his shoe.
Your Honor, courts and indulgence, please. I don't have any further questions.
All right, good, right?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So if, just trying to do my math, Greg Rice is killed on, Greg Rice is killed on October 2nd. The body is recovered, his body is recovered November 7th to 8th, so a little more than a month passes, correct? Am I doing my math right? October
Yeah,
2nd?
I don't know the exact date that he was killed. I just know he was reported missing, I think, around October 4th or 5th, and then we were at his place on the 16th, and then his body was found on November 8th.
Would the passage of time from October 2nd to even October 16th, would that potentially make a crime scene more difficult to find?
Yes, it could very well. Plus, depending on the weapon that is used or how someone dies will depend on how much blood would be present to begin with.
If Gregory Rice was shot down the street from his apartment on the road leading out towards Clay Pond Road, would you expect to find shell casings or blood as you parked your patrol car in the parking lot, got out of your car, walked on the sidewalk, and conducted your search at his apartment if he was killed down the road?
No. And we would have no reason to go down the road searching for that unless the detectives were able to canvass the area and get video surveillance to say that, hey, we saw the victim walking this direction, and then we would go search that area.
If the location where Greg Rice was killed was not learned by investigators until more than 4 years after he was killed, would that affect your ability to collect any physical evidence from a crime scene?
Yes, if it's on the roadway or on the side of the road, just due from traffic going up and down the roadway, and then you have lawnmowers cutting the grass and so on and so forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Captain Wilson be released from her stand.
Okay.
Unnecessary, Your Honor.
All right, you're pretty good.
Thank you.
Jake, can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Drew Edwards.
Raise your right hand and put your left hand on top of it. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence trying to give report in this case be the truth, so help you God, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Yep. My name is Christopher Drew Edwards, EDWARDS.
Court's indulgence, I'm just trying to.
All right.
questioning. Your Honor, it's my understanding that there will be, and there'll be more exhibits that I will offer through this witness, that States Exhibit 59, 60, and 61, along with Exhibit 149. I believe there's no objection to their admission.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
United States Exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 149 are admitted in evidence.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective Edwards,
Yes, ma'am.
where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years, since October 2006.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Narcotics and Special Operations Division as a gang investigator
How long have you been in that assignment?
since April of last year.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was assigned to the violent crime section of our investigations division.
So what types of crimes did you investigate?
We investigated anything from homicides, armed robberies, to overdose deaths.
What types of things did you do during the course of those investigations?
Common things we would do, we find witnesses, interview them, canvass areas where the crime occurred to find any video or evidence that we could find.
And that's not a comprehensive list?
No.
When an investigation comes in, how is it assigned to a lead investigator?
So if it's a call out, like something happens in the middle of the night and they need an investigator right away, the on-call person would get it. If it's something that happens over the weekend and it's like a property crime, it would be assigned, the next business day.
And is it common for other investigators to assist the lead investigator with some of these tasks that you have to do?
Yeah. Some of these cases can get very complicated with a lot of work to do, so the work can be split amongst different investigators.
Directing your attention to this case, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who was?
Detective Susie.
Did you, in fact, however, help Detective Susie with some of the assorted tasks?
I did.
So directing your attention first to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call about a body being found in the Little Petey River?
I did.
And Your Honor, may I put Exhibit 51 up again? It's been admitted and published. Were you familiar with that area prior to responding there?
I was.
Can you describe that area?
Yep. So Pitt's Landing is on Highway 378. It's as you're exiting Conway. It's like one of the last things in the county before you get into Marion County. It's a boat landing. It's a dirt lot surrounded by trees, and then you have the river.
Is that an accurate representation of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see when you got there?
When I first got there were patrol vehicles and I believe some fire personnel were on scene.
Were there any civilians there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson testified about the kind of county boundary that runs through the river. Did that present any sort of unique jurisdictional issues?
Yes, ma'am. For us to investigate it, it would have to be within our jurisdiction.
So on the Horry County side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When had Mr. Rice's remains been removed from the river when you got there?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when they were eventually removed?
I was.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
So we were once I got there, I had to wait on Marion County crime scene, and the fire department was sending out their dive team, so it took a little bit of time for all those resources to get there. The prior month, Gregory Rice had been reported missing, And I know through some of the investigation, we had obtained some cell phone records for people close to him. So while I was waiting on them, I looked at a program called Cellhawk to see if any records showed anybody out that way near the boat landing during that prior month. There was one record that showed Chris Dontel out there a day or two after Gregory Rice had been reported missing.
So did that lead you to believe anything in particular? Or?
That it's not very often you find a body dumped in a river. So led me to believe it could possibly be Gregory Rice.
And I may have asked you this before, but did you remain on scene as the body was removed from the river?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw when the fire rescue boat got back with his remains?
So when the fire rescue brought the body back in, there was a tarp that was secured on each end with zip ties. There was a ratchet strap attached to it with one cinder block attached to the ratchet strap. The body was in a very advanced state of decomposition and could not identify him just by looking at him.
Just trying to find another. Honestly, I don't feel like carrying the cinder block again, so I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 149, which I believe has been admitted without objection. Does that look to be a photo of the cinder block that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, made that be published?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about the cinder block?
It's not a cinder block you typically see. It's, I'm pretty sure everybody can picture a cinder block in their head. This one, if you turned it sideways, it had little tiny slots in it instead of a big open square. It kind of stood out.
Oops. Showing, if I can republish State's Exhibit 54. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson identified the tarp and the zip ties. Were you there and you can see the ratchet strap in that photo. Were you there when that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 126.
Meaganjackson. Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 126 admitted into evidence without objection.
Is that the ratchet strap?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published to the jury.
All right.
Were there, when Mr. Rice's remains were removed from the tarp, did anything catch your attention as being significant to him?
Yes, ma'am. So we had a Facebook photo of Gregory. He's wearing a black ball cap with the comic book Punisher logo on it. He's also wearing a Village Surf Shop t-shirt. And we had been told he liked to smoke Marlboro Reds. This person had a pack of those in his pocket. He was also wearing, he was described to always buy cheap shoes from Walmart. It's just what he liked to wear, and that's what this person was wearing.
Okay. Now, let me go back to the tarp. It's wrapped up in a nice biohazard kit. Were you able to look at the tarp from State's Exhibit 55, which has already been admitted and published?
Yep.
Was there anything in particular about the tarp that you were able to use as an investigative lead to find out where it had been purchased?
Yes, ma'am. brand on it led us to look at Lowe's home improvement stores.
Were you looking just for the tarp, or were you looking for other items like the ratchet strap, the zip tie, the cinder block?
Now, we were looking for somebody that might have purchased all those items together.
Were you able to find any evidence of a transaction where all of those items were purchased together?
We were
And where had that purchase been made?
the Lowe's home improvement store on Seaboard Street.
Who did you speak to when you went to the Lowe's home improvement store?
Loss prevention employee named Robert McKnight.
And I'm approaching with, Your Honor, these have been admitted without objection. So that's states 59. Oops. I'm going back. Bless you.
Bless you.
60 and 61.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those items that you received from Mr. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that 59, 60, and 61 be published to the jury.
All right.
Start with 59. Probably did. And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 59?
It's tarp, ratchet strap, zip ties, and cinder blocks.
So newer ones, right? Not the ones.
Yeah, these are the ones. These are just like stock images from Lowe's.
I'm sorry?
It's like a stock image from Lowe's.
And showing you State's Exhibit 60. Put that up. What is depicted in Exhibit 60?
That would be a transaction receipt for the items purchased on October 3rd, 2020.
Right, and does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yep, so it says 14:54 hours, which would be 2:54 p.m.
And then if we could bring up Exhibit 61. What is depicted in Exhibit 61?
That would be Christopher Dontel with the items in his shopping cart.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with Exhibit 62 and 63. I believe there will not be an objection, but Detective Edwards, you recognize State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize them to be?
Surveillance video and let's go with surveillance video.
Is one from the point of sale and one from the parking lot?
Yeah.
Are those both from the Lowe's improvement?
Yes, ma'am, on Seaboard Street.
And how do you recognize them?
I signed them.
And did you review them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So, did the stills depicted in Exhibit 61 appear to come from the point of sale surveillance video?
They do.
And you said that you reviewed the parking lot surveillance video.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you see that would be relevant to this case in the parking lot surveillance video?
After Dontel purchased the items, he took them outside and placed them into his county-issued Ford Explorer.
Probably should have asked this before, but were you familiar with Christopher Dontel prior to this investigation?
I was.
How?
From working violent crimes, we deal with coroner's office, unfortunately, pretty frequently, and I had worked cases with them before.
Were you familiar with the defendant?
I was.
And how?
She comes to pick the people up whenever they pass away.
Of course. Nothing further at this time. If you'd answer any questions from Mr. Preston Britton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
No.
Just a couple questions, really.
Yes, sir.
The cell hawk stuff, did you do that? How did you get the cell hawk that?
I just logged into the website.
Okay, you weren't involved in any kind of extraction for phones?
No, Cellhawk would be like cellular CDR records. It wouldn't be like an actual download of a phone.
It's not download, it's a
It's like call detail records.
Call detail
Somebody had,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe out of just curiosity, but these cigarettes in his pocket, I mean, they've been in the water for 30 days. I mean,
Well, it was a pack. I didn't like open the pack of cigarettes.
was it a sealed pack?
I don't remember if it was sealed or not.
And just want to confirm on that receipt, we did have a
Pepsi Zero.
Pepsi.
Yep.
Read right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
May we approach on scheduling, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, Your Honor, may Detective Edwards be released from his subpoena?
You've got it. No objection, Your Honor.
And another sidebar. Wow, this is trying to compete with Cameron Reed on sidebar. I know this courtroom's a little bit empty at the moment. I mean, to be fair, no one wants to sit right behind her. I think everyone is on the sides and a little bit outside of the camera. But yeah, but there's definitely a lot of places in this courtroom. They should have this courtroom for the Karen Reed trial and vice versa, and not. So yeah, that probably would fit almost everybody in this trial from the Karen Reed.
Advise me this is a good break. Let's go ahead and break for the day. Leave your notepads in the jury box. I ask that you please be back again at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Again, do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Don't watch any news reports. If anything big happens, I'll let you know. I hope everybody has a good evening, and we'll see you back at 9:15 tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, it's time to go home. 9:15, odd time to start. Huh, interesting. But well, it's good that he says that it's 9:15, and we don't keep waiting for 9 o'clock. We can aim for 9:15. So we'll probably start about 5 to 9 or something, just in case they decide to come in earlier. Let's see if they just have anything else. But I mean, it's been a pretty straightforward day. I apologize that I was gonna do Lori, and that was my plan, to just catch up and zoom on Lori. But I am pretty tired.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in.
Right. So yeah, I was gonna try to do Lori trial and zoom through that, but I am pretty beat. I might do a recap on it in the morning and then post it as a video for the recap of day 4. I haven't heard anything spicy from the day, so we're probably not missing anything like super spicy or anything. So yeah, so I apologize. Thank you for understanding, guys. Thank you for that. Yeah, I am tired. Even though I was with no camera, I'm still tired somehow. So I just need a bit, and I did wake up quite early today for some reason. So I think I'm just after finish. I'm just gonna turn off everything and gonna go to bed and watch probably my show and just chill and then do everything that I need to do in the morning. But yeah, it was so nice to be here with you all today. I mean, we had a very good day for trial. I'm liking this trial. I am looking forward to see how it does pan out, and that she's gonna be found guilty. And just before we do go, I found actually a picture of our victim. So this is Gregory, our victim. I haven't found no picture of him. whatsoever online, but I finally found one. So that's Gregory. That is our victim. So that is, yeah, his picture. That's probably gonna stay there for now. We'll see. But no, thank you for being here for me, because without you, it wouldn't be possible to do this. And I appreciate every single one of you. But I'm gonna love you and leave you until tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we start our trial. We're gonna start at 9 a.m. because this judge likes to start at 8:30. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a great afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, and love you all, and bye. Latest.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.